a young man named Arhan found himself trapped in a cycle of pain, his screams echoing as molten metal poured into a mold, shaping a weapon that would define his future. The intense heat and pressure of the forge seemed to reflect the turmoil within him, his face contorted in a silent shout of agony and fierce determination. His eyes, wide and bloodshot, burned with an unyielding fire, reflecting the red glow of the forge as if his very soul was being tempered. With a final, agonizing surge, a powerful wave of energy erupted from him, shattering the surrounding space as if a new, fearsome power had just been unleashed. Ever since he was a young boy, his father would often tell him a story about their family's past, urging him to remember it well. His father wanted him to understand that as a member of the Karavan family, this tale was a sacred trust, a legacy he was bound to uphold. Though they lived in a small village far from the capital now, his father claimed that 200 years ago, their family's status was unmatched. They had produced a knight known as the God of War and righteous supervisors favored by the king, respected by everyone in the land. The Karavan family was chosen by the sword, producing swordmasters for generations, a lineage that commanded immense respect from all. His father would pat his head, emphasizing that everyone treated them with the utmost reverence, acknowledging them as invincible protectors. They were the Karavans, a name that once struck awe into the hearts of men, a family of legendary warriors and guardians. His father declared that Arhan would take over his position, becoming the head of the Karavan family, a heavy mantle to bear. He was told he must always live with the pride of the Karavan family flowing through his veins, a constant reminder of his noble heritage. His ultimate duty was to regain the family's lost glory and stand tall once more as the protector of their land. This, his father insisted, was the sacred duty of the Karavans, a destiny Arhan was born to fulfill. But as Arhan grew older, the heroic tales of his family that his father used to tell him began to sound less like history and more like pure fantasy. He suspected they were probably just tall tales, romanticized stories meant to uplift disgraced nobles clinging to their past glory. It was a pretty common thing, Arhan knew, for families to invent grand histories when their present was less than impressive. If the stories about the Karavan family were truly real, he thought, they wouldn't be living in this poor village as mere landlords. They certainly wouldn't be spending their days doing farm work with the tenants, toiling in the fields every day. There were so many holes in his father's stories, too many inconsistencies to ignore. The founder of the family, the idolized figure in the portrait, didn't resemble his father or him at all. Even the sword that had been passed down through generations, supposedly hundreds of years old, was way too sharp and intact. And most damningly, Arhan couldn't find a single history book in the kingdom that mentioned their alleged ancestor, Liam Karavan. He had diligently searched through countless texts, but the name simply wasn't there. He couldn't find it mentioned even once, which, considering all the other evidence, led him to only one conclusion. The tales were just fabrications, made up to give the descendants something to be proud of, a comforting lie. He was called over by a cheerful villager, reminding him it was time for their snack break. Arhan, despite his doubts about his family's past, was happy in his current life among the villagers. He quickly stood up, eager to join them, leaving his musings behind. Everyone here welcomed him, and he loved this place where he could live with them, genuinely happy and accepted. He had found the Karavan he wanted, a family of connection and community, just like how things were now. Later that day, Arhan decided to head to the market in the neighboring town, offering to pick up anything the villagers needed. The villagers waved him off, wishing him a safe journey as he rode away on his horse. He thought of Kun, who had been grumbling about not having seen any fruit for a while, and decided to buy him some apples. He also remembered Marino's youngest daughter's birthday was coming up, so he planned to buy her a pretty doll if he saw one. When asked how he knew, Arhan playfully declared he knew everything, proudly stating he was going to be the next lord around here. With a smile, he bid them farewell, promising to see them all later. The villagers watched him go, commenting that there was no one like their young master, so different from other nobles. They laughed together, worried some noble lady might try to snatch him up, enjoying the warmth of their community. As the sun began to set, one of the villagers reminded the others to finish up their work before it got too late. He mentioned that today was the day they had a regular meeting with the Lord. But just as he spoke, a chilling sound pierced the air and a crimson splatter appeared across his face. The man collapsed, his eyes wide in disbelief as a terrified villager called out to their lord. Another villager, seeing the horror unfold, cried out, "Kun," recognizing the fallen man. Panic erupted as the other villagers realized what was happening, their faces contorted in fear and confusion. A mysterious figure, a swordmaster with long white hair and a dark cloak, stood amidst the chaos, his blade already drawn. The villagers screamed and scattered, their joyful laughter replaced by terror as they tried to flee the sudden onslaught. The swordmaster moved with chilling precision, his blade a blur, leaving a trail of death in his wake. The peaceful village was being torn apart, its homes shattered, its people cut down. Meanwhile, Arhan returned from the market, the setting sun casting long shadows as he approached the familiar path home. His smile faded as he saw the smoke rising from his village, a sense of dread slowly creeping over him. He entered the village, his heart pounding, only to find a scene of utter devastation, homes ablaze, bodies strewn across the ground. Arhan stumbled through the carnage, his mind refusing to accept the reality of what he was seeing. He found Kun, lifeless, and could only utter his name in a broken whisper. The old butler, gravely wounded, pulled Arhan close, shielding his eyes from the horror. He wept as he held Arhan, trying to protect our boy from the brutal truth. The butler, his voice barely a gasp, revealed that he came, a single, ominous phrase that explained everything. He had come saying that the caravans should be erased, a chilling declaration of their doom. The Swordmaster, with cold indifference, had massacred the villagers, his blade moving with ruthless efficiency. It had only taken 10 minutes to turn their vibrant community into a blood-soaked wasteland. He wielded his blade with an unsettling calm, his eyes devoid of emotion as he executed his dreadful orders. A man had appeared without warning, a disaster in human form. In that short span of time, he took the lives of half the villages, leaving a trail of unspeakable tragedy. The Swordmaster simply stated he was just following orders, his words a stark contrast to the destruction he wrought. Just like that, half of Caravan fell, and the memory of their peaceful existence was erased without a trace. The entire village burned, consumed by a single disaster, a powerful swordmaster who had come to end their lineage. Arhan, a young noble, found his world shattered when disaster struck his family's territory, plunging him into a struggle for survival. The night was unusually dark, casting a heavy shadow over the grand estate that had been his home his entire life, now silent and foreboding. Amidst the terrible, unexpected disaster, the once bustling halls lay silent, littered with the fallen and stained crimson. He stood over a lifeless body, his young mind struggling to comprehend the horror unfolding before his eyes, a scene of unimaginable devastation. A gasp escaped his lips, his eyes wide with a terror that seized him to his core, witnessing an unimaginable tragedy unfold around him. Everywhere he looked, the grim tableau of death surrounded him, a stark reminder of the lives lost in an instant, leaving him breathless. Overwhelmed, he clutched his head, a choked sound of anguish escaping him as the weight of his family's fate pressed down, unbearable. Just then, a familiar figure rushed towards him through the carnage, a beacon of desperate hope in the encroaching darkness, his mother. His mother pulled him into a tight embrace, her relief palpable as she held her son close, shielding him from the world's cruelty. Tears streamed down her face, a mix of sorrow and profound gratitude that he was still alive, still with her, a small comfort. He looked up at her, a fragile question in his eyes, searching for an answer she couldn't possibly give in the face of such devastation. Her hand gently cupped his cheek, a silent promise to protect him, even as her own world crumbled around them, a tender farewell. Then he saw it, a covered form in the distance, and the fleeting sense of relief vanished, replaced by a cold dread, the truth dawning. The Swordmaster stood there, an imposing figure, the architect of this widespread devastation, a chilling presence, unyielding and powerful. His gaze was devoid of emotion, a silent judgment passed upon the Caravan family, leaving behind only ruin and an unsettling calm. He spoke, his voice carrying an unsettling calm, delivering a message that would forever alter their lives, a decree of utter destruction. Then, as swiftly as he appeared, the Swordmaster turned and walked away, leaving behind a silence heavier than any storm, a temporary reprieve. One by one, the surviving villagers began to leave, their faces etched with fear and loss, abandoning their homes, driven by terror. His father, once a proud knight, knelt with his broken sword, crushed by the weight of his shattered world, his spirit defeated. He had always been the great knight who hunted nightmares, the iron-blooded guardian who protected the kingdom, a beacon of hope. He had sworn an oath to the heavens, a solemn duty to behead the great evil, but now he could do nothing, utterly helpless. His mother turned to Arhan, her expression resolute, preparing to deliver words that would tear her heart, a painful sacrifice. She instructed him to leave, to go as far away as possible with the butler, to simply survive this terror, to live for himself. He cried out, unable to comprehend why they couldn't all go together, why she would ask him to abandon them in their darkest hour. His mother's gaze was firm, explaining that his father, as the Lord of Karavan, could not abandon his post, his duty paramount. And as his partner, she would remain by his side until the very end, facing the inevitable doom together, a testament to their bond. He pleaded with her, begging them all to leave, unable to accept a future without his parents by his side, desperate for a different outcome. She told him to remember this, that the stories his father told of a righteous guardian were nothing but lies, shattered illusions. He remembered standing with his father, looking at the ancestral sword, a symbol of their noble lineage, a legacy now in question. The truth hit him hard, shattering his innocent beliefs, leaving him with nothing but tears and broken illusions, a painful awakening. She made him promise never to pick up a sword, to survive no matter what, and never to seek revenge, a desperate plea. Her words were a desperate plea for him to live for himself, to find peace beyond their tragic fate, to simply endure. Just then, the butler arrived, announcing the carriage was ready, a stark reminder of the impending departure, the escape imminent. The old butler waved, his face a mask of sorrow, ready to fulfill his final duty to the Karavan family, a loyal servant. His mother instructed the butler to take good care of Arhan, to get him as far away as possible before the Swordmaster returned. Her face was a picture of pained resolve, knowing this was the only way to give her son a chance at life, a mother's sacrifice. The butler grabbed Arhan, pulling him towards the carriage, forcing the young master to abandon his parents, a heartbreaking separation. He cried out for his mother, his voice filled with anguish as he was dragged away from everything he knew, utterly distraught. His hand stretched out, a desperate final reach for his mother, as she slowly disappeared from his sight, a fleeting image. She stood alone, watching her son vanish into the distance, prepared to face her destiny with dignity, her resolve unwavering. The loyal butler, his head bleeding, looked around the library, overwhelmed by the tragedy and his duty to his fallen master. He slumped to the floor, surrounded by scattered books, suffering alone in the aftermath of the massacre, a quiet despair. He looked at his shaking hand, then up with a grim determination, knowing he couldn't simply abandon his master, his loyalty absolute. The butler found his master, embracing him, promising to stay by his side until the very end, a final act of devotion. With tears in his eyes, he told Arhan that this pain was devastating, but he must endure, he must live on, a heartfelt plea. He reminded Arhan that his parents would have wanted him to live, to find a future beyond this horror, to carry on their name. With a heavy heart, the butler pushed Arhan into the carriage, ensuring his escape, his last act of selfless loyalty to the family. But Arhan couldn't leave, not like this. He turned and ran back through the forest, driven by a desperate resolve to protect his own. His face was set with grim determination. A new, forbidden purpose ignited within him, fueled by his parents' sacrifice and his own rage. He had spent the last month preparing a deadly poison, hoping to strike down the Swordmaster with it, a desperate, dangerous gamble. He returned to the desolate mansion, its silhouette ominous against the blood-red sky, ready to face his fate, whatever it may be. He saw the caravan flag, now stained and torn, fluttering over his father's lifeless form, a crushing sight, cementing his resolve. With a heavy heart, he tied a rope to the flagpole, preparing his desperate, ill-fated plan, a final act of defiance. The Swordmaster returned, standing over his mother's lifeless body, his presence a chilling premonition of Arhan's impending failure. Arhan, hidden in the shadows, aimed his bow at the Swordmaster, his heart pounding with a mixture of fear and vengeance. The Swordmaster turned, his glowing eyes revealing his complete awareness of Arhan's presence, unfazed by the youthful threat. A gasp escaped Arhan's lips. His desperate plan had been seen through, utterly exposed before it could even begin, a crushing defeat. Enraged and heartbroken, he screamed, vowing to kill the man who had taken everything from him, his voice raw with despair. The Swordmaster's eye glowed, a silent, powerful response to Arhan's futile outburst, a chilling calm before the inevitable. With an effortless flick of his wrist, the Swordmaster deflected the poisoned arrow, rendering Arhan's weapon useless, his efforts in vain. Arhan fell to his knees, his weapon shattered, utterly helpless before the overwhelming power of the Swordmaster, his hope fading. The Swordmaster's grip tightened around his throat, a silent warning of the power he wielded, easily capable of ending his life. He gasped for air, his body trembling, realizing the vast chasm of power that separated him from his tormentor, an insurmountable gap. The Swordmaster looked down at him, recognizing his youth, acknowledging his desperate, yet naive, attempt at revenge, a pathetic display. He told Arhan to consider himself lucky, that his life would be spared today, but only to drown in his despair, a cruel mercy. The Swordmaster warned him that no trace of Karavan's will could remain, and if he dared to continue the bloodline, he would find him again. With that ominous threat, the Swordmaster turned and walked away, leaving Arhan alone in the desolation, utterly broken. Arhan collapsed next to his mother's lifeless body, the weight of his losses crushing him completely, his world shattered. Tears streamed down his face, a silent testament to his broken spirit, having lost everything he held dear, his innocence gone. He cradled his mother, his heart heavy with grief, unable to do anything but mourn his profound loss, a final, tender embrace. A heart-wrenching sob escaped him, an outpouring of all the pain and helplessness he felt in that moment, a raw cry of sorrow. He threw his head back and screamed, a primal cry of anguish that echoed through the ruined halls, utterly alone in his suffering. That day, he lost everything, his family, his home, his innocence, leaving him with nothing but sorrow and a burning emptiness. As he lay in despair, a glowing presence appeared, a figure from his past, calling him by his full name, Liam Karavan. It was Liam Karavan, his ancient ancestor, a spectral figure shrouded in light, a guardian from another time, appearing before him. The ancestor's eyes glowed, telling Arhan to show some respect, revealing a hidden legacy, a destiny yet unknown, waiting to be claimed. A year had passed since Liam Karavan buried his family, and in that time he had meticulously prepared for the revenge he so desperately craved. The man responsible for his grief was Carlos, a figure currently hailed as the strongest sword on the continent. Carlos was known as a guardian protecting the kingdom's peace, a righteous sentinel who eradicated evil, and a superhuman with the most brilliant talent among all swordmasters. This formidable warrior, Carlos, wielder of the 10 swords, was the very man who had ruthlessly taken everything from our young protagonist. The name and fame of Carlos echoed through the land, but for Arhan, it was a constant reminder of the man who had stolen his entire world. Everything about the tragedy was a question, an unresolved mystery that gnawed at his soul and fueled his every waking moment. He constantly wondered why Carlos had killed his family, and who could possibly be pulling the strings behind such a devastating act. Arhan also sought to uncover what dark secrets the Karavan family itself might hold, believing the answers were somewhere within its hidden history. One thing, however, remained crystal clear in his mind: the lives of all the Karavan members who had died in vain would never, ever return. He knew that the only path forward was to avenge them, to ensure that their sacrifice was not forgotten, and to reclaim what was lost. His focus was singular, his determination unwavering, as he dedicated himself entirely to the arduous journey of preparation for his inevitable revenge. Suddenly, a strange energy crackled in the air, causing Arhan to freeze and question the reality of his surroundings. He turned toward the source of the anomaly, his eyes wide with a mix of fear and disbelief as a brilliant light emanated from the corner of the room. The unresolved mysteries and the sheer weight of his grief had driven him to the brink, and he wondered if he had finally succumbed to madness. His face was a mask of shock and terror, his breath catching in his throat as he stared at the impossible sight before him. A powerful, ethereal energy began to swirl and coalesce, taking on a distinct form that defied all logic and reason. Something truly unbelievable had appeared right before him, a vision that challenged his understanding of the world and his own sanity. The figure solidified, an old man with a regal bearing, who then spoke with a voice that echoed through the chamber, addressing Arhan as his descendant. This imposing figure, radiating an aura of ancient power, stood before Arhan, his presence both awe-inspiring and deeply unsettling. Arhan's hand instinctively clenched into a fist, his mind racing to process the impossible sight of a man from legend standing before him. He stood frozen, a bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple as he struggled to comprehend the reality of what his eyes were witnessing. The ancestor, calm and collected, simply observed Arhan's wavering state, his gaze piercing and full of an ancient wisdom. He gently probed Arhan's mind, wondering if he was afraid he had truly gone mad, or if the sight of a mythical ancestor had simply stunned him into silence. Arhan, still reeling, could only manage to ask if this incredible situation wasn't an illusion, if it was indeed reality, and if he was truly the founder of their family. The ancestor, with a knowing look, confirmed his identity, standing tall and proud as the legendary figure Arhan had only heard about in tales. Arhan, overwhelmed with emotion, demanded to know why the ancestor, if he was truly the person from his father's heroic tales, was only appearing before him now. His voice cracked with raw anguish and frustration, the question bursting from him with all the pain of the past year. He screamed, his anger and sorrow evident, asking why the ancestor had waited until after all this time, after everything was lost. The ancestor simply crossed his arms, his expression unreadable, and began to calmly explain his long-awaited appearance. He revealed that he had been watching Arhan, testing him to see if his resolve for revenge was genuine, if he was prepared to give up everything. He had observed Arhan's unwavering obsession, how he never let go of his sword, not even for a single day, a testament to his burning desire. The ancestor noted that despite Arhan's pathetic, hopeless talent, his will had never wavered, not even for a moment, proving his deep commitment. He then answered Arhan's question directly, stating that the answer to why he appeared now was quite simple. His own patience had reached its limit, he explained, and the hatred in Arhan's eyes had finally reached the depth he desired. The ancestor's form began to shift, a dark, murderous aura emanating from him as he spoke of his own burning desire to tear the murderer to pieces. He expressed his intent to utterly destroy the one who had brutally slaughtered his descendants and the people of his land. Throughout the long history of this continent, he continued, there was one fact that had never been disproven by anyone. That undeniable truth was simple. Only a true swordmaster possessed the power to ultimately kill another swordmaster. He knew Arhan understood this fundamental truth, which was precisely why he swung his sword with such stubbornness, vowing revenge. The ancestor reached out his hand, offering a path forward, a way to bridge the impossible gap between Arhan and his enemy. He promised to help Arhan, to guide him so that he could become even greater, surpassing all expectations and limits. Arhan's eyes widened, a flicker of hope amidst his despair, as he stared at the outstretched hand, contemplating the incredible offer. The ancestor's eyes glowed with an ancient power as he spoke, explaining that the Karavan bloodline was a unique mix of human and dwarven heritage. He revealed that the Karavan family possessed a special ability, passed down through generations, that allowed them to devour swords. This power enabled them to consume swords, and by doing so, they could make the memories and skills of the wielders their own. This unique ability was the very source of their family's strength, the secret that had produced generations of formidable swordmasters. Arhan stood there, processing the bizarre explanation, finding it hard to believe that such a strange ability existed. He had always known that dwarves were friends of iron and fire, but he had never heard of such a bizarre, almost absurd ability. The stories only confused him further, yet a desperate hope began to stir within his heart, refusing to be extinguished. He looked up, his expression hardening, and demanded to know the method, how he could consume a sword himself. The ancestor calmly explained the simple method: just heat the sword until the blade was soft enough to be swallowed. Arhan stared at the sword, a mixture of terror and resolve in his eyes, knowing this was an act of extreme, painful desperation. He thought he might be trapped in a nightmare, or perhaps he had truly gone mad, his mind struggling to accept this reality. He considered the possibility that he was being led astray by a mere phantom, a figment of his broken mind, but even so, he knew he had no other choice. If there was even a sliver of a chance, a single ray of hope for revenge, he would embrace it without hesitation. With a guttural roar, Arhan plunged the sword into a searing fire, his body trembling with anticipation and dread. He gasped, the heat intense, as the blade began to glow a fiery red, softening under the extreme temperatures. He cried out, his hands shaking as he gripped the incandescent weapon, the pain already starting before he even touched it to his mouth. Arhan began to swallow the molten blade, his body writhing in agony as the burning metal tore through his throat. He screamed, a primal sound of torment, as the sword descended, scorching his insides with unimaginable pain. He continued to scream, his body engulfed in a fiery aura, pushing through the excruciating process of consumption. His body convulsed violently, the immense pain causing him to flail, but he clung to his purpose, refusing to yield. He groaned, struggling to breathe, every fiber of his being protesting against the searing torment. Ryo, a young man burdened by a mysterious power, found himself on a path where consuming swords was the only way to grow stronger. The sudden, searing pain tore through Ryo, forcing a guttural scream from his throat as he thrashed awake from a profound slumber. He clenched his hands, the memory of agony still fresh, as if it had just happened moments ago. Sweat beaded on his brow, and his breath came in ragged gasps. Yet, amidst the lingering fear, a profound realization dawned on him. He was truly alive. He sat up, pressing a hand to his throbbing head, trying to make sense of the past night's harrowing events in the dimly lit room. The vivid memory of chewing and swallowing something impossible lingered, making him wonder if yesterday had merely been a terrifying dream. Thankfully, the spectral voice of Arhan, the ancient ancestor, confirmed his reality. It hadn't been a dream at all. If it had been a hallucination, Arhan explained, there would be no reason for the sword he consumed to leave only its hilt behind. Arhan then commended Ryo's mental fortitude, noting how remarkable it was compared to his hopelessly weak physical body. Blue energy pulsed around Arhan as he revealed that even many of their ancestors couldn't withstand the searing pain of consuming a blade. The spirit continued, recounting how more than a few of their predecessors had given up entirely, unable to bear the overwhelming agony. Arhan then directly challenged Ryo, asking if he now believed the incredible story of the caravans that his own father had recounted. He affirmed that all the legends Ryo's father had told him about their lineage were true, and he was no mere figment of imagination. Arhan formally introduced himself as Liam Karavan, establishing his ancient connection to the young man. He instructed Ryo to address him as Master, explaining it was a tradition upheld by all who had ever received his teachings. Ryo, still somewhat in awe, bowed his head in deference, understanding the weight of the request. He then cautiously asked if this meant he had truly inherited Arhan's great power, just as his father had always claimed. Ryo recalled Arhan's words from the previous night, about gaining immense power simply by consuming swords. Despite the incredible ordeal, he admitted that he didn't feel like much had fundamentally changed within him. Arhan cleared his throat, a subtle gesture that indicated a slight complication, and acknowledged a problem had indeed arisen. The problem, he clarified, lay not with his ancient power, but rather with Ryo himself. Ryo looked at the spectral figure, a flicker of concern in his eyes as he softly asked for a clearer explanation. Arhan revealed his original intention for Ryo to consume his beloved sword and instantly ascend to the formidable rank of a Swordmaster. However, he lamented, his bloodline had thinned considerably over the many generations since his own time. While Ryo still inherited the inherent ability to consume swords, his capacity to fully digest their contained power had significantly weakened. In his current state, Arhan explained, it was simply impossible for the young man to fully absorb the potent essence of his ancestral blade. Ryo looked down at the sword's hilt, a small orb of blue energy materializing in his chest, silently listening to the disheartening truth. He watched the energy pulse, a faint glow emanating from his core, as the full implication of Arhan's words sank in. Ryo calmly accepted the situation, stating that if his master declared it to be true, then it must indeed be the case. Arhan seemed taken aback by the young man's lack of immediate despair, questioning if that was truly all he had to say. Ryo explained that he was already acutely aware of his body's inherent weakness, so the news wasn't entirely unexpected. Though disappointed by the outcome, he expressed profound gratitude that another path still remained open to him. Arhan, intrigued by Ryo's resilience, pressed him to elaborate on what he meant by another path. Ryo clarified that Arhan's words, impossible in your current state, implied a future where he could indeed handle such immense power. With a determined glint in his eyes, Rio concluded that he simply needed to begin with a sword he could currently manage. He then posed a logical question to Arhan, asking if that simply meant he only needed to find a more suitable blade. Arhan let out a hearty laugh, a sound of genuine surprise and approval, clearly impressed by Rio's sharp intuition. He acknowledged that Rio already possessed the innate intuition of a true swordmaster, a rare and valuable gift. The older spirit advised that the more worn out and handled a sword was, the better it would be for the young man's initial consumption. Rio, eager to begin his training, asked Arhan to guide him to an area where old, shabby weapons were abundant. Arhan readily agreed, promising to personally select the first sword for his young descendant. They found themselves in a desolate, ruined landscape, a place that felt like a forgotten graveyard of forgotten battles. Rio walked beside Arhan's ethereal form, commenting on the gloomy atmosphere, remarking that necromancers would undoubtedly adore it. Arhan confirmed his observation, explaining that this was where all the discarded remnants from the slums eventually gathered. He described the assortment of worthless scrap metal and unusable weapons, piles of forgotten relics stretching into the distance. Rio agreed, recognizing that there was no more suitable place to find a sword that met his unique conditions. Arhan called it a good start, a familiar echo of his own arduous journey to power. He began to reminisce, recalling how he, too, had started by devouring swords in places where the stench of blood was thick in the air. He spoke of the blades clutched by dead soldiers, and axes caked in mud and gore, the grim tools of fallen warriors. Arhan continued, describing spears with broken shafts, abandoned and rolling on the ground, each one a testament to a lost life. With all his might he had eaten and eaten, driven by the desperate need to grow stronger and, ultimately, to survive. He looked at Rio, a knowing expression on his face, observing how this desolate place somehow reminded him of those brutal, formative times. Arhan spoke of clashing without end to guard the precious sparks of life, fracturing themselves in the process. Some warriors died on the very same day, while others managed to cling to life, living to see the harsh light of tomorrow. He concluded that those very days themselves were nothing short of a relentless battlefield, a constant struggle for existence. In the midst of those endless struggles, countless lives were inevitably extinguished without a trace, lost to the annals of time. Yet, Arhan noted, a select few managed to leave behind a dazzling single point of light, a beacon in the darkness. A radiant glow pulsed in the distance, drawing Arhan's gaze as he focused his spectral energy. His eyes narrowed, and with a confident declaration, Arhan announced that he had found the perfect sword for Rio. He instructed his young descendant to approach and take the chosen blade, its destiny now intertwined with Rio's. The sword lay simple and unadorned, a long, plain blade that Arhan proclaimed was the very one Rio must devour. Arhan named it Rio's second sword, marking a new chapter in his journey to becoming a true swordmaster. 1 month later, the story shifted, introducing a new setting, a grand, seemingly abandoned mansion shrouded in the cloak of night. 2 men approached the imposing structure, one confirming the rumors that the place was indeed deserted. The other agreed, noting not a single presence could be felt, not even in the nearby village, making it an ideal target. Our young protagonist found himself facing his master, tasked with a most unusual ritual, to consume a sword. He held the object in question, a thin, almost fragile blade, and questioned his master if this was truly the sword he was meant to eat. The blade was so slender it looked less like a weapon and more like a delicate needle in his hand. He expressed his concern, wondering aloud if such a fragile thing would simply snap if he tried to cut anything with it, given its appearance. His master, a spectral figure floating nearby, simply nodded, acknowledging his observation and letting him know that his thoughts were expected. The master then began to explain the sword's true nature, revealing it was a weapon forged for one specific, singular purpose. It was designed not for broad swings or heavy blows, but for those decisive battles where life and death hung precariously in the balance. Its sole intent was to pierce through an enemy's most vital points, bringing a swift and decisive end to their life. A swift, piercing strike was its only language, a sharp tip finding its target with deadly accuracy. The blade would plunge deep, leaving a trail of crimson, a testament to its brutal effectiveness in close quarters. Our protagonist, still processing this, could only ask if its purpose was truly limited to only thrusting. The master, with a knowing gaze, surmised that his young descendant likely thought a sturdier, more familiar spear might be better suited for such a task. He conceded that the young man's question was not without merit, given the sword's unconventional design and single-minded function. However, the master emphasized that the true power lay not in the blade's physical form, but in something far more profound. The most useful thing for the young man's weak and fragile body were the powerful memories dwelling within that very sword. He then revealed the sword's previous owner was a woman whose back now graced the vision, holding the same slender weapon with quiet strength. Therefore, the master instructed, the sword was to be treated with the utmost respect it deserved, as a vessel of a powerful legacy. He told his descendant to consume it with gratitude, understanding the profound gift he was about to receive from its history. The master acknowledged that the weight of the sword's past sins might appear light, given its delicate form and singular function. Yet, he stressed, the life that dwelled within that slender blade was immeasurably heavy and incredibly solemn, carrying a deep history. He concluded, telling his young charge there was much for him to gain from inheriting that woman's profound and hard-won memories. The scene then shifted, plunging into a vivid memory of a burning mansion, the last thing a child named Mary remembered. When Mary, barely 10 years old, finally opened her eyes after the inferno, many things in her world had irrevocably changed. Her parents had been cruelly reduced to ashes in the raging fire, their forms utterly unrecognizable amidst the devastation. She sat amidst the smoldering ruins, a tiny, solitary figure, and when she learned she was the only one who had barely managed to survive, she whispered softly. Lying in bed, bandaged and heartbroken, the child Mary wished with all her being that she had simply died with them, escaping her painful reality. After losing absolutely everything in an instant, the child was sent to live in an old orphanage that, ironically, worshipped the goddess of fire. The goddess's statue stood tall, holding a flame, a symbol of salvation in a place that saw fire as a cleansing force. The day Mary learned this place considered fire to be salvation, the child was dragged down to rock bottom once again, her trauma resurfacing. She, who had lost her entire family and her former life to the flames, now had to live in a place that revered fire. Looking into her reflection, she realized with chilling clarity that she still hadn't truly escaped the flames. They still haunted her in her new life. The days that followed in the orphanage were horribly peaceful, a stark and unsettling contrast to the turmoil within her. Other children whispered about her, their cruel words about the disfigured side of her face reaching her ears. They asked if her scarred face was a mark of the goddess's curse, their innocent questions laced with judgment. Mary stood alone, feeling the crushing weight of their words, hearing their judgment that she was horrible. The whispers, the stares, the constant reminder of her past, it all culminated in a silent, desperate plea she wanted to die. Every single day, she prayed for death to come for her again, to finally release her from her suffering. She longed to escape the fire that had consumed her face that day, the same fire she saw every time she closed her eyes. She also yearned to escape the fire of hatred that surrounded her whenever she opened them, the judgment from those around her. This desperate cycle of pain continued, until one fateful day, a new presence entered her life, offering an unexpected shift. Looking back, she knew his swordsmanship was nothing but rough and crude, lacking any refined grace or technique. But despite its imperfections, his movements possessed a raw beauty, enough to make her forget, even if just for a moment, the hell that filled her mind. His name was Hekel, an old swordsman, a former wandering knight who had worked at this orphanage for a long time, a quiet, gruff figure. Normally, to an old man with such a harsh, uninviting face, she wouldn't have even dared to say a single word. However, a desperate hope ignited within her, pushing her forward with an urgency she hadn't felt since the fire. She approached him, her voice barely a whisper, asking how she could possibly become like him, a master of the blade. Mary declared her intention. She wanted to learn, her first step towards wanting to live, a glimmer of hope in her desolate existence. Hekel paused, considering her words with a solemn expression, a silence that stretched between them. He gently told her that learning the blade wouldn't be of much help in life, Mary, especially for a girl like her. He warned her that a blade like this would only end up hurting her, a tool of pain rather than salvation. But Mary, resolute, insisted. If she could just learn that, if she could wield such power, then her life might change. She clutched her chest, her voice filled with a conviction that surprised even herself, her spirit stirred by a new purpose. She declared that no fire in this world would ever scare her again, a powerful vow against the trauma that defined her. Heckle, seeing her resolve, led her to a barrel filled with various swords, offering her a chance to prove her commitment. He told her to choose one, promising to teach her if she could so much as swing it, a simple but profound test. Mary looked at the swords, then back at Heckle, her mind searching for an alternative, an unconventional path. She asked him, if not to swing it, then what else could she do to prove herself worthy of his tutelage? With a determined hand, she reached for the slender, needle-like blade, the one that resonated most with her newfound resolve. Holding the delicate sword, she declared that as long as she could fight back, she would become whatever she needed to be. She thrust the needle-like sword forward, a sharp, precise movement, the tip stopping just short of Heckle's throat. Heckle's eyes widened, a flicker of surprise and respect crossing his stern face as he felt the cold steel against his skin. Mary, a faint smile gracing her lips, reaffirmed her vow she would become whatever she needed to be, ready to face any challenge. Back in the present, our young protagonist's eyes glowed with an eerie light as blood splattered, realizing his opponents were intruders, not guests. One of the intruders reeled back, a precise thrust having found its mark, leaving him gasping for air. The intruder collapsed, his life swiftly ended by the unexpected attack, as our young man stood over him, ready for the next move. The remaining intruders stared in shock and horror, their faces contorted in disbelief at the sudden, brutal display of power. Their voices trembled, asking what exactly this terrifying display was, their minds struggling to comprehend the scene before them. Another intruder's face contorted in pure terror, unable to process the swift and deadly efficiency of the young man's attack. Our protagonist, now imbued with a chilling determination, walked past the fallen foe, his gaze fixed on the remaining intruders. His master, observing from a distance, acknowledged the profound change in his young descendant, his spectral form unmoving. The master revealed that for the past month, he had taught the young man only one thing, a rigorous physical training method. This training involved running for hours without getting tired, building his stamina and endurance to an extraordinary degree. He emphasized that he had not taught him swordsmanship at all, leaving the intruder's demise a mystery to them. Yet, the fact that a thrust like that was possible, the master mused, meant his descendant was properly digesting the memories within the sword. The young man found himself in a dire situation, a harsh reality in a world where only the strongest survived. An intruder lay bleeding on the floor, the precise strike leaving him gasping for air. His throat worked frantically, trying to draw breath, but only choked bloody sounds escaped him. The wound was a testament to impossible skill, a place only reachable by precisely piercing between the ribs. The man writhed in agony, clutching his chest as life slowly drained from his eyes. It was a fatal blow, aimed directly at the lungs. Our young hero knew that someone like him, utterly devoid of sword skill or experience, could never have performed such a precise thrust. He stood over the fallen foe, his thin blade still clutched in his hand, a silent question hanging in the air. Such a clean, deadly strike was far beyond anything he could achieve on his own. There was, in fact, only one reason why he could accomplish such a feat. It was all thanks to the owner of the needle-like sword he had consumed just a month prior. Her memories, vibrant and raw, now surged within him, becoming his own. He was witnessing Mary's memories, a life lived with the blade. From that day forward, the old knight Heckle took the young girl Mary under his wing, imparting lessons that would shape her destiny. He taught her everything from the very basics, how to stand straight, how to properly hold a sword. Heckle patiently guided her, showing her not just the mechanics of combat, but the very essence of how to fight. More than just fighting, Heckle taught her the most crucial lesson of all, how to survive. Heckle's teachings extended beyond mere technique, instilling a deep understanding of self-preservation. Though his method wasn't a systematically established theory, Heckle's swordsmanship was imbued with the romance and freedom of a wandering knight. He poured all his life's wisdom into every lesson, lessons gained from years spent living as a wandering knight. For Mary, a girl who had always carried a deep fear of fire, his graceful and powerful movements were beautiful beyond compare. His blade moved with an elegance that defied the harshness of their world, a stark contrast to her own anxieties. She practiced tirelessly, the thin sword becoming an extension of her will, each swing a testament to her quiet determination. Mary's training reflected a profound inner strength, a quiet toughness that belied her small frame. With a fierce joy, she embraced this new path, finding solace and power in the blade. She cherished it, calling it Hekel's blade, and loved it with all her heart, a symbol of their bond. Time passed, and Hekel grew older, his face etched with the wisdom of many years. Their shared journey deepened, forging an unbreakable bond between master and apprentice. But as the years turned, Hekel's health began to fail, his coughs growing weaker. Lying on his deathbed, Hekel looked at Mary, knowing his time was short. He told her that the day would eventually come when she must leave their secluded home. With a tender, frail gesture, he reached for her hand, his eyes filled with a lifetime of affection. His voice was weak, but his message clear. He urged her to go out into the wider world. He whispered that this was the very last thing he could leave her. His hand fell limp, the struggle for breath finally ending as he passed away. Mary knew this was Hekel's final, most profound lesson. Tears streamed down her face, but she felt grateful to be by his side in his last moments. She thanked him for everything, for the life he had given her, for the strength he had taught. Mary sat beside his still form, the silence of the room heavy with her grief. With a heavy heart she whispered, "Rest in peace, Hekel." True to his final wish, Mary left the orphanage and ventured out into the vast, unknown world. She carried his teachings with her, a silent guide in a dangerous land. It wasn't long before her unique skills caught attention, establishing her reputation. Soon enough, she had carved a name for herself as a fairly well-known mercenary. Her unusual weapon and fighting style set her apart from all others. Perhaps it was the peculiar sword she wielded, thin and precise like a needle. Or perhaps it was simply her youth and gender, a rare sight among the rough ranks of mercenaries. Regardless of the reason, to those who encountered her, she was known by a distinctive title. She was called the Sewing Gypsy, a name that struck both awe and fear into the hearts of her enemies. Back in the present, the protagonist's eyes widened, absorbing the torrents of memories. He realized this must be the digestion his master had spoken of, the merging of souls. Mary's memories were vividly flowing into his mind, speaking to him as if they were his own. He felt her life, her struggles, her mastery all becoming a part of him. The dying intruder on the floor pleaded desperately, begging for his life to be spared. But the protagonist's hand was steady, his resolve unwavering as he gripped the thin sword. He plunged the blade into the man's chest, ending his suffering swiftly and cleanly. Blood spurted from the intruder's mouth, a final gruesome gurgle as he collapsed. The weight of his actions settled around him, marking a significant turning point. He stood over the lifeless body, the silence deafening in the aftermath. It was his first kill, a stark reality he now faced. Yet, despite the gravity of the moment, he felt no emotion at all, no remorse, no triumph. All he could perceive was the cold, hard facts of the situation laid out before him. He understood that he had found an opening earlier because his opponent had foolishly underestimated him. But now, outnumbered by the remaining guards, he knew he couldn't rely on such luck again. He observed the remaining guards, noticing their hesitation, their reluctance to charge. Despite their numerical advantage, they stood frozen, a strange fear holding them back. Two of the guards exchanged nervous glances, their weapons held loosely. Another guard trembled, sweat beading on his brow, his teeth clenched in terror. A knowing smile touched his lips as he realized their true state. They were terrified. From the shadows, a more composed figure watched, a subtle understanding dawning in his eyes. He knew the boys' previous movements were far from a beginner's, justifying their fear. The leader observed that while moderate fear aids survival, excessive fear clouds judgment, making enemies seem insurmountable. A cold, confident smirk spread across his face, acknowledging their perception. In that moment, he realized he was seen not as a boy, but as the very embodiment of a murderous fiend skilled with the sword. The young Swordmaster, still in the throes of his arduous training, pushed his body to its absolute limits, each strike a desperate lunge for survival against unseen foes. He was a man consumed by a singular, burning purpose. Exhausted and bruised, he watched his master, the man who had set him on this brutal path. A profound question lingered in the air, echoing the doubts that had plagued him for so long. He collapsed onto the cold earth, his muscles screaming in protest, but a new understanding began to dawn. The master's teachings, once abstract and distant, were now becoming undeniably real within him. His master, a figure of serene wisdom, offered a knowing smile. He had seen this transformation countless times before, the breaking point that led to true growth. The young man, still struggling, felt a surge of strength he hadn't known he possessed. He was grasping for something more than just survival. He was reaching for a deeper truth. As he fought, his body moved with an unfamiliar grace, a dance dictated by the memories held within his sword. It was as if the weapon itself was guiding his every move, a conduit to a forgotten past. The vivid recollections of a woman named Mary, her struggles and her battles, became clearer with each swing. He was not just fighting, he was reliving a legacy. He closed his eyes, absorbing the fragmented visions. It was a profound connection, a shared experience across time that clarified the true meaning of his master's words. This was the power his master had spoken of, the ability to understand an opponent so completely that their very essence became a source of strength. It was a terrifying, yet exhilarating revelation. His master, observing the shift in his student, spoke of this unique strength. It was a path not many could walk, a testament to the Karavan bloodline. The spirit of his master, translucent and calm, stood before him in the quiet forest. He had promised a painful journey, but also a profound reward. The young man stared at his master's ethereal form, the weight of the promise settling upon him, his resolve hardened, ready to embrace whatever suffering lay ahead. He clenched his fist, a fierce glint in his eyes. His purpose was clear, to wield his sword against the man who had wronged him, Carlos, no matter the cost. His gaze was unflinching, the raw determination burning bright. He would walk this path, no matter how arduous, to achieve his revenge. A flicker of fear, then a gasp of realization crossed his face. The master's words had painted a grim future, one far more harrowing than he could have imagined. He struggled for breath, the sheer scale of the upcoming trials hitting him like a physical blow. Was this really the only way forward? Clinging precariously to a sheer cliff face, his body bruised and weary, he looked to his master. The path was indeed painful, just as foretold. High above the world, eagles soared freely, indifferent to the young man's struggle. He was a small, clinging figure against the vast, indifferent rock. The endless horizon stretched before him, a stark reminder of the long and arduous journey he had chosen. There was no turning back from this precipice. His master, a ghost of a smile playing on his lips, acknowledged the young man's lingering doubts. These moments of introspection were, surprisingly, a part of his strength. The young man clung to the rock, his body trembling with effort and exhaustion. He questioned the path, but his master simply watched, allowing him to find his own answers. His face was etched with a mixture of pain and weary resolve. Every fiber of his being was screaming, yet he refused to let go. His master explained that the path of a swordsman was divided into 5 distinct stages, each representing a higher mastery. The sword expert could turn the tide of any battle. Beyond the sword expert lay an even grander title, one revered as almost divine. This was the ultimate goal, the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Many warriors aspired to this peak, but few ever reached it. It was a dream that commanded respect from all who witnessed its power. The young man, tired and self-aware, considered his own place within these ranks. He knew his current limitations all too well. He offered a small, wry smile. He understood what his master desired to hear, but honesty about his current standing was paramount. His master elaborated on the highest stage, the Swordmaster, a state achieved by forming a mana heart, a powerful vessel within the body. His master looked at him, patiently awaiting his student's assessment. He knew the young man's thoughts before they were spoken. The young man admitted his lack of a mana heart, placing himself at the lowest rung, a true novice among novices. He had not even begun the real path. A wave of shock washed over him. All this intense, life-threatening training was merely to achieve something that seemed so fundamental. His master looked on, his expression unreadable, as the gravity of his words settled upon the young man. The truth was far from simple. Clinging desperately to the cliff, the young man's frustration mounted. He was risking his life for a basic prerequisite. His master revealed that others could achieve a mana heart through simple means, like alchemists' potions or a knight's mana infusion. He explained that even noble ladies, learning swordsmanship for mere self-defense, could easily form a mana heart through these conventional methods. The young man gripped the rock, his mind reeling from the disparity. Why then was he forced to endure such an agonizing, perilous path? His face was contorted in a silent scream, his jaw clenched tight. The injustice, the sheer absurdity of it, was almost too much to bear. His master remained steadfast, his arms crossed, a silent guardian. He knew the young man's questions, and the answer was profound. The young man's eyes, though filled with suffering, held a spark of unwavering resolve. He was ready for the deeper explanation. His master's form glowed with an intense blue mana, emphasizing the inherent power within his bloodline. He was about to reveal a crucial secret. He explained that ordinary hearts simply wouldn't suffice for those of Karavan blood. Their power demanded a vessel of unparalleled resilience. There was only one method to forge such a vessel, a singular path to true Karavan strength. It was a secret passed down through generations. To create a mana heart that could truly wield their formidable power, one had to push their body to the brink of death repeatedly until the heart itself transformed. He recounted tales of Karavan knights, bloodied and broken, who had endured this grueling process. Few had survived to complete it. The pain involved was unimaginable, a terrible ordeal that tested the very limits of human endurance. This was not a path for the faint of heart. His master looked at his exhausted student, offering a gentle challenge. Was he still motivated after hearing the full, terrifying truth? The young man's hand reached out, not in surrender, but in renewed determination. The motivation, surprisingly, had only grown stronger. A fierce, almost manic grin spread across his face. He was more than ready. He was eager for the trials ahead, hungry for the power promised. His master offered a rare, genuine smile, proud of his descendant's spirit. He had never lied about the sword, and he wouldn't start now. He reiterated his promise. The mana heart forged through this grueling method would be unlike any other, unique in its power. The young man's eyes gleamed with anticipation. He would create a heart of steel, one that could stand against the world. Weeks later, in a bustling tavern in Campbell village, hushed rumors circulated about a mysterious, dangerous western village. It was a place where people simply vanished. Two men at the bar discussed the grim tales, their voices low. The western village, Karavan, had become a place of dread and speculation. Our protagonist, now cloaked and hooded, listened intently to every word, his eyes sharp and focused. The rumors were precisely what he needed to hear. He sat quietly, his sword resting beside him, absorbing the chilling stories. The village, apparently, was a death trap for any who dared to enter. The hushed conversation continued, painting a picture of peril. No one who ventured there ever returned, fueling the village's sinister reputation. He gripped his cup, his mind already made up. The danger, the mystery, the isolation, it all aligned perfectly with his desperate quest. One of the villagers, coughing up blood, served as a stark warning. The tales of danger were not mere superstition. The man wiped the blood from his mouth, his face pale and grim. He had seen firsthand the consequences of ignoring the warnings. Our protagonist turned towards the door, his destination clear. The village where people went to die was not a deterrent, it was an invitation. Our boy, who had nothing left but a burning desire for revenge, began a grueling training regimen. Since that fateful day, he had started to hold onto the cliff face, using only his left hand, pushing his body to its absolute limits. At the same time, he also had to deal with the constant stream of uninvited guests who tried to infiltrate the mansion, often forcing him into deadly combat. Amidst the terrible muscle pain from endless physical training, he continued to push himself, dragging heavy stones up steep inclines. Even on days when he was completely drained from his efforts, his face contorted in agony, he refused to give in to the exhaustion. He kept going with all his might, even on days when it was a struggle just to lift his arm, his hands slick with sweat and blood. And so, a month passed in this relentless cycle. He still hadn't managed to form a mana heart through that absurd, punishing training. He sat under a tree, letting out a heavy sigh, but as he looked at his hand, he realized something profound had shifted within him. However, Despite the apparent failure, a change was clearly taking place, something he hadn't anticipated but could feel acutely. One of those changes was a dramatic sharpening of his senses, making the world around him feel intensely vivid. His perception was amplified, allowing him to react to incoming attacks with a speed and precision he'd never possessed before. He moved like a blur, deflecting blows that would have been impossible to see just weeks prior, his body responding instinctively. It wasn't just his five senses, like sight and hearing, that had improved, it was something far deeper. His judgment and concentration in dealing with dangerous situations had also become incredibly sharp, almost like a superpower. His abilities were now incomparable to what they were before, turning him into a much more formidable fighter. Every time he wielded the needle, a weapon that seemed to unlock something within him, he felt this transformation most acutely. When he focused on a single point during combat, a strange phenomenon would occur, distorting his perception of reality. For just a brief moment, it felt like time itself had stopped for everyone else, leaving him in a frozen world. He could move and react while everyone else was still, as if the world was paused just for his benefit. This allowed him to perceive every minute detail, every shift in an opponent's stance, every flicker of their intent. His movements became impossibly fluid, dodging attacks that seemed to be mid-air, his actions perfectly timed. During that brief suspended moment, he could execute his counterattacks with flawless precision, leaving his enemies bewildered. The impact of this ability was devastating, turning impossible fights into clear victories as blood spattered around him. His eyes, now honed to an incredible degree, took in the scene, processing information at a rate no ordinary person could match. The me before and the me now were two entirely different people, separated by this newfound, startling capability. Between the two versions of himself, there was only one reason for this profound change in his fighting prowess. The truth was simple: he could now feel mana, an energy previously imperceptible to him. He had achieved this incredible feat without even forming a mana heart or becoming a sword beginner, which was unheard of. He mused that this was likely possible thanks to the power of the needle, which seemed to be a conduit for his abilities. Even so, it was still an astonishing fact that he had progressed so much, stirring a deep curiosity within him. He asked his master just what kind of power he would possess when he reached the next level, eager for guidance. His master, however, simply smiled, finding his question about such trivial progress amusing for someone still a novice. With a serious gaze, his master promised to answer his question, revealing the grander path that lay ahead. Only then, his master explained, would he and the owner of the needle be on equal footing, true masters of their craft. And if he took one more step forward, through the path emitted from the mana heart, he could enhance his physical abilities. He could also construct a domain for offense and defense, reaching the realm of superhumans, a level the world called a swordwalker. Although it was the very next stage after a beginner, his master warned, the difference between the two was vast. He would realize how immense that gap was the moment he faced it, a stark reality check for our boy. Our boy listened intently, nodding as he processed the information. He understood the gravity of his master's words. Then, a new thought struck him and he asked one more thing, his gaze sharpening with a fresh concern. If what he was sensing was correct, then that man who had entered their territory a while ago and settled there. Our boy's eyes widened with a sudden realization, connecting the dots of his newfound mana sense. Was he a swordwalker? The question hung heavy in the air, confirming his deepest suspicion. His master looked out into the distance, confirming the boy's fear. That man was indeed on a completely different level. In his current state, our boy wouldn't last a single second against him, a chilling truth for the young fighter. Our boy replied that he planned to observe the situation and prepare for the worst, a cautious but firm stance. His master then asked if he wouldn't choose to abandon this territory to avoid a fight he couldn't win. Our boy's gaze hardened, his voice firm. Abandoning this place was simply not an option for him. Though it had become desolate beyond recognition over the years, this land was the only place that held everyone's cherished memories. His master then looked at him with an encouraging gaze, urging him to grow stronger, his young descendant. In this Iron Kingdom, only the strong had the answers, a harsh truth that dictated survival and purpose. Our boy clenched his fist, resolute. He would use these intense emotions as the driving force to obtain what he desired. he would feed on that trial and become as hard as steel, so that no one would ever dare to laugh at his words again. Was it because his master's words had reached him, resonating deep within his spirit, that he felt this surge of determination? Suddenly, the Swordwalker appeared, his presence radiating immense power, a direct challenge to our boy's resolve. Mary, a young Swordmaster, found her world to be a dangerous place, demanding constant vigilance and an unyielding spirit. The story truly began when a mysterious man set foot in the territory, changing the quiet rhythm of the boy's days forever. Observing him became a new, silent routine, a careful study of a stranger whose presence was both unsettling and intriguing. The village was full of empty houses, yet the man moved as if he believed every single one still held an owner, showing a strange respect. He never touched even the smallest trinket, his actions marked by an unusual restraint that puzzled the watchful boy. The man lived a simple life, sustained only by the few belongings he had brought with him, a stark contrast to the desolation around him. Among his consistent habits, the man would often lose himself in deep thought while watching the sunset every single day. At other times, the boy would witness him kneeling, a posture of quiet reverence, as if he were deep in prayer. From these observations, the boy concluded that the enigmatic guest seemed to be a knight, a figure of honor and order. His master agreed, recognizing the man as a swordsman who had attained the formidable level of a swordwalker. Yet, despite his power, the man strictly adhered to rules and manners even when no one was watching, a trait rare outside of knighthood. The master explained that such inflexible people were rarely found unless they were knights, bound by a strict code. Knights, the boy had always been taught, upheld honor and pursued justice, a noble ideal in a chaotic world. But the master quickly corrected him, acknowledging their pursuit of honor, but calling it misleading to label them as righteous beings. By its very nature, honor was a highly subjective concept, varying greatly from person to person, from group to group. He warned that the honor they believed in and upheld might not be seen as good by everyone else in the world. A knight's honor, the master elaborated, was fundamentally defined by the one they had sworn their loyalty to. It was also determined by the one who provided them with valuable riches, by the will of their employer alone. The master then offered a stark, cynical redefinition of a knight, stripping away any romantic notions the boy held. A knight, he stated, was merely a swordsman who used honor as a convenient pretext to exercise violence and exert power. They were executioners, he explained, carrying out efficient killings based on sword techniques passed down for generations. And since they were clad in expensive, formidable gear, they were simply enemies that were annoyingly difficult to kill. The master urged the boy not to be blinded by the hollow ring of the word knight, to look past its surface appeal. He instructed him to observe and judge the true essence of the target itself, to discern reality from illusion. The master then revealed that the boy's greatest asset, his most precious talent, was in fact his capacity for doubt. Doubt, he explained, was a refusal to be swayed by what one simply saw and heard, a constant questioning of appearances. It was an attitude of using every means, every method, and endless thought to try and reach the unvarnished truth. Those who did not know doubt, the master emphasized, could never truly cross their own limits in skill or understanding. He urged the boy never to lose that unique trait, for it was, in fact, his true talent for the sword. The boy listened intently, his gaze fixed on his master, absorbing the profound wisdom of his teaching. He understood the weight of the words, promising to keep them in mind, acknowledging the deep lesson he had received. The boy, back in the present, remembered his master's teachings as he faced the strange man whose own blade now glowed. He had never truly let down his guard regarding the mysterious stranger, maintaining a careful distance and constant vigilance. After taking plenty of time to determine that the man, at the very least, wouldn't turn into an intruder, he decided to act. Slowly, very slowly, he had approached the man, intending to simply invite him to be a neighbor in the desolate village. But the man spoke, his voice cutting through the quiet evening, revealing that he knew he had been watched this whole time. Without warning, the man drew his sword, and a chilling command filled the air, "Don't even think about running away." The man then demanded that the boy show his back, threatening to cut him down on the spot if he refused. The boy hadn't expected the situation to unfold like this, a peaceful overture met with sudden, overt hostility. He knew the man's alias, the Sewing Gypsy, a name far more widely known than he had initially thought. That alias had brought with it both recruitment offers from mercenary groups and persistent harassment from thugs. The boy reflected on a past moment of arrogance, a time when he had believed he had truly become a strong swordsman. He had thought he had gone beyond the level of a mere female mercenary using a peculiar sword, a dangerous overconfidence. That moment of hubris, he now understood, had been a grave mistake, swiftly leading to a harsh and painful lesson. He remembered the exact moment of his downfall, the crushing realization of his own profound weakness. A powerful knight had defeated him effortlessly, breaking his sword and shattering his misplaced confidence. The knight had mocked him, calling him the Sewing Gypsy with disdain, questioning his skills and his pride. He had been dismissed as nothing more than a lowly mercenary, a bug unworthy of the knight's attention if not for his gender. His survival, the knight had declared, was entirely due to the rules of the Red Hawk Knights, who spared women and children. That day, the boy had felt an immeasurable wall rise between him and that man, a chasm of power and experience. He later learned that the stage the knight had reached was known as a swordwalker, a level he could only dream of. The memories he had digested, those of Mary, were of someone far stronger than he was even now. Yet, even Mary had been defeated without being able to lift a finger, a sobering thought that resonated deeply. Now, facing the current man, he could feel an overwhelming sense of death approaching, far worse than any past trauma. But as his heart pounded, growing stronger with each beat, something astonishing began to happen within him. He could finally see it, the true realm of a superhuman, the swordwalker's path, laid bare before his eyes. It was a state where mana sprayed outside the body like blood vessels, adding pure will to both offense and defense. The man, still holding his stance, asked his reason for watching him, mentioning rumors of attacks on visitors. He threatened to consider the boy an enemy if he didn't provide a valid reason for his intense scrutiny. The boy explained that he was simply trying to distinguish whether the man was a guest or an intruder. He clarified that he was a resident, but his village had fallen into ruin and his neighbors vanished a year ago. Since then, barbarians and vagrants had frequently invaded, threatening his life and what remained of his home. He had dealt with them all on his own, but the current man seemed distantly more powerful, requiring extreme caution. He admitted he was certain he would die if he approached carelessly, hence his prolonged observation. His purpose was to judge, and if the man were a guest, he intended to invite him to be a neighbor. If he were an intruder, however, the boy would have had to devise other plans for the territory, a last resort. The man then asked if the boy truly intended to oppose him, even knowing the vast difference in their skills. The boy affirmed, explaining that this land held a lifetime of his memories, too precious to simply abandon and flee. He knew that if he truly intended to harm him, his sword would be meaningless against such a formidable opponent. Yet, he had sworn never to kneel in fear or give up before even fighting, a vow he would uphold to the very end. Jinbeom Yangmeng stood on the battlefield, facing a challenge that seemed impossible to overcome. An experienced knight watched him closely, wondering about this peculiar young man. What kind of boy was this, standing so confidently before him? He looked delicate, almost like a girl, the knight observed. Yet, his entire body told a story of grueling, relentless training. His frame seemed flimsy, but his balance was utterly impeccable. Still, he hadn't learned proper swordsmanship, using an unorthodox style. A style that poured everything into one single, desperate strike. Even by a generous estimate, he was still just a beginner. The knight knew Jinbeom posed not even the slightest threat to him. The boy himself must surely know this, the knight mused. And yet, what was with those intense, unwavering eyes? A half-hearted response to such resolve simply wouldn't do, the knight decided. The knight decided to act, his weapon flashing as he prepared for a swift move. Mana swirled around him, a clear sign of his power and intent. His eyes glowed with focused energy, ready to execute his plan. The air crackled with his power, the knight a formidable figure. He moved quickly, intending to strike Jinbeom's wrist. It was the best way, he believed, to disarm the boy without causing any serious injury. His sword flashed, a blur of motion aimed precisely at his target. But Jinbeom's eyes, against all odds, tracked the incoming blade with sharp focus. In a sudden, unexpected move, Jinbe managed to block the knight's strike. The knight's own sword was deflected, a shocking outcome. He stared in utter disbelief, his expression a mix of surprise and confusion. How could his attack be deflected by a boy who wasn't even a beginner? And that wasn't all. The surrounding mana was surging around Jinbeom like waves. A visible mana heart formed within him in that split second, astonishingly rigid and solid. It was unlike any normal mana heart, which was typically soft and flexible. The knight watched, utterly perplexed by this sudden, incredible development. Despite the impossible deflection, the knight knew one thing for certain: Jinbeom's desperate strike was still coming. It contained his entire being, a strike staked on his very life. Jinbeom's hand trembled, the reality of his situation setting in. Blocking the knight's sword just moments ago hadn't been because of his skill. It was nothing more than a sheer fluke, a stroke of impossible luck. The knight had aimed for his wrist, avoiding vital points, and the force was minimal. That was the only reason Jinbeom had been able to thrust his needle into the gap and block the strike. But the price for that brief, miraculous block was steep. The impact felt like colliding head-on with a speeding carriage, a crushing agony. Agony ravaged his entire body, as if every bone had shattered, revealing a truly despairing gap in power. Even with his newfound power, the challenge ahead seemed insurmountable. Yet, he had finally awakened the very thing he longed for so desperately. A mana heart, the heart of steel, pulsed with power within him. But he was still only a beginner. His thrusts would never reach the knight. Then, he knew, there was only one path left for him to take. He had to create a path of his own, drawing on Mary's memories as a stepping stone. He remembered Mary, collapsing before the overwhelming wall of a powerful walker. She had faced an insurmountable limit head-on, trembling with fear. In that desperate moment, the first thing that came to her mind was Hekel's voice. Hekel had told her not to forget that most swordsmen saw a wall and considered it an insurmountable limit. But that was merely an excuse for those who lacked the courage to clash, choosing to settle instead. Walls existed solely to be overcome, Hekel had said. The fear before it was simply the fate of one who held a sword. It was nothing more than a stepping stone to reach greater heights. He had urged her not to look away, but to stand tall and face it head-on. You'll surely be cut and torn apart miserably time and again, Hekel had warned. And you will fall to your knees in helplessness, he continued. But if you don't give up and continue to strike against it, Hekel promised, your sword will surely surpass that wall. So believe in yourself, Jinbeom thought, recalling Hekel's powerful words. That was all there was to it, the path laid out before him, clear and daunting. He stood ready, empowered by his own steel heart and the echoes of a mentor's wisdom. He had once spoken of a truth that echoed through the lives of all who sought greatness, a universal challenge that awaited every determined soul. Anyone who had ever gripped a sword, feeling the purpose and cold weight of the blade in their hand, knew this truth in their bones. If they had truly pushed their limits, fought with every fiber of their being, then this profound moment was coming for them. It was the ultimate test, an unseen, unyielding force that would eventually rise to challenge their very existence. There was simply no escaping it, no detour or bypass. A confrontation awaited every heart committed to a path of struggle. For our boy, this inevitability manifested as a massive, towering wall that completely blocked his path forward. He felt the immense pressure seeping deep beneath his skin, an invisible weight that threatened to crush his very spirit. It was a crushing sense of hopelessness, making even the simplest act, like taking a single step, feel like an unbearable burden. The natural instinct was to turn and flee, to escape the overwhelming magnitude of the challenge before him. Yet something within him ignited, a subtle defiance stirring against the natural, overwhelming urge to retreat. Despite the fear, despite the crushing weight, our boy stood firm, his glowing gaze locked on the immovable barrier. With unwavering resolve, he prepared to meet the wall head-on, ready to clash against its formidable, unyielding presence. Some might have dismissed his bold stance as mere youthful recklessness, a futile act against an impossible foe. But for him, it was a profound trial, a crucible he knew he had to endure to truly grow and overcome his past. He accepted that his journey didn't demand a flawless, perfect path. Such an ideal was often unattainable in reality. Even if his efforts were clumsy, even if his approach felt incomplete, he would still push forward with all his might. The mere existence of a possibility, no matter how faint, was enough to fuel his relentless, burning determination. That single thread of hope, the chance to reach his goal, was all the justification he needed to continue his fight. He allowed a moment for doubt, not as a sign of weakness, but as a critical tool for sharpened perception. He meticulously observed his opponent, studying the subtle flex of muscles, searching for any tell or advantage in their form. Every breath, every minute detail of the knight's stance became a crucial clue in his intricate analysis of the challenge. He sought to predict the exact trajectory of the knight's movements, anticipating their every potential strike with precision. He absorbed every piece of information, meticulously sifting through it, discarding all that was extraneous and irrelevant. From these distilled observations, he would craft his own unique response, a path forged by his intellect and unwavering will. A surge of blue energy manifested around him, signifying his concentrated focus on reaching his desired destination. He knew there was only one way forward, a unique path he had to discover and follow without any deviation. The vibrant blue energy swirled around him, an aura of concentrated intent, as a wise voice from his past affirmed his understanding. All his preparation culminated in a brilliant flash, as that voice reminded him to push forward, never yielding to any hardship. This was the core philosophy of the caravan, a legacy of resilience and an unshakable spirit in the face of all trials. The teachings urged him to discard fear, to embrace the collision, to even welcome the possibility of breaking himself apart. He was to commit fully, to hurl his entire being into the heart of the challenge, holding nothing back from the test. For it was only in that intense self-sacrifice, in the crucible of battle, that he could truly forge his ultimate, strongest self. A powerful explosion of blue energy erupted from him, signifying the display of his forged self before the entire world. He charged forward with a determined yell, propelled by the unstoppable flow of the caravan's unwavering will. He remembered a time when fear had dominated him, his younger self haunted by the shadows of a devastating past. He recalled being the lone survivor amidst a sea of blazing flames, an event that had scarred his soul deeply. The tragedy that had claimed everything he held dear was not an end, but merely the harrowing start of his arduous journey. There were countless days when the weight of his grief was so heavy he couldn't even bear to look at his own reflection. Even the simple act of breathing had felt like a crushing burden, a constant, painful reminder of his profound loss. But through that profound despair, a crucial understanding had dawned upon him, shifting his entire perspective on life. He realized his deepest fear wasn't the raging fire that had taken everything, but something far more insidious and internal. His true enemy was his own internal weakness, the persistent urge to retreat and run from his painful, haunting reality. With this newfound clarity, his hand tightened around his needle-like sword, a silent vow that he would now thrust forward. He remembered his peaceful daily life, the simple joys that had once filled his days before the tragedy struck. He remembered the faces of his family, their warmth and love, all consumed in an instant by the unforgiving flames. His future, once bright with promise, had been brutally snatched away, leaving behind only the scars of what could have been. All of it, everything he cherished, devoured by a world that seemed perpetually engulfed in a destructive, endless fire. If anyone were to question if he had managed to pierce through that oppressive fire, his answer would be simple and absolute. He would confront it, not with hesitation, but with a decisive thrust, driven by an unwavering, fierce conviction. Winning wasn't the sole objective. His true victory lay in the courage to face it, to stand unyielding against the overwhelming odds. His resolve was a testament to Haeckel's teachings. Carrying the single needle, he had become free, yearning for a life of wandering. Yet, he wasn't sure he truly lived such a life, facing a world swarming with monsters and walls that will alone couldn't overcome. Still, Haeckel, he could say this much: until his very last breath, there wasn't a single wall in his path that he ever turned away from. According to Sergen's doctrine, they would meet again in the embrace of the flames, and his story would begin, not afraid of the fire anymore, his needle digestion now complete. Arhan, a young man with a unique lineage, woke to the harsh reality of his latest defeat. his eyes slowly fluttering open after an arduous struggle. He lay on the cold ground, the faint embers of a distant fire, the only light in the dim twilight, his body weary and his mind a swirling mess of confusion. A wave of disorientation washed over him, and his first thought was a quiet, internal question: had he truly lost consciousness during the intense ordeal? His hand instinctively reached out, feeling the texture of the ground beneath him, a stark reminder of his current state and the fight he had just endured. He slowly sat up, noticing the unfamiliar robe draped over him and a small, sharp needle still clutched in his hand, a clear sign of the knight's presence. A somber realization settled over him as he processed the situation, understanding that despite his best efforts, he had failed to break through the final barrier. But a familiar voice echoed in his mind, that of his ancestor's spirit, urging him not to be disheartened, reminding him that his struggle was worthy of the Karavan name. His ancestor revealed a profound truth. Along with the painful defeat, Arhan had completely digested the needle, absorbing its essence into his very being. Arhan could immediately feel the difference, a surge of new strength coursing through him, making his muscles incomparably more flexible than ever before. His senses, too, had sharpened dramatically, now as keen and alert as those of a wild beast, able to perceive the smallest details around him. A powerful transformation had taken hold, and he felt as if he had become something entirely new, his very essence reshaped by the ordeal. It was the profound feeling of having lived countless battles, as if he had become a veteran mercenary who had spent his entire life on the battlefield. He finally understood his ancestor's true intention in choosing this particular blade for him, a purpose far deeper than mere combat prowess. It was not simply about its strength or the techniques it embodied, but a desire to show him the very life of the knight who once wielded it. The unwavering resolve, the spirit that refused to yield even in the face of immense trials, that was the true lesson his ancestor wanted to impart. Yet, a part of him couldn't help but feel a touch of frustration, wondering why such crucial insights couldn't have been shared from the very beginning. Suddenly, a rustle in the bushes made him flinch, his newly heightened senses instantly on alert, his guard rising against the unexpected sound. A man emerged from the shadows, carrying a water skin, explaining that he had only gone to fetch some drinking water for them. The man offered a gentle, slightly awkward smile, acknowledging Arhan's sudden vigilance, a silent admission of the tense atmosphere. Arhan remained in a defensive crouch, the needle still firmly in his grip, his eyes narrowed in suspicion, ready to react to any perceived threat. His ancestor's spirit intervened, reassuring him that there was no need to be so wary, and that this man was not one to cause him harm. Still, Arhan's gaze remained fixed on the stranger, a bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple, knowing that suspicion was an unavoidable part of his life. The man, understanding Arhan's hesitation, offered a sympathetic nod, recognizing the deep-seated wariness born from past experiences. He then extended a hand, a gesture of peace and a silent invitation for Arhan to lower his defenses and hear him out. Arhan's eyes widened slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face at the unexpected offer, unsure how to interpret the man's intentions. He flinched again, a subtle tremor running through him as the stranger began to formally introduce himself, a new tension filling the air. The man spoke his name with a quiet dignity, revealing himself as Petel, a retired knight who had become a wanderer with nowhere left to go. He then disclosed the profound and tragic truth. He was a terminally ill patient, living on the verge of death with only a short time left. Arhan's expression shifted to one of profound shock, realizing the man before him was nothing more than a mere sick man waiting for his final moments. Petel then looked at Arhan, his gaze earnest, asking if he would be willing to listen to his full story for a moment, hoping to bridge the gap between them. After the initial commotion had settled, Arhan and Petel found themselves engaged in a quiet conversation by the flickering warmth of the campfire. Petel's storytelling, though not particularly eloquent, often repeating phrases and emotions, carried a profound sense of unadorned sincerity. Arhan listened intently, piecing together the fragments of Petel's life, summarizing what he learned about the retired knight. Petel recounted how he had been diagnosed with a terminal illness, prompting him to leave the knighthood he had served so loyally. The reason for his departure, Arhan realized, was nothing grand or heroic. It was a simple, heartfelt desire. Petel simply wished to spend his final moments quietly, on his own terms, without burdening those he cared for. Arhan's expression grew serious, his inner voice confirming that there seemed to be no falsehood in the man's sorrowful tale. His ancestor's spirit also observed Patel, confirming that the man did not appear to be lying about his condition. Even in that very moment, Patel's mana heart was visibly being devoured by the relentless progression of his illness, a dark energy consuming him. Patel concluded his story, his voice soft but firm, explaining that once the illness fully encroached upon his mana heart, his life would inevitably end. He then turned to Arhan, his gaze direct and searching, asking what the young master thought of his story and his plea for acceptance. Arhan, after a moment of contemplation, extended his hand, a silent gesture that spoke volumes about his understanding and empathy. He gripped Petal's hand firmly, acknowledging the immense difficulty it must have been to share such a deeply personal and painful story. Arhan thanked him sincerely for his honesty, then introduced himself, stating his name was Arhan, the last resident of this forgotten land. With a warm smile, Arhan welcomed Petal to his humble abode, embracing him as a new neighbor, a gesture of acceptance and companionship. His ancestor's spirit, observing the exchange from a distance, crossed his arms, his expression resolute, declaring that the time had finally come for the next step. The ancient spirit's eyes held a deep, knowing look, a silent anticipation for the arduous journey that lay ahead for his young descendant. Arhan looked out into the vast expanse, his mind already turning towards the future, a path now shared with a new companion. A soft, blue light emanated from Arhan's chest, a visible manifestation of his growing power, signaling his readiness for the challenges to come. Petal, too, offered his gratitude for Arhan's hospitality, his presence a quiet affirmation of their burgeoning alliance. The ancestor spirit offered a subtle, satisfied smile, a silent nod of approval for Arhan's choices and his continued growth. Arhan and Petal embarked on their journey a few days later, leaving the quiet mansion behind, traveling in a simple wooden cart. Arhan, still pondering their destination, found it hard to fully grasp the necessity of this journey, given his recent progress. He voiced his confusion, expecting to receive direct instruction in swordsmanship now that he had ascended to sword beginner status. His ancestor's spirit, perched atop the cart, looked at Arhan with a knowing glance, a hint of impatience in his demeanor. Arhan acknowledged that Petal was now watching over the mansion, ensuring no intruders would disturb it, but still questioned the need for such extensive travel. His ancestor sighed, gently chiding Arhan, reminding him that he still hadn't fully escaped the mindset of an ordinary person. The spirit explained with conviction that caravans were different, a special lineage unlike anyone else in the world. He stressed that for caravans, conventional swordsmanship training was secondary. Their true growth stemmed from relentless struggle. Endless combat that pushed the body to its absolute limits, alongside the constant digestion of new swords, was the true priority for Arhan's development. His ancestor then revealed that their current destination was the perfect place to foster exactly that kind of growth and experience. It was a place where, regardless of one's status or origin, all were equal in the pursuit of power and skill. A gathering ground where only those who truly coveted flesh, splattering strife dared to assemble, seeking the ultimate test of their abilities. It was a grand stage set for life-staking duels, where the weak were called, and only the strong could truly prove their worth. In his ancestors' era, that formidable place, where legends were forged and destinies decided, was known by a single, powerful name. The glint of steel and the roar of a crowd painted a vivid picture of what awaited them, a world far removed from quiet training. A grand coliseum, filled with the cheers and gasps of a fervent audience, stood ready to host the most brutal and spectacular contests. Arhan and his ancestor looked upon the massive structure, its imposing facade hinting at the countless battles fought within its walls. The arena. Firma, the city of steel, hummed with the ceaseless rhythm of hammers on metal, a testament to its renowned metallurgy. Its streets bustled with merchants and craftsmen, all contributing to the city's reputation as a vital hub for the Iron Kingdom. Every piece of equipment, from simple tools to ornate armor, seemed to originate from this industrious place, making it a true holy land for swords. Yet, before all the steel and industry, the true heart that revitalized Firma was a different kind of spectacle found in a very specific place. That place was the arena, a grand structure that stood as a monument to fierce competition and raw power. Arhan's master, a spectral figure bound to him, observed the arena with a knowing gaze, remarking on its changed name over time. The old name had a certain ring to it, a resonance that hinted at the profound struggles once contained within its walls. Even now, he could still feel the heat radiating from the stadium, a primal energy that hadn't faded one bit over the years. It was a place where truly diverse struggles unfolded, from beast duels determining the stronger creature. They also held wild duels pitting humans against powerful beasts, and even species duels to decide superiority between different races. All of these contests were fiercely fought, but the most violent of them all was known simply as the combat duel. In these brutal contests, gladiators of varying personalities and techniques would roll in the dirt, fighting like wild beasts. The victor claimed the loser's life, taking everything left behind as spoils of war in a frenzied fight to the death. Spectators, intoxicated by the scent of blood, eagerly threw gold coins into the arena, fueling the deadly games. They gambled and roared with heated excitement, their fervor building a city of madness upon the deep pools of blood spilled within the arena. Arhan listened intently to his master's vivid description, realizing the city's dark, brutal past. He found himself strangely excited by the prospect, imagining the practical combat experience and the potential to grow stronger. His master, however, simply called him simple-minded, clearly unimpressed by Arhan's naive enthusiasm. If simply devouring every weapon from a trash heap would work, his master would have already made him do so. Blindly devouring things was not the way. It would lead to him being consumed by the jumbled memories of the swords. He risked losing himself entirely, unable to discern his own thoughts from the echoes of countless past wielders. The sword must never control the wielder. It was the wielder who must control the sword. Therefore, until Arhan could open his eyes and truly understand this principle, he must only consume the swords his master chose. With that instruction, they set off, ready to enter the hot place of struggle, 3 hours later. The arena entrance was bustling with people, a stark contrast to the master's earlier tales of chaos. A friendly clerk at the player registration desk greeted them, asking if it was Arhan's first time participating. She then explained that he needed to get a medal issued first, as entry was otherwise impossible. Arhan was taken aback, completely unaware of this new requirement. His master was utterly dumbfounded, exclaiming that no such thing existed in his time. The very idea of a medal system seemed preposterous to him, a strange deviation from the arena he once knew. The clerk patiently reiterated the need for a medal, urging the young man to line up again. She held up a medal, a small, intricate piece signifying a gladiator's standing. The medal served as the arena's unique weight class indicator, representing a measure of martial power. Its colors determined fame and status based on match records and other achievements. The master grumbled, knowing full well what Arhan's initial medal would be. Arhan, holding his humble bronze medal, reflected on how much the arena had changed since his master's time. His master indignantly reminded Arhan that the atmosphere was not originally like this. Back then, anyone was simply thrown in. The master found the concept of weight classes utterly preposterous, believing it was all for money. He understood that even if the Iron Kingdom revered power, endless life-or-death duels would eventually deplete all gladiators. For spectators betting money, matches with obvious outcomes would be boring, so the new system ensured more engaging fights. Experts now fought experts, and novices fought novices, creating a more balanced and entertaining show for all. Ultimately, this meant the times had changed, and the arena had transformed into a symbolic landmark. People now visited from far away, and this successful change had allowed the metropolis of Firma to flourish. His master admitted it was a very successful change, despite his initial complaints. He also mentioned that gladiators generally no longer took each other's lives, even if they won. There was now an unspoken rule among gladiators, a subtle shift in the brutal tradition. Of course, the loser's body wouldn't exactly be in one piece, but it wasn't a cheap tavern play either. His master, despite his grumbling, conceded that the new system might actually be fortunate for Arhan. A confrontation with an equal enemy taught a different, valuable lesson. Until his first match, Arhan decided it would be good to look around the smithies. The difference in quality from the small smithies near Karavan would be distinct, and his sword was especially prone to breaking. Preparing a few more spares would be a wise precaution for the coming challenges. Suddenly, his master's tone shifted, asking Arhan what he saw before them. Arhan looked around, confused, wondering what his master was talking about. Then, his eyes fell upon something remarkable. A man introduced himself as Tom, the manager of the hall, explaining that Arhan was looking at the Chall of Fame. Arhan, intrigued, introduced himself and gratefully accepted Tom's offer to explain the place. His master, unseen by Tom, leaned in to whisper a crucial instruction to Arhan. He told Arhan to ask the manager if there was a way to possess the swords displayed there. Tom explained that the armaments belonged to gladiators who had achieved outstanding accomplishments in the arena. They were old and worn, having lost their function as weapons, yet they were displayed with reverence. Their purpose was to honor the fierce fighting spirit of their former wielders, a tribute to their past battles. Arhan nodded, understanding the significance of the display. Tom, enjoying his role, offered to answer any more questions Arhan might have about the glorious place. His master then urged Arhan to ask about possessing the displayed swords, emphasizing the importance of the question. A wide grin spread across his master's face, hinting at the profound implications of Arhan's query. Arhan understood exactly what his master meant, his gaze sharpening with newfound purpose. He scanned the display intently, searching for something specific. Then he found it, the next sword he was destined to devour. A faint, ethereal glow emanated from the chosen blades, beckoning him. This was only the beginning. The real storm hasn't hit yet. Liam stepped into the arena's entrance, a place where many came to prove themselves, but few truly understood the path ahead. His eyes held a quiet determination, a resolve forged by a past he couldn't escape even as he sought a new beginning. Inside, an older man with a kindly smile greeted him, answering his unspoken question about the swords displayed in the hall. He explained that these weren't just decorations, they were trophies, earned by gladiators who proved their worth in the arena. A gladiator could possess one weapon matching their medal's color, meaning each rank increase granted a new, valuable prize. Liam realized that to obtain the swords he truly desired, he needed to reach at least the silver rank. The manager's words echoed in his mind, reminding him that what others saw as old, useless weapons, he saw as priceless tools. This gave him even more reason to fight. Beyond mere training, he had to secure usable swords through promotion. The manager then casually mentioned that stealing them was impossible, even if he wanted to, because the manager himself was no ordinary old man. Liam looked surprised, recalling that the manager had seemed like nothing more than a kind, harmless elder. The manager's eye, however, held a depth that hinted at immense power, a secret hidden beneath his gentle demeanor. Suddenly, mana flared around the manager, revealing him to be a sword expert, capable of using mana as absolute defense. Liam's eyes widened in disbelief. An expert, a stage right before a true swordmaster, was working as a manager here. He couldn't comprehend why someone of such superhuman existence would choose such a humble role. The manager simply chuckled, explaining that those who reached such a realm often became eccentrics. So, the dream of robbing the hall would have to wait, a thought that lingered in the air between them. Liam listened as the manager then spoke of things that remained constant, even as much of the arena had changed over time. He spoke of the arena's long-standing tradition, covering one's face to escape identity and status, fighting solely as a gladiator. For Liam, this tradition was a welcome one. If he only had to face opponents as gladiators, he could fight without hesitation. The cloaked figure then turned to Liam, asking him what alias he would use in the arena. Liam was momentarily taken aback, realizing he needed to adopt a new name for this world. He paused, thinking of a name that would carry pride and accompany him throughout his life as a gladiator. Then, with a newfound resolve, Liam declared his chosen name. The manager smiled, acknowledging the name, even if he'd never heard it before. As Liam took his first step towards the arena, the manager offered a quiet prayer that victory would follow him. Liam walked towards the arena, the open sky above him, ready to embrace his new identity. He looked out, his face now partially masked, as he announced his alias, Liam. With each step, Liam moved closer to the center of the arena, the ground solid beneath his boots. The stadium, however, was not filled with enthusiastic cheers. Instead, a palpable lack of excitement hung in the air. The bronze rank matches, the lowest tier, were met with terrible boos and criticism from the bored spectators. The announcer, trying to hype up the crowd, seemed to struggle against the prevailing apathy. Spectators yelled, demanding the boring matches end quickly, eager for something more entertaining. One particularly vocal man insulted Liam, calling him a beanpole and telling him to die if he was going to be weak. Liam stood in the arena, observing the humiliation and contempt directed at the weak, a scene fitting for this Iron Kingdom. The manager, unseen by others, watched over Liam, a silent guardian in the bustling arena. Liam's gaze hardened, remembering the history and honor of Karavan that now rested on his shoulders. He resolved to win, knowing that anything less would be a betrayal of his legacy. The announcer introduced the third match of the day, with Liam and his opponent standing ready. He introduced the rookie gladiators, promising a shabby fight, a sarcastic remark that drew more jeers. Liam was presented as a rookie among rookies with no record, nothing to show for himself. The announcer then proudly declared him the greenhorn rookie gladiator, Liam. Liam stood unmoving, his eyes fixed on the challenge ahead. His opponent, a giant of a man, stomped his heavy, fur-trimmed boots on the arena floor. The announcer then introduced the formidable giant gladiator, Temur, who boasted 3 consecutive wins. The match, he declared, would be dedicated to goddess Lepri, adding a touch of ceremonial grandeur to the brutal sport. Temur looked down at Liam, mocking his chosen alias, calling it a stupid name a kid came up with. He dismissed Liam's name as weak and unimpressive, his words dripping with contempt. Then, Temur leaned in, proposing a deal to his much smaller opponent. He demanded Liam take off his ridiculous sword and mask and dance to the beats of his clapping. Temur, in a show of special generosity, offered to preserve Liam's slender neck if he complied. Liam calmly replied, reminding Temur of the arena's unspoken rule, not taking the lives of opponents. Temur's eyes widened in a maniacal rage, asking if Liam truly believed he cared about such rules. He then boasted about killing all 3 gladiators he had faced before, proving his disregard for any rules. Temur emphasized his brutality, stating he had snapped their necks with his bare hands. He then posed a rhetorical question: why did he go to such extremes? His answer was simple and chilling. It was the rightful privilege of the winner and the best entertainment. However, he found Liam too insignificant to derive any enjoyment from twisting his limbs or snapping his neck. So, Temur commanded Liam to shake his girl-like body to at least provide some laughter for the audience. Liam remained silent, his gaze unwavering, as Temur continued his taunts. Spectators in the stands commented on the fierce war of nerves playing out before the match even began. The announcer, with a wide, unsettling grin, called for both gladiators to take their positions. Temur stood ready, his massive sword resting on his shoulder, his eyes fixed on Liam. Liam, in turn, also had a proposal of his own to make. He pointed his sword directly at Temur, a silent challenge that surprised his opponent. Liam took a ready stance, his slight frame a stark contrast to Temur's bulk. Temur initially reacted with a surprised "Pah!" before bursting into laughter. He guffawed, mocking Liam's incredible bravado, pretending to be scared. Other spectators joined in, joking if Liam had picked up his courage from a third-rate night novel. They continued to ridicule Liam, asking who Liam even was, and if it was the name of his dead father. Temur, now looking down, sneered that Liam had made it hard for him to go easy. He offered one last chance, telling Liam to listen obediently even now. A grotesque smile spread across Temur's face, a trickle of drool escaping his lips as he anticipated the coming fight. Suddenly, blood splattered from Temur's hand as Liam's sword flashed with impossible speed. Liam moved with lightning quickness, a blur against the bright arena floor. Temur stared in shock at his bleeding hand as Liam calmly told him to apologize for insulting his name. With a piercing gaze, Liam warned Temur that he would ensure a comfortable death only if he offered that apology. Liam, a young man with a hidden past, found himself thrust into the brutal world of gladiatorial combat. The seasoned gladiator, bloodied and defeated, refused to yield, his eyes burning with a desperate, furious light. Our boy Liam met the defiance with an unnervingly calm gaze, his blue eyes holding a depth that promised severe consequences. Driven by a mix of fear and desperate rage, the gladiator roared, launching himself forward in a final, frantic attack. In a blur of motion, Liam moved, his blade a silver streak as he expertly parried the clumsy assault. A guttural scream tore from the gladiator's throat as Liam's precise counterattack found its mark, leaving him reeling in agony. The collective gasp of the crowd echoed through the arena as they witnessed the brutal, decisive force of Liam's blows. Liam stood perfectly still amidst the chaos, his posture unyielding, a testament to the quiet power he wielded. The young gladiator looked out across the vast arena, bathed in the light of his victory, the crowd's cheers already beginning to rise. The defeated gladiator lay sprawled on the ground, his mind struggling to process the sudden, overwhelming turn of events. He recalled Liam's initial trembling, the way he seemed utterly out of his depth just moments before. His opponent had looked completely amateurish, presenting himself as an easy target for any experienced fighter. A wave of confusion washed over the older man, unable to reconcile the boy's previous timidness with his current, deadly skill. Then, a chilling thought began to form in his battered mind, twisting the reality of the fight he just lost. He questioned if the boy had deliberately feigned weakness, setting a trap he had blindly stumbled into. Liam's form, now shrouded in a dark, powerful aura, confirmed his opponent's dawning terror about the deception. The gladiator understood then that Liam had artfully lowered his guard, creating the perfect opening for his devastating counterattack. Liam's voice cut through the air, calm and steady, as he asked if his tactics could truly be called cowardly. His expression hardened, reminding the defeated man that this arena was not a place for childish games or naive assumptions. The gladiator's eyes widened in a fresh surge of fury, realizing he had been played for a fool. He spat out an insult, branding Liam a sneaky bastard for his cunning and ruthless approach to combat. With a renewed, desperate resolve, the older man swore to end Liam's life, despite his shattered state. Ignoring his pain, he lurched forward once more, fueled by pure, unadulterated hatred and a desperate need for revenge. Liam moved with the effortless grace of a shadow, his body weaving away from the wild, desperate swings. The gladiator cried out in bitter frustration, his blows repeatedly missing their agile target. He continued to dodge every single attack, each movement a testament to his flawless control and superior skill. Every evasion was executed with uncanny precision, by the barest, paper-thin margin, leaving no room for error. The older man could only watch in stunned disbelief, marveling at the sheer perfection of Liam's movements. Then, with a sudden, decisive motion, Liam struck again, his blade finding another vulnerable spot. The gladiator's thoughts raced, utterly bewildered by the enigma that was Liam, this boy who moved like a phantom. He wondered aloud, his voice hoarse, questioning what kind of impossible opponent he was truly up against. A chilling, serpentine image flashed in his mind, hinting at the true, predatory nature hidden beneath Liam's youthful exterior. Liam pressed his advantage, his attacks a relentless flurry that gave the defeated man no chance to recover. Screams ripped from the gladiator's lungs as Liam's blade found purchase again and again, each strike precise and agonizing. He crumbled under the barrage of blows, his body finally giving out as he collapsed to the blood-stained ground. The gladiator lay utterly defeated, his weapon clattering uselessly beside him, the fight drained from his very soul. Liam stood over his fallen adversary, his glowing blue eyes fixed on the man who had dared to insult him. He calmly walked towards the prone gladiator, the silence of the arena amplifying the weight of his presence. Liam spoke again, his voice echoing with a chilling resolve, ready to make his harsh offer one last time. He demanded that the gladiator remove his ridiculous helmet, the first step in his public humiliation. Then Liam continued, the gladiator would dance to the rhythm of his clapping, a puppet on a string. He promised to spare the man's useless head if he complied, a cruel mercy offered in the face of absolute defeat. The gladiator, utterly broken, gasped for air, his face contorted in a mask of terror and desperate submission. With a trembling voice, he accepted Liam's brutal terms, anything to cling to his miserable life. He pleaded for just a moment, a few seconds to gather himself before enduring the ultimate dishonor. His chest heaved, struggling to draw proper breath, his body and spirit utterly shattered by Liam's dominance. He begged for a mere few seconds, hoping for a sliver of respite before his cruel performance began. But Liam had no patience for delay. With a swift, merciless motion, he plunged his blade into the gladiator's hand. A second stab followed, tearing into the man's leg, ensuring he understood the cost of even a moment's hesitation. The gladiator screamed, not just from pain, but from the utter confusion and terror of Liam's cold, calculated cruelty. Liam's voice was sharp, a final warning that his next move had better be chosen with extreme care. He explained that there would be no more offers, no more chances, just the brutal consequences of defiance. The gladiator's eyes were wide with unadulterated terror, his face a horrifying mixture of fear and pain. He whimpered, begging for his life, desperate to appease the merciless young fighter standing over him. Meanwhile, the crowd roared with excitement, completely enthralled by the dramatic, bloody spectacle they had just witnessed. Two spectators in particular were overjoyed, celebrating their winning bet on the unexpected underdog. They cheered, proclaiming Liam an amazing talent, the best bronze-tier gladiator they had ever seen. They declared themselves rich, vowing to bet all their future earnings on this rising star. One of them excitedly tried to recall the young gladiator's name, eager to celebrate his new favorite. Liam stood in the center of the arena, absorbing the fervent cheers, a figure of silent, powerful triumph. The entire stadium echoed with shouts of his name, a chorus of Liam, Liam, filling the air. From his private box, a discerning manager watched, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips at the sight of his new discovery. He felt a strong connection to Liam, recognizing the extraordinary potential in this promising young gladiator. Yet, a shadow of concern crossed his face, knowing the perilous nature of their world. He understood that excessive attention within the arena could often prove to be a dangerous, toxic force. A few days later, the arena management summoned Liam, ready to discuss his future. Liam listened, his expression a mix of surprise and curiosity as he heard their unexpected proposition. Liam, a determined young swordsman, found himself on the precipice of a new challenge, one that promised both advancement and unforeseen dangers in the gladiatorial arena. He reflected on the 2 days that had passed since his debut match against Tema, a significant milestone in his journey to prove himself. In the 3 subsequent matches held within that short period, he had emerged victorious every single time, showcasing his exceptional skill. Our boy had won them all in a manner that was both thoroughly rational and remarkably efficient, leaving no room for doubt or wasted effort. A smiling woman, her expression overly sweet, presented him with an offer, making him wonder if this was truly an act of pure goodwill. Liam, with a subtle frown, felt a strange unease creeping into his thoughts, sensing that something was fundamentally off about her proposition. The old man, Master Arhan, observed Liam with a knowing look, his gaze mirroring the young swordsman's quiet skepticism about the arena's intentions. The woman explained the simple condition for promotion. Liam only had to duel against a contestant of their choosing to advance to the next rank. Liam looked at her, a question mark hovering in his mind, unsure of what catch lay hidden behind such a seemingly straightforward requirement. She held up 3 fingers, reassuring him that the important thing was he didn't even need to fight hard, he just needed to endure for 3 minutes. Her eyes sparkled with a manipulative gleam as she stressed that this was a truly rare opportunity, one that few contestants ever received. Moreover, she added, once he became a silver rank, he would not only face opponents far superior to his previous ones, but also receive greater rewards. Gold coins rained down in his mind's eye, symbolizing the higher match fees that would be set accordingly, a tempting incentive for any gladiator. He considered the proposition. All these benefits could be his, after just 3 minutes of endurance, a seemingly easy path to advancement and wealth. The woman's smile widened, revealing a hint of a sharp tooth, a subtle but unsettling sign of her true nature beneath the friendly facade. She leaned forward, her voice laced with false charm, asking our boy if he truly realized what a tremendous opportunity this seemingly generous offer was. The old man, Master Arhan, then stepped in, revealing that this was an old tradition, dating back to when the place was just a brutal fighting pit. He explained that it was a procedure designed to weed out cunning rookies like Liam, those who only fought efficiently and calculated their every move. It was a cruel entertainment, the old man elaborated, where the audience reveled in watching their swords break and seeing them become a complete mess. The gladiator imagined the insidious audience, their faces twisted in glee, watching from above as a rookie was miserably toyed with, helpless. The old man called it a special event, an execution disguised as an opportunity, designed solely for the entertainment of the arena's most depraved patrons. The image of a guillotine flashed in our boy's mind, surrounded by the jeering faces of the audience, emphasizing the brutal reality of the arena. Master Arhan advised Liam that if he didn't wish to be humiliated and destroyed, it would be wise to refuse this deceptive offer. Liam stood in silence, his face partially obscured by shadow, contemplating the stark choice before him, humiliation or potential ruin. A close-up on his resolute blue eye showed his internal struggle as he weighed the risks and rewards of the arena's treacherous proposal. After a moment of heavy silence, Liam made his decision, declaring firmly that he accepted the offer, much to the arena's delight. He vowed that he would gladly go against whoever his opponent was, his resolve hardening in the face of the impending challenge. 2 days later, a formal letter arrived from the arena, notifying Liam of the identity of his opponent for the upcoming promotion match. The opponent's alias was the Black Bride, a name whispered with both reverence and fear throughout the gladiatorial circles. The Black Bride was a graduate of a prestigious academy, a place renowned for nurturing exceptional sword talent, and she was undefeated in the silver rank. She was a powerhouse swordwalker, a force to be reckoned with, her reputation preceding her as an insurmountable opponent. In other words, this opponent was overwhelmingly superior in every single aspect compared to Liam, making the 3-minute endurance an even more daunting task. Liam sought out Master Arhan, inquiring about the Black Bride, hoping for more information on his formidable opponent. Master Arhan smiled grimly, confirming that he had looked into her, and indeed, she was quite notorious, her name carrying significant weight. He explained that not only had she displayed overwhelming skill in every match, but it was also rumored that every single opponent she faced was left unable to recover. Liam's expression tightened with concern, realizing the arena's true intent. They had truly made up their minds to eliminate him. Master Arhan, shaking his head, reiterated the gravity of the situation, suggesting that Liam was, in simple terms, completely screwed. Our boy, trying to gauge the true extent of the danger, asked if it was really to that degree, hoping for some glimmer of reassurance. The old man conceded that the Black Bride was likely not stronger than Petal, a powerhouse who had reached the pinnacle among swordwalkers. However, the crucial difference was that Petal, despite his immense strength, had tailored his swordsmanship to Liam's level for the sake of his honor. The old man's face turned serious, emphasizing that Liam could not expect such tolerance or mercy from the Black Bride, who would show no restraint. Liam absorbed the grim reality, acknowledging that Master Arhan's words painted a terrible picture of the challenge approaching him. He was, however, truly grateful beyond words for the master's honesty, which allowed him to prepare mentally for the ordeal. Liam reminded himself that Master Arhan never lied when it came to swords, which meant the threat was genuine and severe. Yet, he also possessed his steel mana heart and the variable known as Mary's memories, resources he believed could tip the scales. He walked with renewed determination, convincing himself that if it was merely about enduring for 3 minutes, he had enough of a chance to win. As he pondered his chances, a figure appeared, interrupting his thoughts and calling out to him by name, the little gladiator, Liam. The figure, revealed to be a woman with piercing eyes, directly addressed him, asking if he was indeed Liam, the little gladiator. Liam's eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't felt her presence at all until she spoke, a feat that spoke volumes about her skill. He gulped, a sudden realization dawning on him as he took in her appearance, piecing together the identity of this mysterious woman. Her pitch-black long hair and the unique shape of the sword she favored, reminiscent of Eastern warriors, confirmed his suspicions. A chilling thought ran through his mind. Don't tell me, she's the Black Bride? The legendary opponent had sought him out. Liam quickly decided not to admit his identity so obediently, buying himself a moment to assess the unexpected situation. He feigned ignorance, asking, "The little gladiator? Who's that? I think you got the wrong person," hoping to mislead her. The Black Bride, her expression hardening, found his denial troublesome, her patience clearly wearing thin with his pretense. She began to draw her unique needle-like sword, the sound a low, menacing hiss that cut through the silence. Liam reacted with a gasp, his eyes wide with shock as he moved instinctively, barely registering the speed of her draw. Her hand moved with incredible swiftness, the blade flashing in the light, a testament to her mastery of the sword. He threw himself back, managing to dodge the initial strike by a hair's breadth, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. The Black Bride calmly told him not to waste her time, her voice devoid of emotion, making it clear she wouldn't tolerate his games. Liam realized his mistake. His split-second reaction to her drawing the unique needle-like sword had betrayed his true identity. She looked at him with an unwavering gaze, stating confidently that he couldn't deceive her eyes, having seen through his act instantly. She then laid out her proposal directly. He should forfeit the match and spare himself the inevitable humiliation and pain. Her shadowed face conveyed a chilling warning, urging him not to make a foolish choice that he would undoubtedly regret. She turned to walk away, making it clear that if he chose to proceed, she would ruin his future, her threat hanging heavy in the air. Liam, standing firm, challenged her, asking what she would do if he still chose to participate despite her ominous warnings. The Black Bride paused, her back still to him, and in a low, dangerous voice, stated simply that he would then pay the ultimate price. Later, Liam found himself walking alone through the silent sword hall, surrounded by countless blades, each telling a story of past battles. The familiar, comforting smile of Master Arhan greeted him as the old man arrived, breaking the solitude of the late hour. Our boy, Arhan, approached Liam, his usual demeanor replaced with a slight solemnity, ready to engage in a serious conversation. Arhan apologized for visiting at such a late hour, acknowledging the unusual timing of his presence in the sword hall. Liam listened intently as Master Arhan continued, sensing the gravity of the request that was about to be made. Arhan, despite the shame he felt for the request, asked if he could take a sword from the hall, his eyes fixed on Liam. The old man's voice was soft but firm as he concluded, asking if he could take a sword with him, leaving Liam to ponder the true meaning of his words. Arhan, a promising young gladiator, faced a daunting challenge that would define his path forward. His formidable opponent, the Black Bride, stood before him, her back to the world, ready to declare the steep price of his participation. With a cold, unwavering gaze, she vowed that if he dared to proceed, he would pay the ultimate cost. Arhan met her threats with a stern, unyielding expression, his resolve hardening in the face of her intensity. He stood in the vast, open arena, a small figure against the backdrop of the city, ready to confront his destiny. An old master, observing the scene, recognized the extraordinary talent within Arhan, a rare gem for their current era. The master reflected that for most swordsmen, their journey ended at the wall of a swordwalker, but for a true prodigy, even that was merely a small hurdle. He imagined the Black Bride's potential, her spirit soaring like wings, reaching for a realm few could ever hope to attain. The master concluded that she was undeniably a genius, a force of nature in the world of swordsmanship. He pictured her in his mind, her wings spread wide, a vision of power and grace that transcended ordinary limits. Arhan, having overheard his master's high praise for the Black Bride, acknowledged the formidable opponent he was up against. He knew the path ahead was a vast, distant gap for his current self, a chasm that separated him from true mastery. Even so, Arhan clutched his fist, his eyes burning with a fierce determination, understanding that giving up was never an option. The old master advised him to judge wisely, reminding Arhan that time was a relentless current, waiting for no one. Arhan looked out at the bustling city street, knowing he had to hurry, to seize every moment to grow stronger. Later, Arhan approached Tom, the keeper of the sword hall, with a peculiar request, his heart heavy with purpose. Tom looked up, a hint of surprise on his face as he listened to the young gladiator's words. He asked Arhan to clarify, confused by the young master's unusual inquiry about taking a sword from the hall. Arhan confirmed that his request was indeed related to the upcoming promotion match against the formidable Black Bride. Tom's expression shifted as he admitted he already knew, explaining that the news of such a high-profile match had spread far and wide. He sighed, believing that the arena planners had played a rather nasty prank on Arhan, throwing him against such an opponent so early. Tom, therefore, personally recommended that Arhan reconsider participating in the promotion match altogether. He then formally introduced the Black Bride, a name whispered with awe and trepidation throughout the arena. She hailed from the East Continent, Jungwon, a land renowned for its supreme martial talent, a place where power flowed like water. She had proven her genius countless times, overwhelming gladiators in the arena, leaving behind a trail of defeated opponents. Tom explained that while Arhan possessed excellent qualities, it was simply too early for him to face such a raging wave of talent. Arhan listened intently, his gaze fixed on the ground, processing the gravity of Tom's sincere advice. He clenched his fist tightly, a silent declaration of his unwavering intent to face the challenge regardless of the odds. Looking up, Arhan declared that to avoid combat due to fear would be a betrayal of his very gladiatorial heart. Tom's eyes widened slightly, a mixture of surprise and admiration washing over his face at Arhan's fierce conviction. Arhan confessed that despite the shame, he had come to the hall to borrow courage, to channel the energy of past gladiators. He hoped that in tomorrow's match, he might receive the strength and spirit of those who had fought with greatness. Arhan assured Tom that he would not throw a childish tantrum if his request was denied, understanding the rules. He admitted that his request was nothing more than a desperate greed to obtain even a handful of courage for the daunting task ahead. Tom looked down, a thoughtful expression on his face, weighing the young gladiator's sincere plea. Arhan stood, his back to Tom, patiently awaiting the decision that would either grant him strength or leave him to his own devices. Tom, as the manager who protected the souls of the enshrined gladiators, found he could not ignore the young master's profound sincerity. A warm smile spread across his face as he made his decision, granting Arhan the unusual request. Tom reassured Arhan that despite his unassuming appearance, he held considerable authority within the arena, enough to gift him this much courage. He wiped a tear from his eye, moved by seeing such a wonderful gladiator after so long, admitting he grew more tearful with age. Arhan bowed deeply, his voice filled with genuine gratitude for Tom's unexpected kindness and understanding. Tom watched him, a knowing glint in his eye, a silent testament to the young man's spirit. He chuckled, observing that Arhan actually possessed more talent in acting than he did with the sword. Tom quipped that if Arhan had pursued acting instead, he would have found success long ago, a playful jab at his dramatic plea. With the conditions met, Arhan now held the ancient sword, its power a tangible presence in his grip. All that remained was for him to fully digest the power of that sword, to make it his own before the coming battle. The sword pulsed with a vibrant purple energy, a clear sign that Arhan was beginning to awaken its dormant strength. The day of the promotion match arrived, heralded by the roar of the crowd and the anticipation of a grand spectacle. The Black Bride made her entrance, a cloaked figure radiating an aura of cold, undeniable power. Her eyes, sharp and intense, surveyed the arena, a silent promise of the merciless fight to come. She turned to her attendant, her voice low as she inquired about her opponent, the little gladiator. The assistant, with a cheerful smile, confirmed that Arhan was indeed a mere beginner, and the planners had an additional request. The Black Bride listened, a flicker of distaste crossing her features as the assistant relayed the brutal terms of the match. She fixed her gaze on the assistant, her eyes narrowed as she questioned if they truly believed she would accept such a barbaric proposal. The assistant quickly offered a compelling incentive, revealing a special reward they had kept in storage for just such an occasion. The reward was the legendary Dragon Sword of the East Continent, a weapon of immense value and historical significance. The Black Bride's composure broke, a gasp escaping her lips as her eyes widened in clear surprise and recognition. The assistant continued, explaining that the Dragon Sword held great meaning for swordsmen from her homeland. The Black Bride looked down, acknowledging the unspoken truth that the sword was one of the very reasons she fought as a gladiator. The assistant, sensing her acceptance, took her silence as consent, a triumphant smile playing on his lips. The Black Bride stood at the entrance to the arena, her figure framed by the cheering masses, her resolve now set. Her eyes, once questioning, now held a fierce determination, ready to claim the prize that had been dangled before her. She stepped into the light, facing Arhan, her expression a mix of solemn duty and cold intent. With slow, deliberate steps, she walked towards her opponent, the weight of her reputation preceding her. She looked down at Arhan, addressing him simply as Little Gladiator, a title that spoke volumes about her perception of his skill. Arhan, undeterred, continued his approach, his simple sword held ready, his body radiating a quiet yet firm confidence. The Black Bride warned him, her voice low, that she had given him ample warnings about the consequences of facing her. She placed a hand on her sword, implying that whatever transpired from this point forward would be entirely his own doing. Her eyes narrowed, a cold, predatory glint appearing as she prepared to unleash her full power. Suddenly, a crimson aura erupted around Erhan, and the Black Bride recoiled in shock, an unexpected shift in the fight. Her eyes went wide, disbelief etched across her face as she struggled to comprehend the sudden, terrifying change in her opponent. The air filled with a terrible, visceral smell of blood, an overwhelming scent that spoke of raw, untamed power. Arhan walked through the crimson storm, no longer the little gladiator, but something far more dangerous. His silhouette, now shrouded in darkness, revealed only glowing red eyes, an ominous transformation that stunned the crowd. His intense blue eyes now pulsed with a fierce red glow, a stark contrast that signaled a complete metamorphosis. He declared his identity, not as a gladiator, but as a resident of the free city, Crow, a place beyond their understanding. Arhan, now a figure of shadowed power, revealed himself as one who had willingly stained his hands with blood to reclaim his freedom. What happens next changes everything. Our story delves into the life of a young man who would become the sword, devouring Swordmaster, a figure born from a city's despair. Once, the city known as Crowd was a place of breathtaking beauty, a true paradise that drew visitors from all corners of the ancient republic. Yet, this idyllic past slowly faded as the city's nobles succumbed to an insatiable greed, a bottomless pit of desire for luxury that corrupted everything. Blinded by their selfish desires, they began selling off pieces of their city's territory, making deals with the powerful Golden Empire. Their depravity deepened until they used the very human rights of their own citizens as collateral to secure massive loans of gold coins. This act stripped the people of Crowd of their dignity and freedom, effectively reducing them to slaves in their own home. Faced with this grim reality, the narrator, a young boy, carried a heavy question in his heart, wondering why their lives had to be this way. He remembered his father, beaten to death for simply begging tourists for food, a brutal end to a life of quiet desperation. He recalled his mother, forced to sell her body, enduring unspeakable acts just to ensure her children wouldn't starve. He remembered his younger sister, whose small hand grew cold as she succumbed to a fever, a life lost for the lack of a few copper coins. These painful memories fueled his silent question: why must they endure such a miserable present, trapped in endless suffering? The answer came to him in an unexpected place, at the foot of a guillotine in Crowd's public execution ground. A citizen, pushed to his breaking point by a drunken tourist rampage, had finally chosen to resist the torment. His charge was assault, a desperate act by a man who could no longer bear the endless suffering inflicted upon him. While bloodshed was common in their city, an outsider becoming a victim was an unprecedented event. To appease the powerful foreign entities, Crowd swiftly carried out an execution, making an example of the man. The execution was a brutal display, a violent spectacle designed to quell any potential outrage from the great powers. The unfairness of the violence was stark, yet the onlookers, once neighbors, felt no sympathy for the man. They stood in silent horror, their faces etched with fear, paralyzed by the weight of their own desperation. Their fear was profound, knowing this incident would be used as a pretext for even harsher violence against them. The next day, an eerie silence settled over the streets of Crowd. No screams, no protests, just a profound quiet. Days passed, and the unfamiliar silence persisted, a quiet that seemed peaceful, yet held a deeper, unsettling truth. The reason for this quiet was simple, yet profound. The execution had changed the way outsiders viewed them. In the eyes of their oppressors, the citizens were no longer just slaves, but dangerous beings, capable of resistance. They realized they possessed hidden fangs, a power to change their fate and break the shackles that bound them. Standing in the shadows, the narrator had a stark realization about their collective responsibility. He understood that they were all accomplices to the pervasive violence and despair that choked their city. Their true charge, he realized, was not resistance, but the profound sin of not resisting. The path to freedom, he knew, demanded a terrible price. Someone had to spill blood, and someone had to be stained by it. Looking out at the dawn, he made a solemn vow, deciding to willingly become that someone who would pay the ultimate price. This sacrifice would be for the freedom of everyone, and for the atonement that all of them, in their silent complicity, owed. And so, he chose to fight, to carve a new path, to reclaim what was lost, all for the dream of paradise. The stage was set for the sacred duel, a brutal contest dedicated to goddess Lepri, where destinies would clash. The announcer's voice boomed, declaring the combatants, the enigmatic black bride against the young, untested little gladiator. With a dramatic flourish, the command echoed through the arena, signaling the start of their deadly dance. The black bride wasted no time, lunging forward with a speed that defied expectations, a blur of motion. His gaze was fixed, a cold intensity reflecting the years of suffering that had forged him into a weapon. The black bride observed his opponent, the little gladiator, noting how much he had changed. He no longer seemed like a mere mercenary. Instead, he carried the aura of a true assassin, stained by countless battles in the shadows. A crimson energy pulsed around the young man, a silent testament to the bloody path he had walked. The transformation was perplexing, yet the black bride remained unfazed, convinced that ultimately nothing had truly changed. He brought his sword down with a powerful strike, expecting the gladiator to react as he had before. To his surprise, the little gladiator moved with an impossible speed, effortlessly evading the attack. A faint blue glow emanated from the gladiator, a subtle sign of his unexpected new abilities. The black bride's eye widened just a fraction, a flicker of surprise at the sheer agility of his opponent. He couldn't believe it. The gladiator had dodged his sword, an impossible feat given what he knew of him. His blade met only empty air, the gladiator having vanished from his path in a blink. The sword remained firm in his grip, but the impact of an unexpected dodge resonated through his arm. He recalled the gladiator's previous reactions and movements, trying to reconcile them with this sudden burst of agility. Based on his past performance, it should have been utterly impossible for him to even react, let alone dodge. The gladiator landed gracefully on a nearby pillar, confirming the black bride's unsettling thought. He was a completely different being. A cold realization washed over the black bride as he stared at his transformed opponent. He tilted his head, studying the young man, sensing a profound shift in his very essence. The little gladiator launched a counterattack, moving with a speed and precision that was genuinely unnerving. The black bride barely managed to parry, his sword glowing faintly as it met the incoming strike. The gladiator, a whirlwind of motion, seemed to be everywhere at once, leaving behind shimmering after images. This time, it wasn't just his movements, even his breathing and overall presence felt alien, as if possessed by another. He met the gladiator's gaze, a chilling question forming in his mind, demanding to know the true identity of this transformed fighter. This was only the beginning of their duel, a clash that would reveal far more than just martial prowess. He was a gladiator, fighting for his life, his hand gripping the cold steel of his sword, ready for the next move. With a swift, almost silent motion, his opponent, the black bride, moved with a speed that defied belief. He found himself pushed to his limits, a smaller blade flying from his grasp as the force of her attack overwhelmed him. The clash of their weapons echoed through the arena, a symphony of steel that spoke of his desperate struggle to keep up. Her movements were relentless, each strike flowing into the next with an almost supernatural grace, leaving him no room to breathe. He realized he was fighting two opponents at once, a phantom assassin and a brutal mercenary, all rolled into her terrifying form. His own stances shifted constantly, a desperate dance to counter her unpredictable rhythm and avoid her deadly blows. It was a battle of pure instinct, forcing him to react with a level of unpredictability that pushed him far beyond his own perceived limits. He had long since shed the title of the beginner, his skills honed by countless fights, yet even they barely seemed enough here. The air crackled around her, a silent testament to the immense power she held, a force that seemed to bend reality itself. He looked up, his expression a mix of awe and grim resolve, knowing he faced a challenge unlike any he had ever known. Even with his newfound strength, he knew that mere recklessness would only lead to his downfall against such an opponent. His eyes, however, held a spark of defiance, a quiet determination that refused to yield even in the face of overwhelming odds. He lunged forward again, a desperate blur of motion, knowing he had to find a way to turn the tide of this impossible fight. His opponent, however, seemed unfazed, a chilling calm in her gaze as she awaited his next move. His hand trembled slightly on the hilt of his sword, a testament to the sheer pressure he was under, yet he held firm. A roar of excitement erupted from the stands, one gambler ecstatic that his daring bet on the young fighter was paying off. Others in the crowd wondered if the young gladiator could actually win, but a seasoned voice reminded them of his opponent's fearsome reputation. Our boy crouched low, his breath coming in ragged gasps, the toll of the relentless battle beginning to show on his face. A chilling intent, cold as ice, washed over him, accompanied by the metallic tang of blood that seemed to fill the entire arena. In his mind, an old master's voice spoke of two legendary figures, a female mercenary and the feared assassin of Crow. These two had walked vastly different paths in life, their destinies seemingly unrelated, yet they shared a profound connection. The master explained that their beloved swords, despite their distinct origins, were bound by a single, powerful trait. They were swords of struggle, forged to defy overwhelming odds, a heavy legacy for someone like him who was just beginning his journey. The master urged him to accept this harsh reality, to embrace the path laid before him and make it his own, without being consumed by its darkness. He gasped, his chest heaving, the weight of the master's words settling deep within his soul, a heavy truth to bear. Slowly, his breathing steadied, his eyes opening with a newfound clarity as the turmoil within him began to subside. The master acknowledged his calm, but warned him that the real test, the true trial of his spirit and skill, was only just beginning. His opponent, the Black Bride, had already analyzed his every move, understanding his capabilities from their brief, brutal exchange. She moved with renewed purpose, her steps swift and precise, a predator closing in on her prey with deadly intent. He braced himself, knowing she would show no mercy and that every decision he made had to be perfect to survive. In this exposed arena, where an assassin's usual tactics were useless, he knew he had only one viable strategy left. He leaped back, creating a crucial distance between them, hoping to gain time and space to formulate a new plan. The 3-minute time limit was his only advantage, a precious window he hoped to exploit to his benefit if he could just hold out. But his opponent simply scoffed, her voice a cold whisper of disbelief, dismissing his efforts as utterly futile. With a burst of energy, she closed the distance he had just created in a single, impossible instant, nullifying his strategy. He stared in disbelief as she appeared before him, her blade already arcing down, leaving him no time to react. The master's voice returned, tinged with a hint of sorrow, reminding him that he still did not comprehend the true essence of a swordwalker. Swordwalkers projected a spiritual path, a field that suppressed their foes, creating a perfect domain for both attack and defense. Not only that, but they could also internalize this path, channeling its energy to unlock a truly tremendous, superhuman power. They transformed into something more than human, their very beings becoming conduits for unimaginable strength. The Black Bride now floated, enveloped in a radiant aura, her form radiating in overwhelming, palpable force. Our boy watched, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and wonder, as her transformation reached its peak. She descended like a bolt of lightning, her attack now imbued with a devastating power that shattered the very ground beneath them. Her speed and power had escalated beyond anything he had witnessed at the start, making him question if this was her true, terrifying strength. He remembered the master's words about ordinary swordsmanship, how it always left tiny, exploitable gaps between attacks. Yet, as he watched her fight, he realized her blade moved with a terrifying perfection, utterly devoid of any such weakness. Her attacks flowed seamlessly, one into the other, creating an unbroken chain of strikes that offered no opportunity for a counter. It was like watching a master artist paint, each stroke flawless, each movement a part of a larger, beautiful yet deadly creation. She moved with an ethereal grace, her form a blur of motion, embodying the elegance and lethality of her unique style. Her glowing eyes fixed on him, a silent promise of the inevitable end if he couldn't find a way to break her perfect rhythm. Another furious clash, sparks erupting as his sword met hers, the sound ringing out like a desperate cry in the silent arena. He grunted, the force of her blow driving him back, his muscles screaming under the strain of her relentless assault. He desperately tried to block, his arms burning, but her sword seemed to find every opening, every weakness in his defense. The master's voice explained this was the Sword of the East, a martial art that mimicked the mysterious flowing movements of nature itself. She advanced as lightly as a feather, her footwork a unique dance, weaving and flowing like a river, impossible to pin down. Her sword trajectories drew beautiful, curving arcs that connected into one continuous flow, crashing down on him like a powerful, inescapable wave. He realized the terrifying truth. The brief pause in her movements wasn't a gap, but the prelude to her final, devastating strike. A single drop of sweat traced the path down his cheek, his heart pounding in his chest as he anticipated the inevitable. He found himself ensnared, caught within the swirling vortex of her power, every escape route sealed off. Her hand reached out, a chilling declaration of victory, confirming his worst fear. She had finally, undeniably, caught him. Liam, a young swordsman, fought tirelessly to reclaim a city that had become a rotting mire of corruption. This chapter promised to delve deep into his struggle for survival against overwhelming odds. He found himself in a city turned into a rotting mire, a place where corruption festered and freedom was a distant memory. Our protagonist lay wounded, his body battered, surrounded by the harsh reality of his failing mission. His entire existence had been dedicated to reclaiming that lost freedom, a fierce, unyielding pursuit that had now brought him to the brink. Blood stained the ground around him, a stark reminder of his dedication and the grim truth of his situation. With the cold grip of death rising right up to his chin, he was forced to abandon his stance. He shouldered the heavy burden of running away, a decision that weighed on his soul, even as survival demanded it. He ran, pushing his weary body through the desolate streets, each breath a struggle. The city, once a symbol of hope, now felt like a labyrinth designed to trap him, its shadows long and unforgiving. The relentless pursuit continued, his every muscle screaming in protest. He could hear the faint sounds of his pursuers, a constant reminder that his escape was far from over, and danger still lurked close behind. He ran again, a desperate, endless sprint, hoping to find a hidden corner where he could finally catch his breath. The weight of his past actions and the consequences of his fight pressed down on him with every stride. However, he knew deep down that there wouldn't always be a way out when he reached the end of his run. The path ahead was closing, and the shadows were growing longer, signaling an inevitable confrontation. The opponent he now faced was someone truly formidable, a foe he couldn't even dare to look at directly. Her presence alone radiated a chilling power that promised no quarter and left no room for hope. She was an undeniable powerhouse, a force of nature that seemed impossible to overcome. Her sheer might overwhelmed him, leaving him feeling small and utterly helpless in her presence. He knew it instinctively, a cold certainty settling in his heart today. His life had reached its absolute end. There was no escape, no hidden trick left to play. His journey was concluding here. The overwhelming attack struck him with brutal force, sending him soaring through the air. He was a mere ragdoll, tossed aside by the sheer power of his adversary, the world blurring around him. The impact was devastating, echoing through the desolate space. He hit the ground with a painful thud, the sharp sound a testament to the force of the blow he had just endured, his body reeling from the shock. He crashed down hard, his body bruised and broken. Victory an impossible dream. The pain was immense, but amidst the agony, a flicker of something new began to stir within him, a final, desperate spark. But then, in that moment of utter defeat, a tiny, glowing circle appeared before his eyes. It was a strange sight, almost out of place in the grim reality of his impending end, yet it held his gaze. For some reason, this mysterious circle felt exactly like that, a familiar sensation, a faint echo of something he had known for a very long time, though he couldn't quite place it. It was the uncanny feeling of that one thing that always allowed him to escape from overwhelming violence, a secret pathway to survival. He reached out, almost instinctively, towards it. He recognized it now. It was like the twisted back alleys of a crowded market, the kind he was so familiar with, where he could disappear from sight in an instant. This circle was his escape. He moved with a sudden burst of speed, dodging the impossible strike that would have sealed his fate. The air around him distorted as he twisted, finding an opening no one else could see. His dagger spun in his grip, a blur of motion, reflecting his quick reflexes and the desperate ingenuity he was known for. He was a master of evasion, even in the direst circumstances. He twisted and turned, his body a fluid, almost impossible dance of evasion. Every movement was precise, calculated to avoid the deadly blows aimed at him, a desperate bid for survival. He landed, a swift, almost silent motion, finding himself in what he realized was an opening. It was a tiny window, a brief moment of vulnerability in his opponent's relentless assault. He decided then and there that he would call this circle something fitting for him, a symbol of his unique talent. It was his chance to turn the tide, to strike back against the overwhelming odds. He lunged with a desperate, precise stab, aiming for the smallest weakness he had spotted. His entire being was focused on this one crucial moment, gambling everything on a single thrust. The dagger found its mark, drawing a surprised gasp and a spray of blood from his formidable opponent. He had pierced through her defenses, an impossible feat, and now he jumped away. He had managed to hit the Black Bride, a shock to everyone watching, and now he quickly created distance. The red droplets scattered in the air were proof of his incredible, unexpected success. He stood, catching his breath, reflecting on what his brothers used to call him. A faint smile touched his lips, a rare moment of pride amidst the pain as he remembered their words. It was the unique talent to find a way to survive, even in the deepest mire, like a gutter rat. He had always been resourceful, adapting to any situation, no matter how grim. His opponent, the Black Bride, was clearly stunned, never expecting such a move from him. To think he had pierced through her path and escaped in that split second was truly remarkable. But what would he do now? He was badly wounded, his body screaming in protest, holding his dagger with a trembling hand. The initial shock of his attack was wearing off, replaced by raw pain. His ribs felt like they would break with even the slightest movement, making any further fight impossible. In this state, even creating distance, let alone attacking, was out of the question. The wise choice here, he knew, would be to forfeit the match. Even if the end was humiliating, he could save his life, and perhaps get another chance for promotion later. However, he was a Karavan, and such a weak option simply didn't exist for him. Retreating, giving up, was not in his blood, not in his very being. He would fight until the bitter end. His ghostly mentor, Liam Karavan, watched over him, a silent testament to his unwavering resolve. The image of the old man instilled a quiet strength within him, pushing him forward. The announcer, a man with a purple top, was utterly surprised. To think that a mere bronze-ranked fighter could inflict a wound on the undefeated queen, the Black Bride, was unheard of. He realized this was no longer at the level of a rookie stomping or a simple execution ceremony. The match had taken an unexpected turn, captivating everyone with its sudden intensity. This was, without a doubt, the birth of a star, unfolding before their very eyes. A new legend was being forged in the heat of battle, against all expectations and predictions. He grinned maniacally, his eyes wide with a thrilling excitement, calling out to the ladies and gentlemen in the audience. He urged them to watch closely, to witness history being made. He screamed that the time remaining until the little gladiator's victory was only 10 seconds, just 10 seconds. The tension in the arena was palpable, everyone holding their breath. A genius, he mused, referred to those rare individuals who could find a path even in the midst of any overwhelming hardship. They possessed an innate ability to see solutions where others saw only despair. His opponent unleashed another powerful strike, a blur of motion, but he moved with incredible speed, twisting his body to avoid the fatal blow. He was pushing past his limits. They were those who always found an answer in the face of trials everyone called impossible. These were the ones who defied logic, turning desperate situations into opportunities for triumph. His ancestor's voice echoed in his mind, saying it was a pity, but his talent, though commendable, still fell short of a true genius. It was a harsh truth, but one he had always known. The Black Bride countered swiftly, her movements precise and deadly, striking him again with brutal efficiency. He was hit, but he didn't fall, his resolve hardening further. His body was innately frail, and his senses for learning martial arts were dull. That was the natural limit of the vessel he was born with. He had always had to work harder than others. Yet, there were those in this world who were praised as even greater than geniuses, those who may not always find the perfect answer, but possessed an unyielding spirit. Blood splattered around him, a grim reminder. But they never gave up, never surrendered, and always stood firm, holding their ground with bloodied hands. Their persistence was their true strength, their refusal to yield their greatest weapon. They were known as legends, revered throughout history, like Liam Karavan. He was the epitome of such unwavering resolve, a beacon of hope in the darkest times. He was the one who never let go of his sword until the very end, even in a place where he had lost everything and was left utterly alone. His spirit fueled Liam's fight. His ancestor's spectral form looked at him with profound pride, a deep, resonant voice calling him my descendant. The connection was powerful, filling Liam with renewed vigor. A single, powerful word, full of encouragement and unwavering belief, resonated deep within him, fueling his resolve. You. It was a call to his true potential. He possessed the intrinsic qualities to become a hero, a spirit that refused to break. The power surged through him, transforming his desperate fight into a legendary stand. The opponent's eye widened in sheer surprise as he launched another unexpected attack. She hadn't anticipated such resilience, such a sudden surge of power from her seemingly defeated foe. He moved with a strange, almost dance-like quality, defying all expectations and conventional combat. His movements were unpredictable, making him a slippery target to pin down. His eyes glowed with fierce, newfound resolve, channeling the spirit of his ancestor and his own indomitable will. He was no longer just fighting for survival, but for something greater. He struck, a powerful, determined blow, fueled by sheer will and the echoes of his lineage. This was not merely an attack, it was a declaration, a desperate prayer for victory. His sword connected with a bright flash of light, illuminating the entire arena. The impact was immense, a testament to the force he had put behind this final, decisive strike. Shards of light and debris exploded around them, marking the intensity of the clash. The air crackled with energy, a silent testimony to the raw power unleashed in that defining moment. His blue eye, filled with unwavering determination, showed he would not yield, not now, not ever. The spirit of a true legend shone within him, refusing to accept defeat. His unique, almost bizarre movements allowed him to find openings where others saw none, a true testament to his gutter rat's genius. He was a survivor, always finding a way. The Black Bride watched him, her expression shifting as she acknowledged his strange, dancer-like movements. She recognized the unexpected skill hidden beneath his unassuming exterior. However, this time, even with all his effort, he fell just a tiny bit short, his body taking another painful hit. The overwhelming power of his opponent was still a formidable barrier. He coughed up more blood, yet a fierce, almost joyful smile spread across his face. There was no need to be disappointed. He had pushed past his limits and proven his worth. The opponent looked on, her expression unreadable, as the match was declared over. A hush fell over the crowd, anticipating the final verdict, the end of an incredible fight. The announcer, beaming with triumphant excitement, cried out that it was Liam's victory. The impossible had happened, and the little gladiator had emerged victorious against all odds. Today, he had once again overcome the impossible, proving his mettle and defying the limits of his own body. His journey was far from over. This was merely a stepping stone. The little gladiator, Liam, stood victorious, leaving everyone in awe and eager to see what new heights he would reach next. This was only the beginning. The real storm hasn't hit yet. Our young gladiator, Liam, stood on the verge of a hard-fought promotion, ready to ascend to the next rank under the goddess's favor. The entire arena erupted in a roar of triumph and celebration, the crowd cheering wildly for their rising star. Yet, our boy lay broken and bleeding on the ground, a stark contrast to the joyous pronouncement of his silver rank. Standing over him, the mysterious Black Bride remained silent, her presence a chilling counterpoint to the arena's fervor. Her masked gaze held a deep, unsettling intensity, hinting at a hidden power stirring beneath her calm exterior. She considered her own nature, acknowledging a raw, untamed force within her, a blend of immense talent and destructive madness. A thrill ran through her, a rare surge of excitement from wielding her blade, something she hadn't felt in a long time. Her attention then shifted to Liam, her eyes narrowing as she observed the unconscious gladiator at her feet. Liam lay still, his face pale and marked with fresh wounds, completely oblivious to the tense drama unfolding around him. A sudden, intense flash of energy erupted, catching her attention and pulling her focus away from the fallen fighter. From his opulent throne, the gladiator master, a figure of authority and ruthlessness, issued a chilling command, his voice echoing with malice. His eyes glowed with a malevolent red, demanding swift and brutal action from her to claim the promised dragon sword. The Black Bride looked back at the master, Liam still motionless on the bloodied ground between them, the cruel order hanging in the air. With a quiet, disdainful click, she drew her sword, her expression conveying utter contempt for the vile people she was dealing with. A soft, ethereal blue light began to emanate from her, a sign of a profound power awakening within her. The blue energy swirled and expanded, enveloping her in a vibrant aura that pulsed with an otherworldly force. Her eye, now glowing with the same brilliant blue, reflected the immense power she was now channeling, transforming her appearance. She released a wave of this raw, spiritual energy, pushing it outwards as if clearing the very air around her. She reacted with a mixture of shock and wonder at the intensity of this unexpected aura, questioning if her senses were deceiving her. In response to her surging power, an ancient figure materialized, an old man radiating the same profound blue light, a true master. The old man pondered the reason for his appearance, wondering if it was Liam's unconscious state or the fierce battle that had drawn him out. His gaze was calm and knowing, a deep wisdom shining from his eyes as he observed the black bride. He addressed her directly, recognizing her as a young girl from the East, a place known for its unique spiritual traditions. He spoke of ancient shamans from her homeland, individuals with a rare ability to sense spirits and wield divine power. The black bride listened, her initial shock giving way to a realization that this was no mere illusion, but a tangible presence. He explained that this realm, this profound state of being, was accessible only to those who had truly mastered the art of the sword. A shining spectral blade, the mind sword, manifested before them, a symbol of this ultimate mastery. He then spoke of Swordmaster Carlos, a legendary figure whose name was synonymous with sword mastery, known to all who wielded a blade. Carlos, surrounded by 10 radiant swords, had achieved an unparalleled level of skill, becoming a beacon for all swordsmen. He had ascended to the pinnacle, earning the title of the greatest swordsman, leaving a chasm in the very earth as a testament to his power. But the swords she saw now were far more numerous, filling the entire sky with their glowing, ethereal forms. Tens, hundreds, thousands of luminous blades shimmered, an overwhelming display of power that stretched endlessly across the heavens. The old man, Carlos himself, stood amidst this breathtaking spectacle, an embodiment of the ultimate swordsman. Carlos gently told her she wasn't yet ready to comprehend the full scope of his power, but he recognized her immense potential. He gestured towards the ultimate destination for all swordsmen, a legendary place known simply as the Land of the Sword. With a final, meaningful look, Carlos bid farewell, expressing his anticipation for the day they might meet again, and called her by her true name, Sol-Yun. Seo-Yun stood in stunned silence, her mind reeling from the encounter, still processing the impossible vision she had witnessed. In a distant memory, or perhaps a dream, a man stood silhouetted against the setting sun, looking down with a gentle expression. He spoke of a paradise where immortals lived, a place filled with pure happiness, which one could reach through ultimate sword mastery. He imagined his family reunited there, his precious children by his side, a thought that would fill him with no regrets. Sol-Yun, now back in her own thoughts, remembered her own precious children, the family she longed to protect. She looked up at the vast blue sky, a profound realization dawning on her. The legend was true. He truly was the god of swords. Back in the recovery room, our boy Arhan stirred, waking to a gentle voice, confused by his surroundings. He looked at Seo-Yun, a flicker of recognition in his eyes, unsure what she had just said or what she meant by it. Seo-Yun simply offered a subtle, knowing smile, her resolve unshaken as she prepared to explain herself. Arhan sat up, his expression a mix of bewilderment and caution, wary of her unexpected words. She explained her true name was Seo-Yun and declared her intention to follow him, to experience everything by his side. Arhan's eyes widened in utter shock, completely taken aback by her sudden and earnest proposal. The old man, Carlos, appeared beside Arhan, explaining that Seo-Yun had sensed his presence during their earlier battle. Carlos beamed with pride, a radiant light emanating from him, knowing his power had completely captivated her. He elaborated, stating that throughout history, those who wielded swords often became his followers just by catching a glimpse of his aura. Carlos then adopted a more somber expression, his thoughts turning to Arhan's difficult life. He spoke with a touch of pity, acknowledging the harsh realities that had shaped our young hero. Arhan listened intently, a sense of quiet understanding settling over him as the elder spoke of his fate. He remembered a time of innocence, a fleeting image of sharing pure love and joy, the natural course of life he had missed. Instead, his life had been a cruel struggle, stained with blood, leaving him no choice but to cling to such grim things. Carlos offered guidance, advising Arhan that if he had chosen this path, he must shed all lingering attachments to his past. Arhan looked down, his gaze heavy with the weight of his choices, contemplating the difficult road ahead. Carlos reminded him of his heritage, declaring him a descendant of Karavan, Arhan the Avenger, a name steeped in legend. Seolyun stood firm, her expression determined, ready to prove the true value of her skill and commitment. Arhan considered her, acknowledging her as a highly skilled expert who held genuine goodwill toward him. He realized she would serve as a powerful inspiration, guiding him in countless ways on his own journey. He looked at her, finally dropping the moniker of Black Bride, and addressed her by her true name, Seolyun. A genuine smile spread across his face as he extended his welcome, accepting her as a companion on his arduous path. Seolyun returned his smile, a silent agreement passing between them, ready to embark on this shared journey together. Arhan, a young swordmaster with a heavy future, found himself in an awkward conversation during his journey. He had to address something important, something that might sound strange given their short acquaintance. With a deep breath, he explained his complicated circumstances, stating plainly that he could never become her lover. He quickly added that he knew she had no such intentions, but felt it was best to be upfront. Seo-yoon listened intently, her expression unreadable as he spoke about his concerns. She then reassured him, a faint smile playing on her lips, telling him not to worry at all. With a bluntness that startled him, she simply declared that he was completely not her type. Arhan could only stare, utterly dumbfounded by her straightforward and rather harsh rejection. She elaborated, explaining her preference for tall, muscular men with rugged features, a stark contrast to him. Our boy was too soft, she said, the type to apologize first even if someone else started a fight. She then asked if he needed her to say anything more, her tone leaving no room for argument. Arhan, completely deflated and embarrassed, quickly agreed that she had said quite enough. Changing the subject, he asked if there were other people living in her village, since she was the second person he'd met. She confirmed there was a knight who had moved in not long ago, and she believed Arhan would get along well with him. She described the knight as very kind, a stark contrast to the bloody scene he had left behind just moments before. The man, a true warrior, showed no remorse for the violence, his expression calm despite the carnage. As they continued their journey, Arhan noticed how little luggage Seolyun carried, just a sword and some food. He, on the other hand, found his own belongings had significantly increased since they first met. He explained that his previous sword was damaged, so he had bought some spares and new armor. Our boy was quite proud of his recent success in the arena, where his winnings had allowed him to upgrade his gear. He grumbled about the expense, but Pedal, his mentor, simply told him to stop whining. After a long journey, they finally arrived at what Arhan proudly called his mansion. However, the sight that greeted them was far from welcoming, causing them both to pause in shock. Petal stood in front of the mansion, surrounded by fallen bodies, asking Arhan if he had just arrived. Petal coughed up blood, apologizing for the unsightly scene, explaining that unexpected guests had arrived. He then noticed Seolyun, deducing that she must be the new neighbor Arhan had mentioned. Arhan, worried by Petal's condition, urged him to catch his breath before explaining further. Seolyun watched the unfolding situation with a sharp, calculating gaze, her true nature hinted at in her silent observation. The ground was littered with bodies, a testament to the fierce battle Petal had just fought alone. The path leading to the mansion was stained crimson, telling a silent story of conflict and struggle. Arhan helped Petal inside, leaving Seolyun to stand alone outside, contemplating the scene. Once inside, Petal began to summarize the situation, confirming that many uninvited guests had indeed visited. He reassured them that most had backed down obediently, so it hadn't escalated into a major fight. The real trouble began about a week ago, when a new type of intruder started targeting the village. These weren't ordinary bandits. They were different, more organized, and clearly had a specific agenda. Petal had tried to warn them off, but today they had attacked with a clear resolve, forcing his hand. Therefore, he had no choice but to shed blood to protect Arhan and the mansion. From the information he had gathered, these attackers were definitely not just common thieves. They called themselves the Red Wolf Brotherhood, a name that immediately caught Arhan's attention. He recognized the specific color and animal combination as a naming convention typically used by knighthoods. Petal confirmed his suspicion, explaining that such names embodied a group's identity and meaning. He cited examples like the Blue Lion or Black Lynx, emphasizing the significance of such a title. This brazen imitation by lawless bandits was, he stated, quite displeasing to him. It showed a profound disrespect for established traditions and the very concept of knighthood. The symbol he wore reflected his own commitment to these principles, making the bandits' actions an insult. Arhan then asked Petal to elaborate on why they needed to be particularly careful of this group. Petal explained that using such a name fearlessly meant one of two things for these bandits. Either their group was exceptionally large, or their leader possessed extraordinary skill. The leader, he suggested, might be so powerful that he simply looked down on all knights. This implied a level of arrogance and strength that far surpassed mere banditry. Arhan listened, his face a mixture of shock and growing realization about the true nature of his new enemy. The ancestor spirit, Fang, suddenly appeared, a wide, excited grin on his spectral face. He declared that this situation was nothing short of a feast, prepared specifically for Arhan's growth. Fang commanded his descendant to wipe out these arrogant bastards using his own power. Arhan looked hesitant, realizing the ancestor was telling him to face this formidable group alone. He knew the bandits were formidable, their combat power still ungauged, making the task even more daunting. Petal, however, supported Fang's idea, stating there were no better conditions for Arhan to digest his inherited power. If Arhan accomplished this task alone, he would finally forge his own unique path, extending beyond mere imitation. This revelation struck Arhan deeply, his eyes glowing with a newfound determination. With unwavering resolve, he turned to Petal, asking for the exact location of the bandits' hideout. Jinbeom, a young master with a mysterious past, moved through the moonlit forest as a cloaked killer, delivering swift and brutal justice to a group of unsuspecting bandits. The bandits, unaware of the impending danger, complained about their captain's eccentric choice of a backwater mountain range for their camp. One bandit scoffed at the rumors of necromancers, convinced that nothing of value remained in the crumbling, abandoned village they were supposed to be guarding. He longed to return to their last conquered village, a place where their captain had ensured plenty of fun by eliminating all the men. The bandit fantasized about having 10 wives, just like the infamous Steel Count, if only they had stayed longer instead of coming to this boring place. He became increasingly agitated, openly declaring that he was reaching his limit from the lack of women and the dullness of their current assignment. Suddenly, a violent, unseen force struck, painting the dark forest with a gruesome splash of blood, signaling the start of a silent massacre. One bandit was violently thrown, his body contorting as he fell, the attack too fast for him to even register its source. He collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide with a mixture of shock and terror, his life ending before he could comprehend what was happening. His comrade, who had been chatting idly, turned to address Nubi, only to find the forest had gone eerily silent, the air thick with dread. The second bandit's casual demeanor vanished as he spun around, his expression shifting from annoyance to dawning horror, realizing the true danger. A swift, unseen strike sent him reeling, blood erupting from his mouth as the mysterious assailant continued their brutal, efficient assault. He crumpled to the forest floor, another victim of the lightning-fast attacks, adding to the growing silence of the night. The remaining bandit, utterly bewildered and terrified, gasped, trying to understand what monstrous force was annihilating his comrades. He watched in horror as yet another one of his companions fell, confirming that this was no ordinary ambush, but something far more lethal. A close-up showed his face contorted in pure, unadulterated fear, his eyes reflecting the impossible speed and brutality of his attacker. He choked out that he couldn't even see his assailant, wondering if the whispered tales of real necromancers were true after all. Jinbeom, cloaked and his eyes glowing an eerie blue, held a sword to the bandit's throat, an unsettling calm surrounding him. He coolly remarked that the underlings were nothing special, his words punctuated by the splattering of blood around the doomed bandit. The scene emphasized the gruesome reality of the situation, with more blood staining the forest floor, a testament to Jinbeom's efficiency. A raw cry of agony ripped through the night as one of the bandits succumbed to his wounds, his pain abruptly silenced. Jinbeom moved to another screaming bandit, sternly commanding him to swallow it, his cold demeanor leaving no room for defiance. He forcefully covered the bandit's mouth, ensuring that no further cries of pain or terror would escape into the silent night. The petrified bandit, through his fear, made a shocking realization. His merciless attacker was not a necromancer, but merely a child. Jinbeom's intense, glowing blue eyes burned into the bandit as he demanded cooperation, threatening to remove his remaining ankle if he refused. Later, Jinbeom, the young master, sat in a well-appointed room, calmly asking Sir Petal and a woman for information about the bandit hideout. Sir Petal looked utterly stunned by Jinbeom's request, his face a mask of disbelief and concern. Jinbeom held his gaze, his expression firm and unyielding, leaving no doubts about his serious intent. Petal, recovering from his shock, cautiously asked if the young master truly intended to confront and eliminate the entire bandit group himself. Petal, desperate to dissuade him, slammed his hand on the table, passionately arguing against such a reckless and dangerous endeavor. He reasoned that a defensive strategy was far safer, and that the knighthood would likely intervene to deal with such a troublesome group. The woman seated beside them listened intently, her face serene, offering no immediate reaction to Petal's fervent objections. Suddenly, Petal coughed violently, spitting up blood, revealing a hidden injury that had been silently plaguing him. The woman quickly rushed to support the ailing Sir Petal, her expression now filled with deep worry and alarm. Despite his pain, Petal struggled to warn Jinbeom that these bandits were more dangerous than they appeared, possessing hidden strengths. Jinbeom offered a quiet apology to Petal, but his tone made it clear he would not abandon his mission, his resolve unshaken. Outside, the cloaked figure stood over a lifeless bandit, the stark reality of his swift, brutal actions evident in the clearing. He remained in the silent forest, a dark silhouette amidst the trees, his presence a chilling reminder of the night's events. A flicker of memory showed a younger Sir Petal's face, a loyal figure from Jinbeom's past, surfacing in the young master's thoughts. Young Petal, dressed in noble blue, stood with quiet dignity, embodying the unwavering loyalty he had always shown. A younger Jinbeom, still hooded, wielded a glowing sword in the forest, a testament to his early mastery and dark power. Even then, young Jinbeom declared his ruthless intention to leave absolutely no loose ends behind in his path. Petal, in the present, questioned the wisdom of Jinbeom's approach, wondering if proceeding like this was truly acceptable. He revealed that the bandit captain was far from an ordinary criminal, hinting at a reputation that preceded him. This captain was known among knighthoods as a runaway dog, a disgraced but deadly deserting knight. Even more concerning, the captain was rumored to be a swordwalker, a master warrior of exceptional skill. Petal admitted his own past defeats to swordwalkers, highlighting the formidable danger Jinbeom was walking into. Jinbeom, with a faint, confident smile, simply asked Petal if such details truly held any significance for his plan. His piercing gaze conveyed an unyielding determination, showing that no obstacle, however great, would deter him. The cloaked figure walked away from the scene of carnage, leaving the dead behind, his mission far from over. A deeper layer of memory showed a younger Petal's arm, scarred and bleeding, a testament to a previous, brutal encounter. Young Petal lay injured on a simple couch, recovering from his wounds, his face etched with pain and exhaustion. His tired, drawn expression underscored the sacrifices he had made, the heavy burden of his duties visible. A kind young woman, likely Jinbeom's sister, spoke to the injured Petal, expressing the deep trust everyone placed in him. She praised him as a knight of absolute loyalty, one who would never betray his vows or his people. Young Petal, in his gleaming armor, was asked to stay by her side and offer his protection, a solemn plea for his strength. His face hardened with resolve, accepting the weighty responsibility to safeguard those he cared for. Back in the present, Jinbeom, still cloaked, roused Petal, announcing that they had unexpected guests arriving. Petal looked visibly troubled, lamenting his current injured state and the inconvenient timing of this new development. Jinbeom calmly told him that his physical condition wouldn't change anything, implying his own immense capability to handle the situation. Petal stared, utterly bewildered, asking Jinbeom to clarify his audacious and unsettling statement. Outside, a troop of armored knights on horseback approached their location, their heavy presence undeniable. The rhythmic thud of their horses' hooves grew louder, signaling the imminent arrival of a powerful new force. The knights dismounted, their leader, bearing the yellow elephant emblem, demanded answers from Jinbeom and Petal. The knight leader, an imposing figure in his golden armor, looked down at them from atop his horse, his gaze piercing. Vice Captain Macon of the Yellow Elephant Knighthood asked if they knew anything about a runaway dog, setting the stage for a perilous encounter. Petal, once an honorable swordmaster, now found himself a discarded figure navigating a world where power mattered most. A formidable force of knights, led by a proud commander, Sir Arhan, gathered to face a burgeoning threat in the frontier lands. Petal stood before Sir Arhan, providing what little intelligence he possessed about the bandit group they intended to eliminate. Sir Arhan, however, found the information frustratingly vague, deeming it entirely useless for their critical mission. Their objective was clear: to eradicate a bandit group that had been causing trouble, disrupting the peace of the region. Rumors of this group, calling themselves Red Wolf, had even reached the capital, much to the Empire's utter displeasure. Sir Arhan scoffed at their chosen name, finding it ridiculous and an insult to the reputation of his esteemed knights. The very existence of such a group had completely tarnished the good name of their kingdom and its valiant protectors. Petal's attempts to provide context were met with dismissive remarks about the lack of actionable details he possessed. Without exact locations or precise numbers, Sir Arhan felt they were still left to do all the hard work themselves. Petal could only offer a humble apology for his inability to provide more substantial help to the commander. As Arhan observed him, a flicker of recognition crossed the commander's face, a familiar memory stirring from his past. He recalled a senior from his academy days, someone he had known, though the man looked significantly different now. Then, the name surfaced in his mind: Petal. It clicked into place with a clear, unsettling certainty. Petal had once been famous, known as the loyal Petal of the Green Deer, despite being a mere swordwalker. He was a paragon of knighthood, always executing his lord's commands without a single moment of failure. But that was a long time ago. The man before him was no longer that honorable, revered figure. Petal was a man abandoned by the master he had devoted his life to after contracting an incurable disease. Sir Arhan cruelly labeled him a sick dog, discarded and left to rot in the forgotten corners of the world. He then questioned Petal, wondering why he was staring so intently at the departing forces. Arhan wondered if Petal harbored grievances against the junior who apparently lacked proper respect for his elders. Petal, however, simply denied it, his expression etched with a quiet, profound sorrow. Arhan pressed on, speculating if Petal was merely jealous of his own wings, a symbol of status and power. He mocked Petal's vain dreams, clinging to such aspirations even as he stood at death's door. Seolyun, standing beside Petal, clenched her hand, ready to confront the arrogant knight's cruel words. But Petal stopped her, understanding that in this unforgiving kingdom might truly made right. Arhan then turned his attention to Seolyun, remarking on what an excellent nurse she was for Petal. He called her a pretty girl from the East Continent, promising she wouldn't be lonely until her dying day. With a final, dismissive wave, Arhan announced his departure, his condescending words lingering in the cold air. He ordered his Yellow Elephant troops to move out, to climb the mountain before the first light of sunrise. Their mission was to hunt down the runaway dog, the Red Wolf bandits, with ruthless efficiency. Watching them disappear into the night, Petal felt a wave of self-pity, acknowledging his own pathetic state. He was a man utterly broken, reduced to a shadow of his former, more glorious self. Suddenly, a jarring thought struck him, pulling him sharply from his deep despair. He realized young Master Arhan, a different individual, was completely missing from the mansion. With all the commotion at the mansion, there was no way the young master wouldn't have come out to check. A terrible suspicion dawned on him. Had the young master gone to the bandit hideout all by himself? The realization hit him like a cold, hard rain, the gravity of the situation sinking deep within him. Petal cursed his luck. It was truly terrible to be caught in such a dangerous and unexpected predicament. Far away, a guard on patrol grumbled about the gloomy night, longing for his shift to finally end. He heard footsteps approaching, assuming it was the night patrol returning from their rounds. But the footsteps were solitary, a single figure emerging from the deep, impenetrable darkness. He questioned why someone would be walking around without a torch on such a dark and foreboding night. The figure stepped closer, revealing Petal, now clad in a hooded, assassin-like garb, his eyes hidden. The guard, recognizing the immediate danger, desperately pleaded for his life, his voice trembling. But Petal was beyond mercy, a swift, brutal strike ending the guard's desperate plea instantly. The guard collapsed, a silent testament to Petal's chilling efficiency and newfound ruthlessness. Petal looked down at the fallen man, his thoughts turning to the weapon he now wielded, a simple spear. With every passing moment, he understood more clearly why his master had chosen the path of fanged. Fang was the moniker of an anonymous assassin, a stark contrast to the heavily armored elite knights. Compared to seasoned veteran gladiators, the assassin was not considered a strong warrior in a fair fight. In a head-on confrontation, the assassin's defeat would be a near certainty 9 times out of 10. Yet his master had seen something more profound in this killer's approach, a different kind of strength. The critical question was, what if it wasn't a match, but a life or death struggle for survival? In such a scenario, the entire story changed, the conventional rules of combat completely rewritten. Whether one used dirty tricks like poisoning drinks was utterly irrelevant to the final outcome. Or targeted weaknesses when an opponent's guard was down, victory was all that truly mattered. The assassin's philosophy was simple. The one who stopped the others breathing first survived the encounter. He focused entirely on that single brutal point, with no room for error or any hesitation. He never assumed success, always keeping failure in mind to plan a meticulous path to ultimate victory. These ruthless methods perfectly suited Patel, a man who had grown accustomed to constant suspicion. He moved through the camp, his presence a silent, deadly force in the oppressive darkness of the night. He found the bandit completely oblivious, lost in a drunken stupor, an easy, unsuspecting target. The bandit was so tipsy, feeling great, completely unaware of the looming, imminent danger. He had emptied his mug, lost in his own world, a perfect vulnerable mark for Petal. A swift, precise strike, a dagger thrown with deadly accuracy, silenced the bandit instantly. Petal, now fully embodying the assassin's role, surveyed his work with cold, unblinking blue eyes. The kill was executed perfectly, a testament to his newfound, brutal efficiency in the shadows. He knew what he had to do next, his resolve hardening in the face of the grim, bloody task ahead. This was his path now, a life forged in shadows and forever soaked in the crimson of battle. There was no turning back from the choices he had made, or the harsh destiny he now embraced. He was ready for the deeper hunt, the true target lurking somewhere in the vast, unforgiving darkness. His eyes, now tinged with a predatory red, opened slowly, revealing a new kind of hunger within them. The air was thick with the scent of crimson, a scent he now craved as he declared, "Now I hunt the wolves." Our young protagonist stumbled into a tent, horrified by the sight of his comrades, with whom he had just been drinking. Blood stained the ground, and bodies lay scattered, a gruesome scene unfolding before his disbelieving eyes. He sank to his knees, a chilling wave of terror washing over him, unable to comprehend the nightmare he had just entered. His friends, the guys he had just shared drinks with, were all dead, and he couldn't understand why this had happened. Panic seized him as he ran through the camp, discovering the same horrific fate had befallen everyone in the other tents too. There were no signs of a struggle, no sounds of battle, just silent, swift slaughter across the entire encampment. They had all died without even knowing what hit them, taken out by a killer who was clearly no ordinary foe. He knew he had to escape, to get out of this nightmare before he became another victim of the unseen assailant. But before he could flee, a gruff voice called out from behind him, demanding to know why he was making such a fuss. It was Captain Murphy, the formidable leader of the Red Wolf Brotherhood, who had told him to fetch more booze. Murphy, with his wild red hair and intimidating presence, now stood before his terrified subordinate. The metallic stench of fresh blood filled the air, piercing his senses and confirming a grim suspicion. He surveyed the carnage, his eyes scanning the fallen men and the cowering survivors. A grim realization dawned on him as he recognized that someone had been having a very violent party. His body began to crackle with an ominous red energy, preparing for the inevitable confrontation. He declared that whoever had dared to intrude would be fun to tear apart, transforming into a more monstrous form. With terrifying speed, he unleashed a flurry of devastating blows, attacking unseen targets in the darkness. He counted his strikes as he moved, a chilling rhythm of destruction echoing through the camp. Meanwhile, a cloaked assassin observed the captain's rampage from a hidden vantage point, his eyes fixed on the red energy. He held his glowing blue knife, a silent observer in the chaos, ready to execute his mission. His master, an old man with a kind but discerning gaze, asked for his assessment of the captain's path. The assassin, after a moment of thoughtful silence, confirmed that he had indeed found his answer, looking up to meet his master's gaze. He then confidently stated that he could kill the captain, a calm assurance in his voice. The path was the core that transformed a swordwalker into a superhuman, granting immense power by extending energy throughout their body. It was essentially another sensory organ, a powerful tactical weapon that amplified their strength. The perfection and strength of one's path directly indicated the level of a swordwalker's overall skill. The assassin recalled his training, remembering how he was taught to gauge an opponent's level by observing their path. He then prepared to reveal his assessment of Captain Murphy's capabilities. He declared Captain Murphy's path to be utterly pathetic, a stark contrast to true power. He contrasted it with Sir Petal's path, which had countless solid branches, forming an impenetrable wall. Miss Seolyun's path, on the other hand, was elegant yet surged with the power of a raging wave. In stark contrast, Captain Murphy's path had only 6 branches, and even those appeared unstable and weak. The assassin concluded that it made him wonder if Murphy even qualified as a true swordwalker compared to those two. His master chuckled, acknowledging the assassin's assessment and remarking on the prodigious talent of the girl from the east. Even a weakened Sir Patel was a swordsman who had reached the pinnacle of a walker's strength, making the assassin's survival a feat. The assassin, with a determined glint in his glowing blue eye, assured his master that he would not let his guard down. Back at the camp, Captain Murphy sat amidst his remaining men who were cowering in terror. One of them stammered, asking what they should do, convinced that necromancers were responsible for the slaughter. Another man nodded fearfully, agreeing that only black magic could explain such an event. Murphy, enraged by their incompetence, roared at them to shut their traps before he tore them in half. He glared at them with bloodshot eyes, calling them incompetent bastards for their foolish assumptions. The men flinched back, terrified by the captain's sudden outburst and menacing aura. He grabbed one of them by the neck, forcing him to look at the scene and analyze it properly. He pointed out that every victim had been stabbed precisely in their vitals with a single, expert strike. Necromancers, no matter how monstrous, could never mimic such precision, nor would they even need to. This was clearly the work of a highly skilled assassin, and a lone one at that, not some dark magic. He deduced that the assassin, not having been caught by his own path, must have already hidden himself. Murphy, convinced the killer couldn't have gone far, ordered his men to gather everyone left and track the assassin down. He threatened to feed them all to the dogs if they failed, a chilling warning that made his men flinch in terror. Terrified, they scrambled to obey, running out into the dark night to hunt the elusive killer. Murphy sat alone, pondering who could have sent such a high-caliber assassin, a difficult and expensive undertaking. He mused whether it could be the family of a woman he had tasted in the last village, a common source of retribution, or perhaps the remnants of a merchant group he had beaten to death for fun, another familiar enemy. Too many suspects came to mind, but he decided it ultimately didn't matter, as it simply meant more entertainment for him. He stared down at a dead body, his mind already formulating a plan for vengeance and pleasure. The blood on the ground seemed to swirl, reflecting the chaos and violence that now consumed his camp. He vowed to catch the assassin first, torture him to his heart's content, and then extract the client's identity. Suddenly, Murphy reacted, his head snapping up as if sensing an invisible presence nearby. He stood, looking around the darkened camp, his senses on high alert for any sign of movement. He spotted 2 more dead bodies, the men he had just sent to hunt the assassin, now lifeless. A look of shock crossed his face. How had the assassin moved so quickly and silently to dispatch them? He realized that it was now pitch black, all the campfires extinguished, plunging everything into utter darkness. The entire camp was devoid of light, transformed into a shadowy hunting ground. Murphy gritted his teeth, snarling at the little rat who dared to challenge him in his own territory. His eyes glowed a furious red, locking onto a faint blue light in the darkness, the assassin's glowing knife. His red eye burned, reflecting the intensity of his rage and the danger he now faced. The assassin struck with blinding speed, a flash of blue light in the darkness, a blur of motion. Murphy barely managed to spin away, a sharp sound indicating a near miss as he evaded the strike. His arm was grazed, a shallow cut that proved the assassin's deadly precision. Blood splattered, a stark reminder of how close he had come to a fatal wound. If he had been even a fraction of a second slower, his head would have been severed, ending his reign. He looked around wildly, trying to pinpoint his attacker in the oppressive gloom, bewildered by the foe. He didn't understand what kind of enemy he was facing, feeling as if they were one with the very darkness that now enveloped him. Two figures moved through the forest before dawn, one ahead, one behind, both silent. The man in front was pushing hard, sweat already on his brow, his body fighting the pace his will demanded. He had a master to reach and no time left to waste. He was breathing too hard for this. The road was long, the night cold, and his lungs were already burning. But the fear of what waited ahead, enemies his master alone could not handle, kept his legs moving even when his body begged to stop. His companion urged him to rest, but he refused. They had to reach his master fast. These weren't simple road bandits. Something far worse was already hunting, and every wasted minute felt like another step toward a disaster he couldn't take back. One red eye burned through the dark, cold, and calculating. Whoever this figure was, they had been watching for some time, and what they'd seen wasn't a student, wasn't a novice. Something older and more dangerous had caught their full attention. He exhaled slowly, blue eyes sharp, trying to process what he'd just been told. A fully grown seedling. That was the phrase used, and coming from someone with this much hard-earned weight behind their words, it was not a small thing to say. She offered no comfort, no false hope. The boy they were discussing needed more growth before he could face a swordwalker, someone at the peak of the sword path. That gap wasn't small. It was the kind of gap that got people killed. She said nothing, just looked, jaw tight, because the truth was already clear to her. This wasn't a fight she thought he was ready for. Her silence carried more weight than any argument, and the masked figure towering over her seemed to sense that too. But the masked one disagreed. The little gladiator was no simple seedling. That much had already been made clear by what he'd done so far. He carried something that raw talent alone couldn't explain, and that made him far more than what others had measured. His talent had already bloomed past what most fighters ever reached. The man speaking knew the weight of those words. He'd spent his whole life reading people in battle, and what he'd seen in this boy left him with no room for doubt. Still and silent, he stood in the dark, a lone shape against the night, blades at his sides, one eye lit like a cold star. He was not waiting, he was already deciding. The darkness around him felt less like a place and more like a choice. The tattooed man came charging in hard and low, sword out and grinning. He was massive, the kind of fighter who'd broken men just by getting close. Coming at a masked figure holding still took a certain kind of boldness or a certain kind of arrogance. The bandit chief stopped cold the moment he registered what he was actually looking at. The word came slow and disbelieving. He'd wiped out entire squads, survived every grudge hunt thrown his way, and now this small quiet shape was what stood in front of him. His red eye narrowed as he ran through the list. A looted caravan? Women he'd wronged? His mind moved fast, trying to pin down who had the will and the reach to send someone like this after his head. The options were few. None of them were good. The Yellow Elephant. The name landed in his head like a stone in still water. That merchant group carried influence and a long memory. If someone from that circle had hired a blade of this level, then whatever debt he thought was settled was very much not. The chief's eye went flat and full of threat. One single cold beat of silence. Then the sword came up, the body coiled, and every ounce of his rage gathered into a single, simple decision. Talk was done. He was going to end this himself. He snapped alert, and so did the man beside him. Something had shifted. Out in the dark, where nothing had been a breath before, a presence had arrived. Not loud, not sudden, just there, in the way that truly dangerous things tend to be. He stepped forward into the night, blades drawn and glinting, hood low over his face. The way he moved said everything, calm and aimed, the way a man moves when there's no part of him that isn't sure. This was the moment he'd been built for. The chief laughed, a rough, wide-open sound that came from somewhere deep in his chest. He found it funny. All his men, gone, a price on his head, and the one sent to collect it was a kid who barely looked old enough to hold a real sword. And then he understood. The one who'd cut through all his men and come after his life was nothing but a wet behind the ears greenhorn. That landed wrong, not as relief, but as an insult so deep it flipped his mood from amusement to something much colder. He threw his head back and called it absurd. His face cracked into something wild and unhinged, because that's what it was. Absolutely absurd. That this boy, this nobody, had made it this far was a joke. The world had decided to play on him personally. Plans changed. He didn't care what trick or method had cleared a path to his door. That story was over. Now that the boy had shown himself, the chief made a new promise. Slow, thorough, and final. He was going to take the kid apart piece by piece. Red energy tore through the space between them as the chief unleashed his fury. Massive, raw, and furious. It wasn't just power. It was humiliation given form. Rage made sharp. The full force of a man who refused to accept that someone this young had ever held an edge over him. The blade swept wide and fast and hot with intent, and then it missed. The chief's face went slack. He hadn't looked away. He hadn't blinked. He'd tracked every movement, pinned every inch of the boy's body with his eyes, and still the strike landed on nothing. He couldn't believe it. His eyes had never left his target, and yet the blow connected with air. That kind of miss wasn't a fluke. It meant something else was happening, something that bypassed the instincts he trusted his whole life to keep him alive. Steel met blood and the boy didn't flinch. Droplets hung in the air like punctuation. The chief was cut, not badly, not yet, but the shock of it landed harder than the wound. He hadn't seen the hand that did it. That was the part that mattered. The hit connected. Not elegant, not surgical, just right, at the right time, in the right gap. The chief buckled, and in the moment his body registered pain, something he couldn't quite name settled over him. A shift. He was no longer the hunter in this fight. A hand slammed down. The knife found its mark. The chief's arm went wide and his body hit the ground at an angle that said the fight had already been decided. He just hadn't caught up to that fact yet. The boy stood over him, still calm. The chief was down and bleeding, teeth bared and still refusing to believe what his body was telling him. This was the moment. Not the clash, not the first cut, but this one, where the man who had never been stopped finally ran out of options to deny it. The chief swung again, this time with everything he had left. A spinning slash aimed to end things on his terms. Sparks burst at the crosspoint. The boy met it, took the force, and held, not by strength, by something tighter, more controlled than brute power. The boy's eye was steady. His mind was already past the moment, already in the next move, the one the chief wouldn't see coming. This was the part that confounded the enemy most, not speed, not skill, but a stillness of mind that made him near impossible to track. The chief felt it, the opening being torn open around his guard. His arm was there, his blade was there, his instincts were screaming. But the boy was threading through all of it, not by forcing his way in, but by making the gaps appear where none had been. He breathed out. In every job he'd carried out, he had never once been the strongest person in the room. That was the truth of his whole life. He'd survived by working around strength, not through it, and now that truth was the thing keeping him alive. Two guards patrolled the narrow street, torch in hand, moving slow and certain through the quiet hours. They had no idea what was coming. The city felt safe, routine, familiar, and that comfort made them exactly the kind of targets the dark tends to choose. Fire and shadow. Two men, one light between them, standing in the kind of stillness that hides what's coming next. They were alert, or thought they were. But alertness trained on the wrong threat is just a longer way to be caught off guard. They felt it before they saw it, that cold shift in the air when something that shouldn't be there is suddenly very close. One of them started to turn. The instinct was right, the timing was already too late. The figure above them had already chosen its moment. To borrow the power of an ally, that was the method. But the condition for that was something most people got wrong. It wasn't about hiding, it was the opposite. Every breath, every step, every shift of cloth had to be made loud on purpose. Presence as bait. Every breath pushed out deliberately. Every rustle of fabric stretched into something the enemy's senses could lock onto. Each step placed with just enough weight to be felt. He wasn't sneaking in, he was building a signal, one he could control, and then cut. Raw purple energy burst outward as one guard went down hard and fast. Not stabbed, not slashed, but struck with the kind of force that came from someone who'd absorbed years of killing craft. The strike wasn't cruel, it was precise. There was a difference. The moment the enemy's whole body locked onto him, every sense pulled tight, every nerve aimed, he erased it. All of it. Gone in an instant. That gap between locked on and nothing was where the hit landed, while the body was still catching up to what had happened. The torch hit the ground, and the stone caught the light in a low, warm scatter. The moment of impact left nothing dramatic, just a body going down and the brief bloom of fire against cobblestone. Clean, final, and already past. He called it a sharp shift in knowing, the mind's attempt to process two contradictory states at once. Too much signal, then none. The brain seized in the gap, all five senses stumbling over each other, and in that moment of confusion, the blade found its place. The other guard's eyes went wide, but his body was still catching up. Sweat already on his face, teeth clenched, the weight of something pressed against him from close range. Too close. He understood, in that moment, that he had already lost without ever throwing a punch. The blade hit the stone floor and the guard hit it right after. The sound was brief, then quiet. Then the boy's boot came down steady on the cold ground, and the weight of it said what no words needed to. This job was already done. He walked away from it. Just walked. No hurry, no look back. One eye lit in the dark, blades at his sides, the city quiet around him. He was the kind of still that only exists after everything necessary has already been finished. Cold light, cold blue, cold silence, the kind that fills a space when something absolute has just settled into place. The city didn't know what had passed through it. The night held on, and he moved forward because the next thing was already waiting. He came in close and fast, and the chief met him in kind. Blades locking, blood already flying. Two bodies at their limit, one still grinding forward on rage, and the other on something quieter and harder to name. This was the heart of the whole fight. The blade came away slick with red, held steady in the thin morning air. Every drop that fell marked a moment where the outcome had already tipped, even if the chief's body hadn't admitted it yet. He was bleeding. The boy was not. That told the story. Even now, bleeding and pinned, the chief couldn't accept it. The flow was all wrong. One-sided in a way that made no sense to a man who'd never been on the losing end of anything. Something deeper than pride was breaking. His whole understanding of the world had cracked. The boy was inside his guard now, not just past the blade, but past every layer of defense the chief had built over a lifetime of surviving. The gap hadn't been forced open, it had been coaxed, slid into, like something inevitable, and the chief knew it too. The inner voice turned inward and gave credit where it was due, to the assassin's memories now living in his body. It felt strange to say that. Strange to owe what he'd become to someone else's craft, absorbed and made his own through something that still didn't have a clean name. He burst forward, shoulder down, body aimed like something launched rather than run. The chief braced, but the impact came from the wrong angle, wrong height, wrong timing. The boy moved like someone who'd studied every way a body fails to predict, and then picked one. Something erupted. Something vast and pink and burning. Not power in the usual sense, but the last full weight of a man refusing to go down without giving everything he had left. The chief was done fighting smart. He was fighting now with pure survival instinct. One dark, still shape. One red glow behind a blade pressed tight. The chief wasn't laughing anymore. Whatever animal thing had woken up in him was real, and the boy was crouched right on the edge of it, one arm locked, holding him right there in the moment before it broke. A beast. That was the word that came out, not from fear, but from recognition. Whatever the boy had reached inside him and pulled forward wasn't technique. It wasn't craft. It was something older and rawer. The kind of thing that doesn't have a proper name in any school of swords. The chief was down. Blade at his throat, eye wide and red and burning, was something that refused to accept what had happened. He was not dead yet, but he was finished. The difference between those two things was the only mercy left in the room. The boy's eye turned cold and precise, the calm that follows the last step of something long in motion. He had never been the strong one. He had always been the one who knew how to use what he had, and when. That knowing was now carved into the chief's body. Power erupted in a column, not wild, not scattered, but aimed with a fury that was just barely leashed. The ground cracked. The air split. Whatever the chief had kept buried until now was out, and it was not small. This was what the boy had been building toward breaking. He came down through it, not around, through. The force of the blast met the weight of his drop, and for a moment both existed in the same space, each trying to erase the other. The boy's body angled tight, committed, no hesitation in the fall. Pinned and staring up, the chief found the word. This is... But the rest wouldn't come. Not because he was hurt, because what he was witnessing didn't have a category. The boy above him was pressed against something the chief had spent his whole life believing didn't exist in someone so young. A beast. Just that. Two words that carried all the shock and all the respect a man like him was capable of giving. Not a fighter. Not a prodigy. Something that lived below the level of technique. Raw, honest, and older than any school that had ever tried to teach it. Something cracked open in him, not a wound, but a waking. Whatever had been sealed behind training and caution and the discipline of borrowed craft stirred loose. The red in his eye was not rage, it was recognition. He was meeting a part of himself that had been waiting for exactly this moment. And then, a smile. Small, quiet, and completely certain. Not the smile of someone who had won. The smile of someone who had just found out what they were capable of, and liked the answer. That kind of smile doesn't need anything said after it. Energy tore clean through the space between them. Not a clash now, but a verdict. The moment itself held still for just a breath, and in that breath, every outcome became clear. Not by force of will, by the gap in craft between what each man had brought to this night. He drove in, body low, momentum full, and the impact carried everything the night had built to. The chief went back, the boy went forward, and somewhere in that crossing, the fight became something else, not a battle anymore, a proof. The chief lay there, pinned, breathing hard, a blade pressed close enough to matter, and the boy above him was utterly still. Not tired, not proud, just present. Ready for whatever the next breath would ask of him. That stillness was more frightening than the fight had been. Blood ran from the chief's hair, dark and slow and real. The voice that came from him was broken, not by pain, but by the failure of every way he'd understood himself. A beast, he'd called the boy, and the boy had heard it and held it and said nothing at all. Something broke loose in him and blew outward in a ring of light. Not control, not skill, but the pure, unfiltered thing underneath all of it. The chief felt it before he understood it. Some part of the boy that no amount of training had made yet, and no amount of damage could undo. He came down clean and hard, and the strike landed with a sound that said, this was over. Not the fight. That had been over for a while. The moment. The question the whole chapter had been asking. The answer arrived without ceremony. It just landed, and it was enough. The chief was pinned. The boy pressed over him, blade in place. The outcome settled. The word came anyway. This is... Because even now, on the wrong end of a fight he should have won by every measure he'd ever used, the chief needed to name what had beaten him. A beast. The word hung there in the air, complete and final, surrounded by the red glow of something that had just fully revealed itself. Not a technique, not a gift, a nature. And natures don't need to be earned, they just need the right moment to emerge. The face that greeted him was not calm anymore. Something had cracked open behind those eyes. Something that had been waiting its whole life for a reason to stop holding back. Whatever the chief had just witnessed was only the beginning. And even he, beaten and broken, could feel that truth. A dark forest at night. Moonlight filters through the trees as the sound of hoofbeats echo through the silence. Something is moving through the woods, and the air is heavy with tension. Two knights in full blue armor ride through the forest, their horses moving at a steady pace. A speech bubble hangs above them. Someone is asking a question the rider hasn't answered yet. A masked knight in dark armor raises a hand, asking whether this many soldiers are really needed to hunt down a single runaway. The man beside him says nothing. He already knows the answer. The vice captain's visor fills the panel, a single sharp eye visible through the slit. He starts to speak. The word he chooses, considering. Considering what they're up against. He stands with his back to us, facing the dark forest. His blue cape hangs still in the cold air. The word above him is single and final, effort. This will require effort. From above, the formation moves in tight columns. Two knights lead, capes trailing behind them. A flash of green cuts into the corner of the frame. Something has been thrown. A face in shadow breaks into a slow, dangerous smile. The sound it makes is barely a sound at all, just two letters. Just breath. A predator who already knows how this ends. A blonde knight with a confident expression turns toward the camera, his formation trailing behind him. He's speaking. So far, he says. So far, things have gone a certain way. He delivers the fact without drama. 6 knights were sent ahead in secret. All 6 were taken out. Not one of them made it back. The forest swallowed them whole. Murphy stands in the dark, hunched over, massive. Wreckage surrounds him. The pose is wrong for a man. Too low, too predatory. He is not standing. He is waiting to strike. The vice captain addresses the group, while a white-haired figure stands ahead in the mist. He's still talking. That guy Murphy, he says, may be nothing more than a dog who hit bottom. Murphy's face fills the frame, soaked in purple energy that bleeds off him like smoke. His eyes burn. The air around him warps. Whatever he was before, that version of him is gone. The scene flashes back. An assassin drives a blade downward toward Murphy's face. The text above says, "When he was a knight." Even then, something in him was already different. The title screams across a blood-red sky, Berserker. Murphy catches a blade between his bare teeth, eyes blazing white. His name told the whole story before any of this started. The assassin stares in disbelief, gripping her weapon tight. She's heard rumors. She's trained for scenarios. But no one trained her for a man who stops a blade with his jaw and looks hungry for more. Blood hits the ground. The text screams the question she can't stop herself from thinking. What kind of monstrous biting strength is this? The answer is, the kind that ends careers. His eyes lock on. Red, focused. The dark energy around him pulses with each breath. He is not angry. He is not afraid. He is simply hungry, and she is in front of him. He bites through it. The blade shatters. Fragments scatter in every direction. The assassin's grip is suddenly empty and useless, and he hasn't even moved his feet yet. The assassin's eye goes wide. A single blue gem catches the light somewhere in the chaos. She understood what she was walking into. She did not understand what she was walking into. The counterattack arrives before she can process the first move. Red and white streaks cut the air. The sound effects are in Korean, but the meaning is universal. Too fast, too late. A burst of force tears through the frame. White impact symbols explode in every direction. The assassin is already gone from where she was standing. Murphy is done in seconds. The fight becomes pure noise. Steel, blood, torn ground, scattered debris. He tears through every counter like it isn't there. The clearing looks like something exploded. It did. Our hooded fighter takes a hit to the face and registers the damage as data. His power and speed, the internal voice says, have completely changed from just a moment ago. Something shifted mid-fight. His hands come into focus. The thought is calm despite everything. If he hadn't moved when he did, he would have been split in two. A simple statement. A terrifying one. Murphy charges again. The speed line stretched the width of the panel. His eyes are white fire. He's not executing a technique. He's hunting, and he's accelerating. Our fighter digs in, teeth clenched, holding the line. Blue lightning arcs from the impact of what he's parrying. His face says he's managing. His body is barely keeping up. The exchange reaches a new level of violence. Pure energy pours off every strike. The Korean onomatopoeia fills the frame with the sounds that language invented specifically for moments like this. He's close enough to feel the heat coming off Murphy. His block is tight. His teeth are clenched. He's not winning this exchange, but he's surviving it. For now, that's the strategy. The deflection sends a shower of debris through the air. Our fighter's stance breaks for half a step. He finds it again. Barely. The margin between standing and falling is shrinking. The impact spreads in every direction, an abstract burst of force with no clear center. The fight has moved past technique. It's just two forces colliding and seeing what holds. He drops to a crouch in the open air, breathing in ragged pulls. Ha, ha. The breath sounds are written out because they matter. He's still here, still thinking, still in this. His eye feels the frame, blue, sharp, processing. The thought that surfaces, is this even possible? Not a panic, a genuine question about what physics should allow. Murphy's mouth opens in something that used to be a smile. The teeth are too large, too white, too ready. The narration answers its own question, but now he's gone beyond that. Murphy stands in the center of a red storm, his hair wild, his body radiating pure killing energy. The conclusion arrives simply. He has become a bloodthirsty beast. There's no more complicated way to say it. The dark energy continues to pour from him in waves. And along with the transformation, the narration explains, his physical abilities have drastically increased. Every number has gone up. Every limit is gone. The red aura shifts and breathes like something alive. His path, the thought continues, has become even more ominous, not just dangerous, not just powerful. Wrong, fundamentally wrong. Our fighter observes from a distance, thinking through what he knows. There are occasionally people like this, he explains, rare cases. Individuals whose nature takes them somewhere no training map covers. He names it precisely, the nature of someone who lacks conviction and is solely drunk on murderous intent. When that becomes someone's entire architecture, the body begins to follow the mind into something else. He looks down at the blade in his hand, still wet with blood. The condition arrives mid-sentence. To eliminate him, you must ensure the complete digestion of the daggers. The thought cuts off. He knows what it means. Silence. The speech bubble contains only dots. He understood the implication the moment it arrived. He's not uncertain. He's making a decision before he speaks it. He stands straight. 2 blades in hand, posture clean, expression unreadable. Whatever he just decided, he decided it fully. There's no hesitation left in the way he holds the steel. Blades hit the ground in pieces. The sound effects ring out as metal meets metal, and neither survives the exchange. The ground is becoming a graveyard of weapons. The screen goes dark except for one statement, backlit and simple. There's only one way. No qualifier. No alternative. One door. And it leads straight through. And that way, the text declares, is to clash directly. He drives forward into Murphy's guard, blade locking with whatever Murphy swings. Steel screams against steel. Neither man flinches. Murphy throws a horizontal slash that would have taken his head. Our fighter drops under it by a margin measured in centimeters. He's already moving toward the next position before the breath leaves. Murphy charges with raw force, red energy trailing from the blade. Our fighter launches upward. For a moment they're at the same height. The exchange that follows is immediate and brutal. The positions reverse. Our fighter stands above, Murphy below on the ground, a sword embedded near him. The view from above gives a rare moment of scale. Murphy is enormous. Our fighter is committed. Murphy's eye fills the frame. The iris is red and burning, fixed on a single point. There's no thought behind it anymore. Just the lock-on of a predator who found its target. He launches forward with that wrong physics speed. Speed lines flatten the world behind him. The Korean SFX give the sound of something enormous moving at impossible velocity. Murphy's hair streams behind him as he closes distance in one movement. The pink aura intensifies. His expression is pure hunger. He's not running toward a fight. He's running toward a meal. Our fighter holds the ground, watching Murphy commit to the swing. He doesn't move back. He reads the arc, times the breath, and waits for the exact moment the geometry opens. They're so close. The weapons can barely clear each other. Our fighter parries with millimeter margins, his gauntlet grinding against whatever Murphy throws. Close. Too close. Exactly close enough. Murphy pulls back and closes the fist. No blade, no technique, just weight and velocity, and everything his berserk state has amplified into a single point. Our fighter sees it coming. Steel finds flesh. Our fighter's blade draws across Murphy's chest, leaving a mark that should matter. Murphy's face barely changes. The body registers the damage. The state ignores it. Murphy turns his face toward the camera and grins. Whatever that cut just did, it didn't slow him. It might have made things worse. The grin says he felt it and liked it. A clean profile shot. Murphy faces the sky, bloodied and breathing hard. For a moment he almost looks human. The hair falls across his face. Something in him is still recognizable as a man. His eye fills the panel again, small red pupil at the center of white. The berserk state hasn't broken, but something in that eye is watching now in a way that wasn't there before. Our fighter descends from above, visible through the dark, blade in hand. The thought below completes itself, no matter how thick his hide. The blade glows with intent. Blue energy meets whatever Murphy throws back. The collision produces light that fills the entire panel. This is not a test of technique. This is 2 opposing forces seeing which one holds. The blade comes down and finds Murphy's eye. The red pupil is still burning as the steel arrives. Extreme close-up. The strike is precise. It lands exactly where it was aimed. Murphy's head turns with the force of the hit. His hair flies. His teeth show. The blow landed. Something inside the berserk state felt that one in a way the others didn't reach. The narration arrives as a shout. He dodged that. A clean strike, perfectly placed, aimed at the gap. And Murphy's instincts, even without reason, caught it. Even the beast knows how to survive. Murphy pulls back. The fist is the size of someone's head. He's done with the sword. He's going to hit with his body, the way something that's forgotten it's human would think to fight. The punch connects. Our fighter goes inverted, caught midair, eyes wide. This is not a setback he planned for. A single punch from an unarmed man just turned the frame upside down. The impact booms outward in every direction. Murphy's fist is at the center. Our fighter is wherever the force decided to send him. The ground may never recover from this exchange. Our fighter's face fills the frame. Gasp. Pant. Blood runs from his lip. The internal voice finishes the sentence with disbelief, a single blow, and he ended up like this, from just a fist. Murphy stands in the open, sword resting near his feet, pink hair static around him. He watches the other man recover. He's not done. He's not even close to done. Murphy picks the sword back up, growling low. The sound rumbles from somewhere deep in his chest. It is not a war cry, it is the sound a predator makes when the prey is still alive. His mouth opens to its full extent. Teeth, blood, sound, a roar that has nothing left of the man who used to speak in full sentences. The forest goes quiet in response. His massive hand reaches toward the viewer. Blood falls like rain through the frame. The chapter ends not on a resolution but on this, a hand still moving forward, still reaching. Our fighter, bleeding and burning, makes his decision. The plan is simple and necessary. Focus on dodging and parrying. Don't try to match the force, survive it. Find the opening inside the storm. He plants the blade and holds. The impact arrives as white light and force. He holds the block. The arms absorb what they absorb. The feet stay where they're planted. Murphy comes from behind. Our fighter turns the guard just in time, bringing the defense to meet what would have taken his spine. Just in time. That's the only margin he gets. Pink energy meets blue resistance. The abstract collision of two fighting styles, two states of being, two men who have both passed the point of easy exits. In the chaos of the exchange, our fighter gets his hand on the blade directly. Gloves grip steel. Blood follows. He doesn't let go. He's looking for the leverage point inside the pressure. Murphy drives the sword in with full berserk weight behind it. Our fighter gets the block up. Blood still flies. Blocking this much force leaves its own damage. Everything becomes motion. The speed of the exchange reduces the world to streaks and impact marks and sound effects that try to hold what the eye can't track at this speed. Our fighter is on the ground. Murphy swings down. The sword's trajectory is clear and simple. This is the kind of moment that ends chapters. He rolls. The blade hits ground instead of spine, inches. He's back in motion before the dust clears, already repositioning, already calculating the next 3 seconds. He shifts tactics. Since he can't match the bones, he'll carve what he can reach. The blade finds flesh, small wounds traded for position, not enough to win, enough to keep going. A cut opens across Murphy's face. He reacts, not with pain, but with the sharpening that happens when a predator feels the hunt become mutual. Bleeding doesn't slow him, it focuses him. The counter comes immediately. Our fighter moves with everything he has left. Blue energy trails from his side, red from Murphy's fist. The two trails cross in the dark. They lock up again. Both weapons held in contact. Both men unwilling to yield the half-inch that would decide it. The fight finds its center here, in this stillness inside the violence. Despite the blood, despite the math that says this is going wrong, our fighter's face breaks into something that isn't quite a smile but occupies the same space. He's still here. He found something. He processes the last hit even as the next one arrives. A single punch, from a man without a weapon, and it nearly ended everything. That information needs to be filed somewhere useful. Murphy stands over him, pink hair falling, sword ready. The position is unmistakable. He has the high ground, the momentum, the power. What he does with it is the question. Murphy roars again. The sound comes from deeper this time. Less anger, more declaration. I am still here. I am still this. Whatever you've done to me, I am still this. The blade tip reaches Murphy's eye. Red pupil at the center of it. This is the shot. This is the one that matters. Everything has been building to this point of contact. It connects. The burst of impact energy confirms it. Something registered. The berserk state, which ignores almost everything, registered this one. The scales have moved, however slightly. The energy release from the exchange spreads in every direction. Abstract. Total. The kind of impact that marks a turning point even before you know which direction things turned. Our fighter pulls back and allows himself one moment. The expression is not triumph. It's the grim satisfaction of a man who found the seam he was looking for. Now he knows where to press. Murphy catches the next blade with his hand. Bare skin against steel. Blood follows, but the grip holds. Even in a berserk state, even without reason, the body remembers how to deny an enemy. He roars with the steel still in his grip. Blood runs down his arm. The sound is not pain, it is refusal. Whatever you're trying to do, the roar says, it isn't done yet. The final image, a hand. Still reaching, blood everywhere. The body that hand belongs to has taken more than it should be able to take, but the hand is still reaching. The chapter is not done. To be continued. The last image is Murphy's hand against the dark, blood pooling at the frame's edge. He's down but not gone. Our fighter is standing but barely. Whatever comes next, both men are still in it. Our hero, the young man known as the sword-devouring Swordmaster, found himself in a brutal clash and his opponent's blade struck true. His attacker, a burly figure, roared in pain, clutching his face where the wound bled freely. A single blood-red eye burned with absolute fury, promising a terrible vengeance for the harm he had suffered. Suddenly, the enraged man's entire body pulsed with a dangerous red aura, his strength growing exponentially. From his hooded vantage point, our boy watched as the crimson energy swirled around his foe, blood still staining the ground between them. Taking his opponent's vision had seemed like a good move at the time, but the monster's aura had only grown more ferocious in response. Adding to his despair, the one remaining sword he carried was now cracked and damaged, barely holding together. Every fiber of his being screamed at him to retreat, to escape this unwinnable battle. His powerful enemy lunged, a blur of red, striking with renewed savagery that forced our hero to move quickly. Despite his quickness, a brutal blow landed, sending the hooded figure flying backward through the air. He knew in his heart, despite the fear and the pain, that he had to stand his ground and fight. The free city of Crowd had lost its freedom, and he had willingly chosen to be the one to shed blood for its liberation. He had honed his skills in the brutal arena of Firma, enduring countless trials. He had thrown his very body into life-or-death struggles, spilling plenty of blood and crossing over many dark thresholds. Now, it felt as though he had finally reached the very end, with no escape in sight. There was nothing more he could do as he was dragged through the city square, a spectacle for all to witness. The man on horseback, a faithful enforcer of the oppressive regime, addressed the silent crowd with a cruel grin. He declared that this was the wretched end for anyone who dared to slaughter enforcers and innocent nobles. He ordered them to burn this sight into their minds, warning of a miserable end for anyone who dared disrupt their order. The enforcer shouted at the citizens, telling them not to resist, not to defy, but to bow their heads and submit. He stated that submission was the only comfort they would be allowed. The citizens, looking downcast and fearful, absorbed the enforcer's harsh words. Among the enforcers, another hooded figure stood, holding the rope that bound our hero. Without a word, this hidden ally discreetly began to cut the rope, severing the binds that held our boy. Our hero's eye flickered, a silent understanding passing between them. Perhaps there was still something he could do. With the soft sound, the rope gave way, freeing his wrists. He quickly rose to his feet, catching the other enforcer by surprise. Our hero let out a powerful scream, his eyes glowing with renewed blue energy. He stood tall over the fallen enforcer, knife in hand, ready to fight for his city. He knew he must become the darkness that resists to the bitter end, to illuminate the light of freedom as the darkest darkness itself. He turned to the citizens of Crowd, his glowing eyes commanding them not to bow their heads. He urged them to show the world that they, too, had the will to fight, their city no longer living up to the name of a free city. He then plunged into the fray, confronting the remaining enforcers with fierce determination. He cried out, imploring them not to look away if others tried to strip away their rights or insult and trample them. He commanded them not to submit, pushing back against the incoming attacks. Our boy fought hard, holding his own against the multiple enforcers, his resolve unwavering. He landed a critical blow, piercing an enforcer with his blade. He continued to rally the people, telling them to keep moving forward, even in the thickest fog where they couldn't see an inch ahead. He repeated his powerful message, urging them to keep moving forward no matter what. Blood splattered around him as he pushed through the fight, his body battered but his spirit unbroken. He roared, declaring that all of this was for a singular, profound reason. The enforcer on horseback recoiled in terror, letting out a panicked shriek as our hero advanced. Our hero looked at his hands, clenching them as he thought of the purpose behind his struggle. The oppressor on the horse was now completely overcome with fear, his smug expression replaced by wide-eyed horror. Our hero stood over the now dismounted enforcer, the very symbol of their oppression, his knife ready. He whispered to himself that all of this was for just one thing. That one thing was freedom, a word that resonated with the faint, hopeful light around him. The citizens, moved by his courage, rushed forward to support him, their faces filled with newfound hope. The crowd swelled, their voices rising as one, no longer afraid. They raised their fists, shouting, "For freedom!" their collective will breaking through the silence. Even the terrified enforcer, now on the ground, found himself echoing the chant, "For freedom!" A bloodied citizen, caught in the fight, also cried out, "For freedom!" embodying the fierce spirit of the rebellion. With the surge of powerful energy, the guillotine, a dark symbol of their subjugation, was utterly destroyed. Our hero's eyes, now calm and resolute, reflected the dawning of a new day. He looked back at the liberated crowd, a faint smile gracing his lips, acknowledging their shared victory. He declared, "This is our crowd," as the city was bathed in a radiant light, symbolizing its newfound hope and freedom. But the battle was not truly over. His enraged opponent, now a monstrous figure of dark, swirling energy, reappeared. The foe let out a guttural roar, his red eyes burning with unholy power. He unleashed a furious crimson punch, aiming to crush our hero completely. Our hero, glowing with blue energy, prepared to meet the assault, ready to face the darkest darkness of crowd. His blue energy surged forward, meeting the red force with incredible might. The two opposing energies collided in a spectacular burst of light and shadow, shaking the very ground. His opponent stared in stunned disbelief, realizing his path had been broken and his power was failing. Our hero's attack struck true, shattering the foe's sword and inflicting a decisive wound. With the enemy defeated, our hero declared that Fang had been completely digested, hinting at a unique ability and a profound victory. This was only the beginning. Young Ahan had finally digested the memories within Feng, a power that promised to change his entire world. After the intense battle, he found himself utterly drained, gasping for breath on the rough ground. He slowly pushed himself up, his grip tightening on his sword as a sense of profound exhaustion washed over him. A deep realization began to dawn on him, a whisper from the depths of his newly acquired knowledge. Inside his mind, the fragmented, blood-red memories of the beast swirled, slowly being absorbed and transformed. Then, his eyes, usually a calm blue, glowed with an intense, radiant light, marking the moment of true understanding. He saw it, a clear, straight blue line stretching out before him, a path that had always been there but remained too faint to grasp. This ethereal blue line, a beacon of destiny, had always seemed within reach, yet it continuously slipped through his fingers. It was a profound moment, like a soul being drawn into a new, powerful current, forever changing its trajectory. He instinctively knew what this shimmering blade of light represented, its meaning resonating deep within his very core. The very ground where the monstrous beast had fallen was now etched with the raw power of this emergent path. He looked up, bathed in the soft glow, a quiet awe settling over him as the full weight of his discovery sank in. Suddenly, his master's spirit appeared, a knowing smile on his face, observing Arhan's breakthrough with pride. His master explained that Arhan, though still inexperienced, could now unfold his path by his own will, stepping into the entry level of a walker. The old man chuckled, adding that even this initial stage was far beyond the capabilities of the beast Arhan had just defeated. The sheer force of his recent attack had left deep, radiating cracks in the earth, a testament to the power he now wielded. A surge of blue energy erupted from the ground, scattering debris and highlighting the raw, untamed nature of his new abilities. The residual energy still pulsed around him, a silent echo of the master's words about this being the path of steel. His master then revealed the ancient name for their kind, a single word that encapsulated their unwavering resolve: line. Despite the profound breakthrough, Arhan's body swayed, the sheer exertion of manifesting his power causing him to stumble. His master looked down, reiterating that Arhan was still far from the level of a true master, not yet fit to truly speak of the path. Arhan lay on the ground, his body devoid of strength, wondering why he felt so utterly depleted after his triumph. His master's spectral grin widened, explaining that it was merely the backlash of using excessive power with an untrained body, then teasing him about the training to come. The master's spirit lingered, a silent promise of the rigorous journey that lay ahead for Arhan to become a mature walker. Arhan pressed his hand against the earth, a fierce determination burning in his eyes despite his physical weakness. He declared that he had indeed taken a step forward, not with a half-baked imitation, but a path completely his own. With a focused effort, a small, shimmering ball of light materialized in his palm, a tangible sign of his burgeoning power. "Young Master Arhan," a voice called out, pulling him from his solitary moment of triumph. He looked up, surprised to see Sir Petal and Miss Xiaoyun approaching, their faces etched with concern. He slowly pushed himself into a sitting position as they reached him, their presence a welcome sight after the battle. Back at the bandit camp, Arhan wiped his face with a cloth, a sigh of relief escaping his lips, feeling much more refreshed. Miss Xiaoyun watched him intently, her expression thoughtful as he thanked her for her help. She then asked if he truly managed to wipe out the entire bandit group by himself. The scattered bodies of the bandits lay around the camp, stark evidence of the swift and brutal efficiency of his victory. Arhan, with a sheepish grin, simply mumbled that luck had been on his side during the encounter. Sir Petal, however, looked unconvinced, a deep frown creasing his brow as he considered Arhan's claim of luck. Arhan listened, his youthful face serious, understanding that his companions were skeptical of his modest explanation. Sir Petal reflected on the young Arhan he once knew, a swordsman with talent, but one who was still lacking in many areas. He glanced at the fallen runaway knight, a formidable opponent, now defeated by someone Petal considered a beginner. Petal pondered how Arhan, a mere novice, could achieve such a victory, a feat usually reserved for the scions of the 5 great families. He mused that perhaps Arhan was simply lucky, as the young man himself claimed, like a protagonist in a grand tale. Arhan looked up at Petal, a hint of confusion on his face as he tried to grasp the deeper meaning behind his words. He asked Petal what he truly meant by his cryptic remarks. Petal turned away, dismissing his own thoughts as nothing, urging them to leave the area quickly, as it could still be dangerous. Arhan, bewildered, pointed out that he had already taken care of all the bandits, questioning the lingering danger. Miss Xiaoyun then stepped in, explaining that the knighthood the runaway knight belonged to would be enraged by someone else dealing with their dog. Arhan's face twisted in frustration, asking what kind of twisted logic would lead to such an absurd conclusion. His master's spirit appeared once more, a faint, knowing smile playing on his lips, as if to say, "I told you so." A close-up on the master's radiant blue eye confirmed his earlier premonition. Trouble was indeed heading their way. Suddenly, the ground beneath them began to rumble violently, a clear sign of an approaching, powerful presence. The tremors intensified, the very earth shaking as if in protest of the heavy, rhythmic thudding growing closer. Sir Petal's eyes widened in alarm, recognizing the sound, his earlier dismissal of danger now proving tragically wrong. The 3 of them huddled together, their faces grim, as the thundering hooves of an approaching force became undeniable. Miss Xiaoyun gasped, her hand flying to her mouth as the full weight of their predicament settled upon her. A formidable company of knights, clad in the distinctive armor of the yellow elephant, galloped into view, their presence radiating immense power. At the forefront stood a commanding knight, his face stern, his gaze sweeping over the scene, quickly spotting the fallen runaway knight. His eyes narrowed in cold fury as he stared at the body, his anger a palpable force in the air. He demanded to know who dared to touch the runaway knight, the one they were supposed to condemn, and who had sullied the honor of the yellow elephant. Arhan and Miss Xiaoyun instinctively flinched, overwhelmed by the sheer, crushing aura emanating from the imposing knight. Sir Petal, too, felt the immense pressure, beads of sweat forming on his brow, his usual composure faltering. The knight's voice boomed, declaring that there was no mercy in the march of an angry elephant, then derisively called Petal a sick deer. He punctuated his words by stomping his armored foot, sending a shockwave through the ground that made Arhan tremble. Arhan gasped, his face contorted in fear, realizing he could barely withstand the man's terrifying aura. The knight's silhouette loomed large, an impossibly powerful figure whose presence threatened to engulf them all. Arhan, seeing the fear in his companion's eyes, knew that everyone would end up in trouble because of him, and resolved to act. Sir Petal looked at Arhan, a flicker of understanding passing between them, recognizing the decision Arhan was about to make. Arhan met Petal's gaze, his resolve hardening, preparing to take the full weight of the situation onto his young shoulders. Stepping forward, Arhan boldly declared, "I said that I killed the runaway dog." Sir Petal's face contorted in shock and disbelief, immediately interjecting, "Sir Petal, what on earth are you saying?" the vice-captain of the Yellow Elephant Knighthood, looked down at Petal, dismissing him as a washed-up relic who dared to tarnish their honor. Sir Petal, his own eyes now glowing with a fierce blue light, refused to be cowed by the insult, his power surging. With a powerful surge of his own aura, Sir Petal stepped forward, challenging the vice-captain to an honor duel. The vice-captain's cold, hard stare met Petal's, a silent acknowledgement of the challenge. "I accept." Arhan, a young aspiring knight, found himself caught in the rigid traditions of a world where honor was everything. An honor duel was the ultimate test, where combatants staked their entire being to condemn those who had tarnished their name. It was a brutal agreement where the winner rose in prestige, but the loser's corpse was publicly displayed in the town square. For knights who valued their reputation more than life itself, this was a punishment far worse than any death. Because of this severity, an honor duel was never something arranged lightly or without great cause. It was an even rarer sight between knights where there was a clear and overwhelming difference in skill. This was why Arhan couldn't understand what he was seeing, his mind reeling from the sight. He confronted Sir Petal, a seasoned swordwalker, demanding an explanation for his reckless decision. The man had just used the wings ability, a power unique to a swordrunner, a rank far above his own. Arhan tried to reason with him, reminding him that rank wasn't everything, but the gap here was too wide. He saw the toll life had taken on Sir Petal, his body already frail and barely able to move properly. How could he possibly hope to fight a swordrunner in such a state? Arhan cried out in desperation. He reminded Sir Petal of their conversation when they first became neighbors. Arhan recalled the older man's simple wish to spend his final days in quiet solitude, having time to himself. Sir Petal's current choice was the complete opposite of that wish, a gamble with both life and honor. Young Arhan pleaded with him, begging him to withdraw from the duel even now, before it was too late. Sir Petal simply offered a small, grateful smile to the young master. He thanked Arhan for caring about him so deeply, despite their short acquaintance. He explained that sometimes, for a knight, there were things that transcended mere victory or personal honor. There was a desire to embody the ideals they swore to uphold, even if only once. He wanted to be a knight who faced a powerful enemy without fear, protecting his neighbors like a hero from a storybook. Perhaps, he mused, God had taken pity on him, granting him this final opportunity as he approached his end. Sir Petal asked Arhan to allow him this dream, this one final act of defiance. Arhan's face twisted in anguish, realizing the depth of the old knight's conviction. He warned Sir Petal that he would surely regret this decision, his voice heavy with sorrow. Sir Petal turned away, his resolve unshaken, prepared for whatever came next. He offered one last quiet apology to young Master Arhan, knowing the pain he was causing. Meanwhile, at the camp of the Yellow Elephant, Senior Knight Ron cleaned his sword as his vice-captain questioned his actions. The vice-captain wondered if Ron had gone too far by arranging an honor duel with a knight who had only a week left to live. Ron calmly asked if his actions truly seemed excessive in the grand scheme of things. His subordinate explained that anyone could see the knight's body was already consumed by a terminal disease. Even left alone, the knight would be a mere walking corpse in a matter of days, let alone a week. Ron's gaze remained fixed, listening to the logical arguments against his choice. The vice-captain continued, suggesting that forcing such a man into a duel would only earn them the stigma of oppressing the weak. Ron then turned the conversation, asking how much his vice-captain truly knew about Petal the Loyal. He recalled their academy days, when everyone had dismissed Petal as an idiot with no talent, destined to die young. Yet, against all odds, Petal had reached the pinnacle of a swordwalker and managed to survive until now. During that time, he had emerged victorious in 17 honor duels, all for the sake of his lord. He had even protected his lord on a battlefield ravaged by relentless bombardment. Ron recounted how Petal once defended the castle gates alone against 500 starving refugees. The image of Petal, resolute and unyielding, was etched in his mind. He concluded that Petal the Loyal was a truly fitting moniker for such a man. Ron's face hardened, his eyes gleaming with a strange intensity. He believed Petal's firm convictions were dangerous as his own nascent powers. A golden aura began to emanate from Ron, swirling around him with potent energy. The light intensified, reflecting his growing ambition and sinister intent. He repeated that Petel's will was as dangerous as his own developing wings. Ron then revealed his chilling plan. After the duel, he would tie Petel's corpse to a wagon. He would parade it through the old knight's village, completely extinguishing whatever honor Petel had left. Ron had a feeling that by trampling on and violating this man of steel, he would achieve a breakthrough, spreading his second pair of wings. His smile was cold and calculating, a predator savoring its anticipated triumph. Back in his room, the vice-captain, Arhan's master, sat in somber reflection, his face etched with despair. He knew the outcome of the duel was inevitable. That man, Petel, would surely die. He explained to Arhan that Petel's experience or rank as a master swordwalker meant absolutely nothing in this fight. Against a swordrunner, there was simply no chance of victory for the ailing knight. The master, a spectral figure by Arhan's side, questioned why his young descendant had grown so attached to Petel. Petel was meant to be nothing more than a means to an end, a sword for Arhan to acquire. Arhan confessed that Petel reminded him of his own father, who had also chosen to fight an enemy he could never defeat. He hated seeing arrogant, powerful people casually trampling over innocent weaklings as if it were the natural order. What agonized him even more was his own weakness, which left him helpless to intervene in this cruel situation. The master pressed him, asking if this attachment was worth the chance to obtain a swordwalker's powerful blade slipping away. Arhan, eyes blazing with newfound resolve, declared that he no longer cared about that. He understood now that any revenge gained through such a morally compromised choice would mean absolutely nothing. A wave of self-loathing washed over Arhan, his face contorted in a silent scream. He despised his past self, who had so easily contemplated taking Sir Petel's sword for his own gain. His foolishness for being consumed by revenge had blinded him to what truly needed protection. The master, a wise and guiding presence, placed a comforting hand on Arhan's shoulder, acknowledging his change of heart. He reminded Arhan that a sword was, in the end, nothing more than a simple blade. He told his young descendant that he could not truly call himself a caravan if he allowed himself to be buried in such selfish desires. To protect everyone, the master declared, Arhan must step forward and fight in Petel's place as the champion in the honor duel. Arhan, a young warrior with a mysterious power, found himself in a tense spar with his formidable mentor, Sir Petel. He had been practicing diligently, honing his craft, though he knew his inherent talent was still far from what was required. The mentor, on the other hand, moved with the seasoned grace of a true master, each parry and thrust a testament to his years of experience. Even in this friendly spar, the mentor's focus was absolute, his eyes sharp, reflecting a lifetime dedicated to the sword. Their exchange was quick and fluid, the young man pushing himself to match his mentor's formidable presence. Suddenly, the young man pulled back, lowering his practice sword, signaling a pause in their training. His mentor looked at him, a slight frown of curiosity on his face, wondering why the young man had stopped so abruptly. The young man, with a respectful bow, asked if he could share something important, but requested his mentor remain where he was. He was about to utter words that were heavy, carrying the weight of a secret he had kept hidden for too long. He revealed his ability to eat another person's sword, a process that allowed him to absorb their skills and memories. This was the reason a seemingly inexperienced beginner like him could wield various weapons with surprising proficiency. It also explained how he had managed to hold his own against his mentor, even for a brief moment, defying all expectations. This extraordinary power was the sole source of his rapid, almost miraculous, growth as a swordsman. His mentor listened, his expression shifting from surprise to profound disbelief at such an outlandish claim. Yet, despite the absurdity of it, the mentor found himself unable to dismiss the young man's words as a lie. He had, after all, witnessed the young man's astonishing progress firsthand, a development that defied any logical explanation. The mentor then understood the young man's true intention. He wanted to eat his mentor's sword and become his champion. He spoke of a champion, one who would fight on behalf of another duelist, carrying their honor into battle. The young man listened, his eyes wide with a newfound understanding of the role his mentor was describing. Such a role was a grave undertaking, one that demanded truly solemn resolve, as the champion also bore the full price of defeat. the mentor admitted that his own level did not reach that of Mekin, the legendary sword runner. However, the accumulated experience, unwavering belief, and flawless fundamentals ingrained in his life made him a formidable opponent, especially against the caravan. This was the only way they could hope to break the wings of a sword runner, a desperate but necessary miracle. It was, of course, a slim chance, a mere sliver of hope, but still a better gamble than letting a sick man fight. The decision now lay with the young descendant to choose his path forward. The young man, without hesitation, affirmed his commitment. He would fight as his mentor's champion. He declared his intent to inherit the sword that held the mentor's life, promising to win and ensure no one else would bleed. With a heartfelt plea, the young man asked the mentor to entrust his sword to him. The mentor let out a long, slow breath, his gaze thoughtful, deeply moved by the young man's sincerity. He acknowledged the young man's kind heart, a trait he had always recognized in him. However, the mentor kindly asked the young man to simply observe for a moment before he gave his final answer to Miss Sol-yun. Arhan immediately protested, questioning the mentor's intention to spar while in such a weakened state. The mentor, with a firm gaze, silenced the young man's concerns, telling him not to interfere. He then thanked Miss Sol-yun for accepting his unreasonable request, acknowledging her prepared stance. Miss Sol-yun, drawing her sword, warned the mentor that she would not hold back now that the spar had begun. The mentor, in turn, drew his own sword, his eyes glowing with an inner resolve, ready for the challenge. He reassured Miss Sol-yun not to worry about him, despite her evident concern for his condition. The young man watched, a knot of worry tightening in his stomach as the two warriors prepared to clash. He couldn't shake the feeling that this was far too reckless, especially given Miss Sol-yun's merciless nature. The old man, however, saw a deeper purpose, believing this spar would be a great lesson for both the young man and the female warrior. He knew the light emitted by someone at death's door, burning away their life, would be incomparably sublime. The mentor leaped forward, initiating the spar with a surprising burst of speed, defying his weakened state. Miss Sol-yun, expecting a swift victory, decided it would be best to subdue him in one strike without dragging it out. But the mentor's first strike was unexpectedly heavy, forcing Miss Sol-yun to meet it with considerable effort. Both the young man and Miss Sol-yun were taken aback by the sheer force behind the mentor's blow. Miss Sol-yun found herself pushed back, the impact rattling her, her initial confidence wavering. She struggled to parry his relentless attacks, realizing this was far more challenging than she had anticipated. Miss Sol-yun wondered how he possessed such strength. Given his supposed condition, his breathing, his body, everything should be too much for him. Her mind raced, grappling with the impossibility of the situation, utterly bewildered by his resilience. The mentor pressed his advantage, his movements fluid and powerful, leaving Miss Sol-yun little room to recover. She realized her complacency had been a grave error. His illness was entirely irrelevant to his fighting prowess. This was his true skill, an innate mastery that transcended physical limitations, revealing itself in full force. With a powerful blow, the mentor sent Miss Sol-yun flying back, her defense shattered by his relentless assault. He followed up with another fierce strike, his sword a blur of motion, driving her further into retreat. The sound of their swords clashing echoed through the clearing, a testament to the raw power being exchanged. The mentor's eyes burned with unwavering determination, his resolve unyielding as he pressed his attack. Miss Sol-yun recoiled, a grimace of pain twisting her features as she absorbed another of his forceful blows. He landed a decisive strike, forcing her to falter, the momentum of the fight now entirely in his favor. Her protective cloak, once a symbol of her strength, began to fray and tear under the onslaught. With a final, resounding clash, the mentor delivered the finishing blow, sealing his victory. The mentor stood triumphant, his eyes still glowing with the intense energy he had summoned for the fight. He slowly lowered his sword, the spar concluded, leaving Miss Sol-yun defeated on the ground. Miss Sol-yun knelt on the ground, her sword lowered, acknowledging her loss to the formidable mentor. She looked up, her expression a mix of exhaustion and newfound respect for her opponent. The dust settled around them, marking the end of the intense battle, a clear victor standing. The young man watched, stunned, unable to believe that the mentor, in his condition, had actually defeated Miss Sol-yun. The mentor then turned to the young man, a soft smile gracing his lips as he addressed him. He reiterated that this fight was not merely about winning, but about proving his very existence, a deeply personal answer to a lifelong question. The young man's eyes widened, absorbing his mentor's profound words, realizing this was only the beginning of understanding his true resolve. Our young protagonist Arhan found himself at the precipice of a fateful day where honor and duty would collide. The morning mist hung heavy over the dueling grounds, a silent witness to the tension that permeated the air. From the opposing side, Meccan, the formidable knight of the Yellow Elephant, advanced with his retinue, an imposing figure ready for the challenge. He surveyed the scene with a cold, calculating gaze, his expression betraying no emotion but a grim determination. Then, through the lingering fog, a lone figure emerged from the shadows, walking steadily toward the center. It was Arhan, his eyes burning with an unfamiliar intensity, a stark contrast to the boy he once was. Meccan initially mistook him for the man he expected, Petal, but quickly realized his error, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He had prepared to face a legendary swordsman, not the weakling who used to cower behind him. The sight of Arhan standing so boldly, confronting Meccan and his knights, was an unexpected turn of events. An inexplicable aura emanated from our boy, his physique having transformed remarkably, now sturdy and powerful. Meccan was utterly baffled by this sudden and profound change, wondering how such a transformation was even possible. He couldn't reconcile this new Arhan with the timid boy he remembered, the one who always hid behind Petal. Yet, here Arhan stood, radiating the very essence of strength and resolve reminiscent of Petal in his prime. The mystery of his altered state lingered, but for Meccan, the underlying method mattered little. What truly mattered was that this duel, now against Arhan, would still carry a profound significance for him. Arhan then delivered the heavy news: Sir Petal would not be coming to the duel. A somber silence followed his words, hinting at the gravity of Petal's absence. Meccan, however, found himself surprised, having expected the stubborn man to never back down. A cruel smirk spread across his face as a chilling thought occurred to him. Had Petal finally succumbed to his illness? The possibility of Petal's death brought a disturbing satisfaction to the Knight of the Yellow Elephant. This grim revelation took them back a few days, to the quiet, poignant moments leading up to this very confrontation. Just days prior, Petal had shown a miraculous resurgence of strength, overpowering a skilled opponent named Solyun with ease. Seeing that firm, unyielding smile, a beacon of hope capable of overcoming any trial, Arhan had dared to believe. He had hoped that the current Petal, revitalized and strong, could somehow conquer the debilitating disease eating away at his body. Our young boy watched, clinging to the idea that Petal could overcome both his illness and the formidable sword runner who challenged him. Petal himself had spoken of facing his challenges like a hero from a chivalric novel, but reality, as he knew, was far less forgiving. Standing alone on a cliff overlooking a sunset, he faced the undeniable truth of his fading life. The insidious disease continued its relentless march, leaving visible marks across his skin, a cruel reminder of his impending end. He confessed to Arhan that when the moment of truth arrived, he had been afraid and deeply lonely. Arhan listened, his heart heavy with the weight of Petal's vulnerability. The young master could not contain his sorrow, tears streaming down his face as he crumbled under the raw emotion. Petal, though weakened, offered a gentle, knowing smile, understanding Arhan's pain. He found solace in Arhan's presence, grateful to have a companion in his final moments. With Arhan by his side, he no longer felt alone on his inevitable path toward death. Arhan, however, was in anguish, struggling to accept this grim fate for his mentor. He looked at Petal with desperate eyes, refusing to let him give up. His tears were a testament to his desperation, a plea for Petal to fight for his life. Arhan desperately reminded him of his past words, of the challenge Petal once embraced as proof of his own existence. To end it all now, without a fight, felt like an unbearable injustice to Arhan. Petal gently acknowledged Arhan's pain, his gaze soft and understanding. He admitted his earlier bravado was merely a bluff, a shallow attempt to appear strong in the face of death. He knew Arhan's anguish, but his own path was clear. Petal then spoke of his fondness for Twilight. the beautiful light that colors the world between day and night. He saw himself in that fading light, a symbol of transition and a quiet conclusion. But Arhan, he explained, was the dawn, the vibrant beginning of a new chapter. The weight of these words fell heavily on Arhan, his face etched with sorrow and a dawning understanding. In this moment of profound farewell, Petal offered Arhan his most precious possession. He asked Arhan to take his sword, acknowledging it as a heavy burden. Despite its weight, Petal knew Arhan possessed the strength and will to carry it. Arhan, with tears still wet on his cheeks, looked at the blade, recognizing the immense responsibility it represented. He accepted it, not just as a weapon, but as a legacy, a promise, and a new purpose. Petal offered him a final, peaceful smile, wishing him good luck in his coming battles. He expressed his certainty that Arhan would engrave his name into the annals of history. With those words, Petal, his kind neighbor and mentor, turned and walked away. Arhan watched him go, the pain of loss mingling with the resolve of his new calling. Petal quietly faded away into his own twilight, leaving Arhan to carry on his legacy. Back in the present, Arhan stood before Maken, the memory of Petal's sacrifice fueling his defiance. Maken observed Arhan's somber expression, concluding that Petal had indeed breathed his last. He dismissed Petal's end as pathetic, yet conceded it was fortunate he avoided becoming a mere spectacle in death. The surrounding knights remained silent, their faces unreadable as Maken asserted his victory. Maken then made his demand, his voice ringing with cruel authority. Petal's corpse now belonged to him, the victor. A surge of dark power emanated from him, his eyes glowing with an ominous light as he pressed his claim. He stood, radiating malevolent energy, fully armored and ready to enforce his will. But Arhan, his face hardened with resolve, steadfastly refused Mekan's demand. He declared that the honor duel was far from over, his own power now shimmering around him like a protective aura. Arhan, now standing as Sir Petal's champion, faced Mekan with unwavering courage, ready to uphold the legacy entrusted to him. The spirit of Petal, his kind mentor, seemed to watch over him, a silent blessing from beyond the twilight. With newfound strength and a burning purpose, Arhan stepped forward, prepared to fight for his fallen master. He looked Mekan directly in the eye, and with a voice ringing with conviction, challenged him to a duel. This was only the beginning. Petal, a young knight, dreamed of becoming the protagonist of his own grand story. Yet, at gatherings with his fellow knights, he often found himself an outsider, observing their boisterous card games with a disapproving gaze. One evening, a senior knight, noticing his stern demeanor, addressed him directly, asking if his name was Petal. Our boy confirmed it, though his expression remained unyielding, a stark contrast to the carefree atmosphere. The senior knight pressed him, pointing out his rigid posture and the buzzkill face he had worn all day. He wondered if Petal was truly so unhappy about them enjoying a few hands of cards at a nightly gathering. Petal, however, found himself unable to simply smile along with their revelry. He knew his silence ruined their mood, but he couldn't bring himself to participate in what he saw as unbecoming behavior. He stood apart, a solitary figure, while the others continued their games, oblivious or uncaring of his discomfort. His convictions weighed heavily on him, isolating him from the very comrades he was meant to share bonds with. He believed that excessive gambling, drinking, and crude jokes tarnished a knight's dignity and went against their sacred ethics. This stance, however, only served to further distance him from his peers, who simply dismissed his protests. They saw him as nothing more than a dull boy, too serious for their casual enjoyment. They told him there was no need for him to come to gatherings that didn't suit him anymore. Petal was left feeling like he was wasting his breath, his words falling on deaf ears. His colleagues made it clear that he just ruined the mood and perhaps he shouldn't bother showing up again. Not long after being ostracized by his colleagues like that, a new knight joined their gathering. This new man was everything Petal had once strived to be, confident, respected, and unwavering in his principles. He was a man who shared many similarities with our boy, someone deeply engrossed in chivalry. He, too, found the public drinking, singing, and gambling inappropriate for knights. He was just as inflexible as Petal, unable to flatter others with empty words. When he asked the other knights to exercise some restraint, Petal watched, expecting the familiar dismissal. However, the response he received was entirely different from his own experiences. The knights immediately agreed, thanking him for pointing out their misbehavior. They praised him for his firm convictions, a true knight unlike the kids these days, they said. They were truly amazed by his spirit, acknowledging that it was exactly why he had become a sword runner at such a young age. They promised not to show such disgraceful behavior again, inviting him to future gatherings. Petal watched as the other knight, a sword runner, was celebrated and admired. There was only one difference between this celebrated knight and himself, one crucial factor: talent. At first, Petal had believed in the power of patience and effort, convinced that if he wasn't recognized, he would simply work harder until he was. He swung his sword, training relentlessly, pushing himself to the limits of his endurance. He kept swinging day after day, year after year, hoping to grow stronger and stronger. He poured his entire being into mastering his craft, believing that someday all his effort would pay off. He thought that with enough dedication, he would eventually be able to uphold his convictions and earn the respect he craved. However, in the end, he realized the harsh truth about his place in the world. He could never become the protagonist. He was merely a side character in someone else's epic tale. The realization left him hollow, watching the joyous camaraderie he could never truly be a part of. He was merely a side character, existing only to fill out the background of another story. Therefore, in order not to be kicked off the stage entirely, he had to adapt to a new role. He had to act according to that role, even if it meant compromising his deeply held beliefs. He learned to smile, even when he felt nothing but despair, offering help and asking for orders. He learned to say he would carry out even the most menial chores honorably, as a knight should. That was how Petal the Loyal was born, a knight who had set half of his convictions aside. He learned to comply, though it felt more like struggling against his own nature, enduring endless cycles of self-loathing. By the time he reached an age where it was ambiguous to call him a young man, he became a guard for a wealthy noble family. He had given up on his grand dreams, settling into a life of quiet duty. One day, he met her, a young woman named Daisy, who greeted him warmly. She told him she had heard from her dad that he would be her escort knight from then on. Everyone, she said, spoke highly of him, saying that if it was Petal, he could be trusted completely. She smiled, a pure, innocent expression that seemed to warm the world around them. Daisy looked forward to working with Petal the Loyal, asking him to stay by her side and protect them forever. Her words, so full of trust and admiration, stirred something unexpected within him. Just like the protagonist of a chivalric novel, she saw him not as a side character, but as a hero. He found himself blushing, a feeling he hadn't experienced in a long time. Daisy, with her bright smile, brought a new kind of light into his life. There was nothing difficult about escorting her. Thanks to her uniquely friendly personality, she was always popular wherever she went. Even though she was a noble, she was a girl beloved by everyone in the territory. His duties mostly involved handling the occasional drunk who tried to pick a fight. This was definitely far from the honorable life of a knight he had dreamed of, and his situation as a third-rate knight hadn't changed. Yet, for some reason, when he was by her side, those things felt like they didn't matter anymore. He found himself smiling, genuinely, as he looked at her. Yes, those were undeniably the warmest days of his life, a precious time he would cherish. Time passed, but the world was not kind. Swept up in the succession struggle of the Iron Kingdom, her family fell into ruin. After that, Daisy was no longer the beloved lady of the house, but a ruined noble. She was no longer in a position where she could casually call for him. Instead, she addressed him as Sir Petal. One day, she asked him, her voice filled with sorrow, why he was still protecting their family. She explained that they were destitute now and couldn't even pay his salary, nor offer him a room befitting a knight. She pleaded, asking why he was still staying by her side, despite their misfortune. He looked at her, remembering the boy he once was, the one who couldn't become the protagonist. He thought of the empty words of flattery he'd learned, the compromises he'd made to become a dog before those of higher status. He was nothing but a faded man, his youthful ideals long gone. But even so, he knew his answer. The young man, driven by a deep sense of honor, stepped forward, declaring the fight wasn't truly over yet. With unwavering resolve, he called out Mikan, a knight of the Yellow Elephant, challenging him to an honor duel. He remembered Sir Petal, the noble knight who had protected his beliefs and never faltered even when facing death itself. Now, he stood as the chosen champion for his fallen neighbor, Sir Petal, ready to uphold his legacy. Macon remained silent for a moment, his back to the challenger, processing the unexpected defiance. A subtle shift in Macon's gaze revealed his internal thought, acknowledging the familiar aura emanating from the boy. He sensed the same core essence that defined that bastard Petal within the young man, igniting a flicker of something dark. Macon's grin widened, a cruel pleasure spreading across his face as his initial boredom gave way to renewed excitement. Rentier, the adjutant of the Yellow Elephant, stepped forward, announcing himself as the overseer for this impromptu honor duel. Rentier outlined the simple, brutal rules. The duel would end only when one combatant surrendered or became unable to fight. He made it clear that if either person lost their life in the struggle, no one would be held accountable. A grim warning the young man silently accepted. With a nod, Rentier moved to the next point, asking Macon what he desired if he emerged victorious. Macon's smile twisted into a grotesque sneer as he declared his intention to claim Sir Petal's corpse should he win the duel. He added a chilling promise. If the young challenger were to lose, Macon would sever his limbs and abandon them to the wild beasts. The young man merely looked away, his expression unreadable, showing no outward reaction to the gruesome threat. In turn, he offered his own terms, promising to spare Macon's life if he won, but with a condition. He stated his act of mercy would involve taking both of Macon's arms, a direct counter to the earlier threat. Macon scoffed, dismissing the young man's aspirations as nothing more than the naive fantasies of a mere boy. He told him to savor those pleasant dreams while they lasted, confident they would soon shatter under his power. Rentier then instructed both duelists to step back 10 paces, preparing for the commencement of the fight. The young man took his first step backward, the ground crunching softly under his boots as he prepared his mind. He reflected on the time since he had devoured Sir Petal's sword, remembering the countless hours he spent swinging his blade until his arms ached. It was a solitary journey, standing atop the essence of Petal's skill, gazing into the vastness of the path ahead. He walked forward, consumed by the singular purpose of truly grasping the essence of that revered blade. That relentless training was the only method he had found to truly comprehend the spirit of Sir Petal's sword. Petal's sword, he realized, was unlike any other. It wasn't about cunning or sharp strikes, but about absolute devotion to the fundamental principles. It appeared straightforward, even unyielding, yet it was so intrinsically honest that it would rather break than bend, a stark contrast to tricky, fleeting techniques. It was precisely that unwavering commitment, that refusal to compromise, which made it the most steadfast sword he had ever encountered. He understood that those who transcended the ordinary sword-runner realm each held a distinct set of beliefs that shaped their power. The unwavering pursuit of those personal values was what directly propelled a warrior to new heights in their chosen discipline. A knight who upheld noble ideals would sharpen their sword through dedicated practice, growing stronger with every swing. In stark contrast, a warrior with destructive ambitions would gain power by crushing the convictions of others, using them as stepping stones. This explained Macon's dark obsession with Petal, as he sought to defile the corpse of a man known for his unyielding principles. Macon intended to use that desecration as a grim offering, a sacrifice to fuel his own ascent and unlock his second wings of power. The young man knew he couldn't simply stand by and allow such a heinous act to occur, his resolve hardening. There was only one path forward. He had to fully embody Petal's spirit, becoming an even more resilient force, an unbreakable steel. Macon observed his opponent, noting with a condescending smile that, for a mere rookie from the sticks, his posture wasn't entirely pathetic. He then magnanimously granted the young man the first move, confident in his own superiority. Macon's eyes glowed with arrogance as he challenged his opponent, promising to demonstrate the insurmountable chasm between their abilities. He took his stance, radiating power, ready to crush any foolish hopes the young man might harbor. Macon's confidence wavered slightly as he saw something unexpected in his opponent's approach, a strange, undeniable presence. As the young man lunged, sword raised, Macon realized with a shock that this was more than an attack, it was a distinct path of power. Their blades met with a fierce impact, sparks exploding as the young man's attack collided with Meekin's defense. Mekin strained, his teeth gritted, as the sheer force of the blow echoed through his body, demanding all his strength to resist. A wave of disbelief washed over Mekin. Even the mere presence of his opponent's path revealed an undeniable gap in their power. He couldn't fathom how the power of a mere swordwalker could possess such immense weight, forcing him backward. Mekin grunted, his body shuddering from the impact as the pressure from the young man's strike intensified. The ground beneath Mekin shattered as he was driven back, unable to withstand the relentless force bearing down on him. The clash of their wills manifested as a violent explosion of energy, visibly shaking the very air around them. Meekin's face contorted in a grimace of effort, his blade barely holding as the young man pressed his advantage. The young man, still glowing with fierce energy, continued to push Mekin, who struggled to maintain his footing. With a final surge of power, the young man sent Mekin reeling, the impact echoing across the dueling ground. Mekin flew backward through the air, completely overwhelmed by the unexpected counterattack. He was sent sprawling, a clear sign that the tide of the battle had abruptly turned. Even the overseer and his companion watched in stunned silence, their eyes wide with disbelief at the unfolding events. Rontier's usually composed expression gave way to open astonishment, his jaw slightly agape. Mekin crashed hard, his body impacting the earth, yet he managed to recover just enough to prevent a full fall. He dug his sword into the ground, desperately trying to anchor himself, his eyes fixed on the young man in utter shock. The young man stood tall, his presence commanding, while Mekin struggled to regain his composure in the distance. A trickle of blood escaped Mekin's lip, a physical manifestation of his internal struggle and the unexpected injury. He couldn't comprehend how that brat had managed to force him back, questioning the reality of the situation. Mekin stared at his sword, driven into the earth, unable to accept that such a thing was even remotely possible. For him, Mekin, a warrior chosen by the heavens, this setback was an unacceptable stain on his pride and power. He was forced to kneel, defeated for a moment, as the young man declared that Mekin's sword lacked true substance. The young man then delivered his final, scathing assessment. Mekin's soft sword was an absolute insult to the unyielding spirit of Sir Petal's blade,